Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Well, the West Indies proved you don't have to baseball the buggery out of everything to score at a decent click on a good batting pitch, and now England may regret not always batting with due care and attention on day one. On day three, the tourists will look to build some sort of lead, and Ben Stokes will hope that 97-mile-an-hour Mark Wood can locate the misfortune that deserted him yesterday. Good morning, good afternoon, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. I'm Guerrilla Hendo, Nigel Henderson. I'm delighted to be back after an enforced absence of several months, and to be reunited with the big beasts of Guerrilla Cricket.
Well, you're going to have an enforced absence after this for another few months, though.
Well, it probably will again. It depends on whether they can mend my back, basically. But there you go. We shall see. And the fort has been well and truly guarded brilliantly by these two men. And we've got a bit of a test match on our hands here, have we not?
Well, absolutely. I mean, only 65 behind. I'm kind of with you. It would have been lovely to see England give away 2 less wickets on the first day and bat till lunchtime on the second, and we'd be looking at a very different kind of game. We might be looking at a different kind of game if Joe Root had clung on to Hodge when he was on 16.
Yeah.
All of that said, though, don't forget the West Indies dropped a couple of catches. Can you still hear me now?
No. Well, a little bit.
I can hear you. Well, I can hear you not through my headphones.
Okay, well, either way, yes, through brilliant play by the 2 West Indians and some sloppy fielding both sides, the game could not be better set up. Different set of challenges for England's bowlers. The ball apparently swung less than it has for 20 years in the opening overs of Trent Bridge Test. But there's an obvious reason why that might be the case.
Well, so did it swing less than on the 22 yards of rolled snot of 2014 when Jimmy Anderson got 81? That was and I think if I remember rightly, Bhuvi Kumar and Mohammed Shami shared 100 partnership for the ninth wicket, I think, for India. And it was a terrible game.
It was
terrible
a horrible
game.
test. That was.
I think I went to the first day of that. Murali Vijay was batting, and John Lewis was bowling. That takes you back, doesn't it?
Christ.
But yeah, I don't know. I've been a little bit disappointed what I've seen of well, certainly what I saw of the first test. I mean, West Indies came in massively undercooked. They played basically a second 11 of county players before being, subjected to Jimmy Anderson on his final appearance. And I just felt the whole test was a bit overshadowed by Jimmy. Did you feel that?
It was, but it had been orchestrated that way, and it got his farewell. Most touring sides, though, I would contend, would struggle without practice. India, don't forget, are notoriously slow starters when they come over here.
Yep.
If you have to go to Lord's in very overcast conditions, and when it's not particularly warm, most teams would arrive there, look up and go, we're going to bowl first. And it was...
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt. Tony, we can't hear you at all. Almost.
Sorry, well, I'll take up the cudgel from Tony on the basis that we can't hear him for some reason. The Bear's going to try and sort that out. Messi, I think everyone can hear you. So it's just you and me for the time being while those things are sorted out. What did you feel about that? Did you feel that I mean, I know people will say it's the way things are these days because there are so many of these franchise leagues taking up so much time. But, now that they've got accustomed to the conditions a little bit, they've got a better pitch and better conditions to bat in here, the West Indies, they've done a good job. And I feel like, in a way, that the spectators at Lord's were shortchanged.
I think, to a certain extent, that is correct. There's any number of things. I think the lack of preparation in English conditions is always an issue for touring teams. But I also think England were underprepared as well. I think they were fortunate in the circumstances not to be facing a really strong test side there. I do tend to agree that Test cricket sort of gets shoehorned in between everything else these days rather than being the main attraction, and I think that's very unhealthy in the end.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, because this Test match has been very entertaining. As I say, I think England forced the issue too much on day one, and so they could have probably batted till lunch yesterday and got 500 plus, which would that's an extra bit of scoreboard pressure on West Indies. And of course you've got to remember that West Indies came in to that Test at Lord's not only with difficult overhead conditions and a lack of preparation, but a top five where I think four of the batsmen had only 9 Test caps between them, so very inexperienced in English conditions. And so you didn't get the spectacle that you wanted, and in a way, I suppose the whole Jimmy Anderson farrago kind of made up for that a little bit. Anyway, the teams are out. It's a cloudyish day at Trent Bridge. It should be a little bit cooler, about 23 we think it's going up to today. And Chris Wokes is going to open the bowling.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour, not Ben Stokes, but he'll have to do.
Jason Holder. Jason
Lovely couple of jingles. He's going to be coming in from the Radcliffe Road end. I do love Trent Bridge. Beautiful ground, it really is. It's not some horrible concrete bowl he gets so many of. Wokes in, 3 slips, bowls to Holder, is onto the front foot and pushes square on the offside, fielded by Pope. And there is no run. I haven't said that for a while. No. There is no run. I may have said it to myself while sitting on my own sofa. but I've not said it to the wider world.
It has to say on a WhatsApp group, look like you were itching to get in here. You've been commenting a lot about cricket.
I've been well, basically, I spent all when the election was called. I was really relieved because I wasn't working. I haven't been working, unable to work for the last 3 months either. But I did spend a lot of time reading articles on my phone, which is not healthy. Wokes in bowls, and that just dies a little bit just outside off stump, and Holder is sort of quickly marking out his guard. He almost forgot that there was a ball being bowled at him there.
It's a new ball as well.
It's the new ball. I wondered about the new ball.
It was 1 over on it last night. Crikey,
we did get 1 over.
I now sound like I'm in a bathroom. I don't know how I sound to
That's
the
all
rest.
right. No, you sound good
No,
to
you
me.
sound
Good to me.
Hello.
No, you sounded.
You're still there.
You sounded beautiful, darling.
You're very loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. 23 not out, Jason Holder. It's a bit of strange innings, this one. Wokes in again. Oh, that's a good ball. Straightens a little bit on him from middle and leg, and just a hint of a leading edge as he pushes it back down the wicket to the bowler. And there is no run. So West Indies 351 for 5. The trail by 65. They'll be looking to push on. And of course, if it stays cloudy, it may not be that easy for England when they come to bat a second time, especially if they've got a bit of scoreboard pressure against them. Wokes goes a little bit wider, and Holder overemphasises his defensive shot there. It's almost crab-like. It's strange, crab-like for such a tall man, but defends it into the offside. There is no run.
Not quite Curtly Ambrose style of defence, wasn't it? Ambrose who sort of put the bat under his arm.
Oh yes. Talking of crab-like, I discovered something quite amazing about crabs the other night.
You don't want them.
I'll tell you about it in a minute. We're just seeing Mark Wood. He's got strapping all down his leg, and this was just before the start of play. Let's come back, hit him on the back pad, I think. And the bear was very excited. It was.
I suppose he's quite tall.
He's tall. Might have been an inside edge. I don't know.
Might have been.
Might have to see that again. I wasn't. When I saw the dismissal of Hodge yesterday, I thought the first time I saw it, I thought that's out. Then when I saw the replay, I thought it could be a bit high. But then he is quite a small man.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it's hit the back pad, hasn't it? Oh, not the back pad, the back leg. His leg is higher than the stumps, isn't it?
Do you think? I think it's about level with the bails.
So probably still going up.
Yeah, but it's quite deep in the crease as well. So
Yeah.
it could be going up.
Wokes to complete the over. It's a half volley, and it's beautifully played by Holder. He'll appreciate that gift. Put away through mid-off for the first runs of the morning, and it's a 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Do we now say it's time for your X's?
Well, we don't get many X's actually.
No, I noticed that.
It's mainly I don't know what you call a YouTube message. A tuber. Tubby the tuber. Which is no reflection on the first one I'm going to read. Mutley. Woof, Hendo.
Yay.
So good to see you, morning primates. I've managed to pull myself out of bed just in time for the start to play Love and Sausages. Pirate Badshaw, morning old salts and sea dogs. All hail the great Hendo. Fluffy, it's just the way it is, but don't you believe them? I'm not quite sure what that means, but okay. Shamil Boo, morning guys, hopefully you have a next exciting day today. Did I say to you from yesterday Windies will win? Yes, I think you did. Watch and see, talented team, trust me, they do look promising.
Well, yeah.
What a triumph for the island of Dominica yesterday was. Fantastic, great to watch.
Gus Atkinson is going to take up the attack from the newly named Stuart Broadend. We'll jingle him up in a minute. He's a bit. Here he comes. Bowls to. Josh De Silva, and it loops up off the shoulder of the bat, and it seemed that it would surely drop into someone's hands, but actually, it's fallen safely just in front of Ben Duckett.
Oh, sure. Jingles.
Yep.
Gus Atkinson, he's not one to complain. He hopes he's not like Joffre, breaking down after every game.
And
Someone's bowling loose now.
Here he is again, just the 2 slips down the leg side. Well taken by Jamie Smith, diving away to his left. De Silva was trying to help on his way, couldn't make contact.
what do you rank to Jamie Smith? I think he's pretty good actually. Yet to be tested standing up, really.
Oh, do you mean as a wicketkeeper?
Yeah.
He's done all right. I mean, I haven't seen any errors from him, but suppose I'm more concerned about his batting. I know everyone's talking about how great he is. I'm not. Let's just say I'm not convinced yet. And it's early in his Test career. Atkinson in again, bowls onto the back foot goes. De Silva just drops it down into the offside. I was looking him up the other day because he's yet another Surrey wicketkeeper who hails from Epsom. And there are a couple on the circuit. There's another one. I think there's one at Warwickshire. I forgot.
Well, doesn't
Is it
Ben
Bennett?
Folkes? Ben Folkes does, doesn't
Ben
he?
Folkes isn't from Epsom, but
Oh, I thought he was.
Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns are both from Epsom, born in Epsom. And there was another one, but I can't remember who it was. I know they're not all
Wicket keepers are like football referees. They only get talked about if they've done something wrong.
This is true. In comes Atkinson again, bowls, and this time it's wide of the off stump and left alone by De Silva, who played pretty well last night. When it could have been tricky, having lost their big scorers. And De Silva came in and was very proactive. And
well,
picked
England
up
were
his
very
singles.
tired. I mean, of all the complaints that we had about England getting only to 416, I mean, I think West Indies did it last night. The ball was old. Even though they were wickets down, they tried to keep the score pushing along. And that's what England had to do, but they just fucked it up.
Well, they didn't. I mean, they tried to play too many shots, as they will do in the style that they play. This is just angled down into the gully by De Silva. There is again no run. Oh yes, back to crabs. I was listening to our old friend Mark Steele the other night. Mark Steele, comedian. He does a thing where he goes
In town. Excellent. Oh,
and
I love it.
he went to
Yeah.
Margate,
Yeah.
and he discovered that there was a crab museum, which any self-respecting seaside town should have. But he had a couple of experts from the crab museum. In comes Atkinson to bowl, 2 slips. Oh, now I thought he was going to wrap him on the pad there, but rather uneasily De Silva gets onto the front foot and plays it into the offside. There is no run. Still, oh no, that is the end of the over. 355 for 5. Apparently, crabs poo through their chests.
Ooh.
And they wee through their eyes. I know. There you go. Things you
I
didn't
suppose
know.
it doesn't really matter when you're in water, but
Things you didn't know before you tuned into Gorilla
Well, that's
Cricket
good to
today.
know. I expect you have to shell out a fair bit to get into that
Hey.
museum. Right. Vinya Rao 815. Good morning, guys. Love you all. That's very kind morning, says Leah. The Golden Girls, says O'Neill Harris, and then sends us a bunch of love hearts. So there we go.
They
Morning
were
all, says
mentioned
Ben
the other day.
McCornack. Rich Turner, our friend Rich Turner Music. Good morning and welcome back, dear Hendo.
Thank you.
Fluffy spider crab may be. Yes, Hendo. Tell us your crab stories, says Leah.
You've heard it. You heard it here first. Lovely on drive. Brilliantly fielded, though, by Shoaib, isn't it? At mid-on, showing great athleticism to get across and field that. And Holder will probably feel a bit sore that he didn't get 4 runs for that, because he connected very nicely indeed. Good timing. He remains on 27. I think... Oh, I know that Mark Wood doesn't really like to bowl with a very new ball, does he? But I would have thought that Mark Wood was the man to get on, because he can't be as unlucky as he was yesterday.
well, looking like he's strapping, he might not last long.
Well, true. Onto the back foot goes Holder to the next delivery, pushes out into the offside, is applauded by a gum-chewing Ben Stokes, and there is no run. 355 for 5. More tubes.
Absolutely. Fluffy, my recent crab learning is that if a crab is born with 2 heads, then each head will fight the other for food.
Oh my word!
John Humphreys, hey guys, I told you yesterday 480 is on the cards. Well, yeah, it could be.
Oh, mate, John.
Oh, he's
lost.
he's. Now's he edged that behind. I think he has. Jamie Smith has thrown that into the air, and Jason Holder has turned and walked back to the pavilion. And I was about to say, maybe they should have got Mark Wood on first thing this
Can't
morning.
say he hadn't led a charmed life.
Well,
can he?
true.
Yeah.
And Wokes has got his second wicket.
The crowd says, you're out.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of wobble to him. Looked straight back. And it was the simplest of catches for Jamie Smith.
Very straightforward catch, wasn't it? Which is, wicket keepers will be very happy about. And so England have the breakthrough this morning in the 3rd over. And Holder added just 4 to his overnight 23. West Indies 355 for 6. More tubes.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out the question here. It's Naman Sutar. He says, question, if West Indies declare their innings on middle of day 4 and England plays Bazball cricket and they manage to score 200 lead, till the first session of day 5, will Stoke still declare their innings for a result? Getting slightly ahead of yourself there. We're only on day 3, so
with 1 wicket down,
with England needing to bat again, and
England in the
yeah.
hunt. I got an under there, which
So
is always
Noman,
handy.
well, think about that one, Noman, and I suggest we revisit it this afternoon when we've got a sense of where this West Indies innings is going. Fluffy, my recent crab. Oh, I've read that one, didn't I? About crabs and food. Delightful, says Fluffy. Mudley. So if crabs piss through their eyes, is Ricky Ponting a crab? Mr. Handjob says, holy fucking fuck, it's fucking Hendo.
It fucking is. Kevin Sinclair has come to the wicket.
Look what I found.
You found a Kevin Sinclair jingle?
Ma'am, somebody's at the door.
Oh, yeah.
We used to have loads of jingles for that, didn't
Ma'am, somebody's at the door, I said.
we? Yep, somebody's
Yeah,
at the
what
door.
was the other one we had about? Someone's knocking at the door, the Paul McCartney song. Wokes in, bowls to Sinclair, who goes comfortably onto the back foot and plays it square on the offside. At backward point is Ben Duckett.
Dave Edmonds, surely. I hear you knocking. But you
I
can't
hear you
come in.
knocking.
We had all of them. We have this guy.
Kevin Sinclair, loves you here and there and everywhere. His morning antics are beyond compare. He is Kevin Sinclair.
Knock knock, who's there? Could this be love that's calling?
Knock 3 times on
the
my
ceiling,
window.
if that was on the
On
ceiling.
Oh, that's right. That'd be quite. How do you do that? Defended by Sinclair into the onside this time. There is no run.
Well, I think in that particular instance,
There
singer of the song was in the downstairs apartment, and the required knockerer
Yes.
was in the upstairs apartment, so they just had to bash on their floor,
But
basically.
there's nothing above us here, is there? So no one.
No.
Somebody couldn't knock on the.
Well,
I suppose you could knock on the ceiling from beneath.
Well, they do.
yeah, they do. Yeah.
Oh, do
When
they?
we met, particularly during Ashes series during the night.
Yes, true. Pulled well by Sinclair. There is a man at deep mid wicket moving round to his left, so they'll only get the 1. And at the end of that over, a successful one from Chris Wokes. West Indies are 356 for 6.
Welcome back to you from Brian in Brisbane as well, Hendo. Morning all.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the ageless sage Hendo.
Hindu?
Ageless sage Hindu.
Changed
Hendo.
my religion.
Looking forward to his insights and rants. There you go. And our friend, whose name I try desperately but always fail, Nafunk Techtab, just says good morning all. Well, good morning to you. And sorry, I mangle your name every time I try and read it.
Okay, well, it looks like Sinclair's going to have to take guard at the other end, having got that single off the final ball. Gus Atkinson, been a bit expensive, but why has Atkinson only bowled 17.5 overs? Did he bowl 0.5 of an over?
Yes.
Super chat.
Atkinson in, bowls to Sinclair. Sinclair's in behind it, defends it proficiently up to mid-off. There is no run.
Yes, Mr. Handjob again, who is very active this morning.
He's not disinterested.
No, he seems
very
highly engaged here.
Well, he looks like he'd be interested in that hand job
For
after
20,
that one.
well, 20 Aussie dollars for some hot Nigel on Nigel action. And Tony.
Oh,
Well, thanks. I'm the and, am I? I'm the back end of the Nigel on Nigel train.
Oh, jeez, no.
if I was forced into a threesome with a Tony Bishop, you wouldn't be the one. You wouldn't be the Tony Bishop.
Well, thanks for that.
I choose. This is onto the back foot, and it's gone off an outside edge, half stopped by Ollie Pope. Is it, or is that Brook? No, it's Brook at third slip, but they will still get through for a single as it runs away behind him. Root followed up to do the fielding. I think I may have mentioned this about Gus Atkinson when he's played not Test cricket but one-day cricket for England. That there's something of the Velociraptor about him, isn't there? A bit of the Morny Morkles, yeah. Which I wonder whether he picked that up from the time that Morkel was at Surrey, when he would of course been coming through. Josta Silva goes onto the back foot now, defends.
People often imitate what they see works, don't they?
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Is it Morny Morkel who'd always he'd do sort of create the crop circles at the end of his run, because he'd always
Yes.
he'd always do sort of a full 360 degrees before he
Yes.
started running.
Indeed.
Groundsman
indeed.
must have loved him. He'd ended up, by the end of the day, he'd be sort of running out of a hole that he'd made for himself just by constantly going round in circles.
One imagines that Kevin Sinclair, who has a best in first-class cricket of 165 not out, bats higher than 8 in domestic cricket. Onto the back foot goes De Silva. As Atkinson bowls again, pushed into the offside. Stokes fields. And there is no run. West Indies 357 for 6. And of course, this is the man with the backflip, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was tremendous. When he got wickets in the...
We made 50 in his
England
first
innings.
test.
Oh, did he? Who was that against?
Well, that was just
Australia,
in
Brisbane.
Brisbane. He made
Brisbane,
50 in the first innings there.
Well, he can bat, obviously. Whether he will today, with much success, we'll wait to see. 2 slips waiting, and De Silva is a little bit uneasy this morning. Just defends that out into the onside as the ball angled into him.
And he went on 2 A series tours in Bangladesh and South Africa. He took 25 wickets at 25, but he averaged 46 with the bat in those,
Wow.
which suggests he can play spin as well. Not so helpful today, maybe.
Well, we might see a bit of Shoaib if England don't get more wickets rapidly. There's a change in the field. 2 slips of Gully, who seems a bit further forward than he might. So backward point, squarish cover, mid-off, in, bowls to De Silva. And I think that's his first run of the morning as he pushes it away through square leg, thinking about a second, but Pope ensures that they don't as he comes off the boundary edge. And that is the end of the over. 358 for 6.
Davy Pat, hi all, just a brief visit today. Busy. Hate work. Oh, sorry about that, Davy, but stay as long as you can. Play the fucking super chat jingle. Damn your eyes. Oh, yes, we did, Mr. Handjob. Yes, we did. Paul Higginbottom, greetings from Bangkok. Just managed to sync my video feed with Guerrilla Cricket Commentary. Perfect. Delighted you are here. Kitwana Tektab says, considering how well the West Indies is doing now, what happened to them in the first test, do you think? Well, I think that's a simple answer. They got ambushed by
Being massively underprepared.
a cloudy Lords and a lack of prep. But the lack of prep, had they arrived at Trent Bridge, wouldn't have been so damaging. But Lords on a cloudy day with a heavy oppressive atmosphere is very, very hard to bat.
Woke starts his 21st over, and that's a slightly risky shot from De Silva. It was quite full, but he really played quite across that. But fortunately for him, met
It was only 78 miles an hour.
well enough. He's going to get a single out to deep mid-wicket.
Wokes has looked really kind of ineffectual this series so far, it has to be said.
Well, I mean, talking about underprepared, I mean, he's hardly played, has he?
Yeah, and it shows.
Yeah. I think it was his father who died, and he had quite a bit of time off.
4 months off.
Yeah. So,
Which is fair enough, but then I don't know. I mean, we were having this chat yesterday. I mean, if that's the case and you're easing new players into the side and you only want one experienced bowler, Anderson should have played the series and Woke should have just been ramping it up.
true. This is left alone outside the off stump. It's again 79 miles an hour. Well, he's now taken 3 wickets in the series, 2 for 65 in this innings. So maybe he's just beginning to.
It's his
Find
speed
his
so
range.
far down though. You know, last time when he came into the Ashes, he was probably 85, 86, and he had real zip about it off the pitch. Doesn't look anything like that. And it's a year later, but as you say, no prep, not much, and he's clearly a rhythm bowler,
Yeah.
and it's not quite in sync.
Here he is again. Bowls outside the off stump, and a flashing blade is thrown at that by Sinclair. Pretty much a
This is where you sense
calypso he shot, but couldn't get it through the infield.
we sort of sense here one more wicket and suddenly the alarm bells will go off and it could fall over very quickly for the West Indies.
It could.
Frustration could set in. Only 50. It could not be more intriguingly balanced, really.
Well, that's
No.
only a one innings test essentially, isn't it? Either way.
I do enjoy watching Alzari Joseph back, because he likes to come in and give it a bit of a go, doesn't he? And if he comes off, he could pick up 20 or 30 quick runs. The next ball is straight and full and defended by Sinclair. Back to Wokes.
Yeah, Moti was pretty solid as well, but he's now out. So who comes in after Alzari Shepherd? It's only Shamar, Joseph, and
Shamar and Seals. Is
yeah,
it Seals or
Alzari
Sales?
Joseph, isn't it? Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals. Jaden Nigel Seals. I think
Nigel
it was.
Tristan Seals, the former Conservative MP for Hove.
Oh, I don't remember him.
No, that's
Well,
just what
he
he
was
sounds
clearly
like.
a twat because he's a fucking Tory, but you know.
Wokes in to Sinclair, short, and throws the bat at that. It doesn't really time it, but it still goes through for the single, and the throw comes in from Pope, who was prone, and might not have been that far away. Sinclair had to sort of grapple for his ground, and It's a very, very fine piece of work to have taken that cleanly at full.
Oh, he'd have been.
Oh, he'd have been out by an absolute mile.
I should get on a run out.
That really. how's your gambling been going this
No,
series?
very well actually.
Not very well.
No, it's been fine. It's been up and down. The account's at 300, which is good. It started at 30 2.5 years ago, so
Oh, it's not bad. Wokes in again, bowls, and De Silva, who gets that front foot across and makes himself a candidate for LBW, but does manage to get bat on it, pushes into the onside. There is no run. 360 for 6. Sinclair 3, De Silva 34. Tony?
Yes, Carl Saberton says, morning, when will we get our first ChatGPT generated jingle? I'm pretty sure it's all natural talent of our jinglers, but I'd have to let them answer that. Tory Twat played for Surrey in the 50s, says Fluffy. Okay. Nick Vickers, hi everyone. Wow, this is a classic Gorilla Towers lineup and it's already taken a wicket. Welcome back, Hendo.
Thank you.
Naaman Suthar, guys, what do you think does WTC irrelevant for Stokes? Because he doesn't care about this and he always gives more. Oh, whether the World Test Championship important than the Ashes. I agree the Ashes is important to England and Australia.
Oh, Atkinson bowls. I don't know, about a foot outside off stump, and Sinclair has a little
waft.
Dab at that one and is beaten by it.
Well, when it comes to the World Test Championship, I don't think England don't care. I think we seem to have started the last two rounds at least against India and Australia, been on the back foot from the start. Plus, I mean, if you're going to have points deductions for slow over rates, I mean, I think Australia ended up with 18 points.
That's what we're bottom, aren't we? On the basis.
Yeah, on the basis of we lost about
all of our points being docked.
Well, pretty much. Yeah, I think we got about 18 points for the Ashes.
Atkinson brings this one back into Sinclair. It's a little bit late on it, but gets a thick inside edge into the onside, fielded.
And I think
there's just a single.
We should have had. We got 70 points. We get 30 points for a win and 10 points for draw, or something like that. So we had 70. We should have had 70 points after the Ashes, and we ended up with 18. So that's how much of it got taken away from us.
When is the next World Test Championship?
Well, it's 2 years' time, isn't it?
So that'll be next
26.
summer.
26.
No, we had one last year.
Oh, it was last
year.
Well,
our friend Naaman, by the way, points out that he is from India. So I think it's a really interesting question, actually, and I've got a point of view which I'll hold for a minute.
Atkinson in bowl, short, pulled by De Silva. Good control of that one, but there are two men out on the boundary, one at long leg, one at deep square, and Ollie Pope feels just another single, 362 for 6.
And I'm prepared to admit it's possibly my generation that makes me feel the way I feel about what I'm about to say, is I think that the final showpiece is fantastic, and as both the finals have been terrific occasions. How the teams actually got there, I genuinely have no idea, nor frankly don't care too much.
Exactly. I think if you were going to do a proper World Cup,
onto the back foot again, played out into the offside by Sinclair. There is no run.
I'm selling my idea again. You'd have the whole fucking summer in one country, whether it be Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere, it doesn't matter. You'd have the top 8 teams there, and you would play one round a month, essentially, which would be 2 or probably 2 tests for the early series. I mean, the problem is you got obviously with Test cricket it's draws, but it doesn't really happen these days. Maybe you could have super overs, or you could, or for a test you could come down to T20, something like that, with the same player, so you couldn't obviously get your T20 specialists in.
A beer match. Onto the front foot goes Atkinson, defends into the offside. There is no run.
But I mean, if you had it that way, I mean, you got 30 days in a, let's call it 30 days in a month. I mean, if they played 2 tests a month, that wouldn't be that bad, would it, over the course of the summer? You could stagger them so that lots of games weren't played over the top of each other.
Yeah, the issue is conflicting seasons, and you'd be asking, for example,
well, if you
who
want
plays
to make
the same as us in terms of season?
No one.
Well, that's true. But then
we're in everyone else's window pretty much.
Does everyone want to play Test World Championship in England the whole time?
Yes.
Sinclair throws his hands at that one, and Harry Brook again in the gully.
A good pair of hands.
Just clutches that above his head, and Sinclair, who was rather too loose for my liking, has gone. West Indies 362 for 7.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I mean, I think Harry Brook is a brilliant fielder. I mean, not just he's taken great catches at gully and slip, but in the World T20 he took some phenomenal deep catches, didn't he? I think against India, diving forward at long on, absolutely brilliant. He
took another earlier on in this innings, didn't he? Take one running back and looking over his shoulder and took it exceedingly well.
Yeah. But he's a tremendous fielder as well as a wonderful batsman to watch. I wish he'd just stay out there a bit longer though, because well, he was on for a big score on the first day, wasn't he? I mean, that shot he played off the back foot over third man was absolutely phenomenal.
He's got such quick hands, hasn't he?
Oh, amazing.
The only thing you'd say here for the West Indies is because they would have clearly wanted they want a decent first innings lead. That's compromised now by 2 early wickets, but it is muggier today. There is a little bit more cloud. The ball is doing a bit more, and their bowlers are also going to be looking at this, going, "Well, we're not going to be flogging away on a thankless track. We're going to little bit more help than we would have had we been bowling yesterday." Remember, they won the toss.
Yeah, actually, I mean, they did bowl very poorly on day one, in my opinion. Which is why I was kind of a bit annoyed about England's batting. Alzari Joseph has come to the wicket.
Oh, he's a fun one.
A best of 86. It's 250s, although the average is only 12.5. But if he does manage to connect, it goes a long way.
Probably won't see too many forward defensives.
Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, I thought West Indies bowled really poorly,
Joseph.
but still managed to bowl England out in a day. In to De Silva. That must have been the last ball of Atkinson's over, and Wokes takes up the attack once more. Defended, kept a little bit low, if anything, that one. So Atkinson has been bowling a pretty steady line, outside off stump, and I mean, he looked like he was going to go that way, Sinclair, because as the Bear mentioned, that shot he didn't move his feet. He doesn't and hadn't moved his feet in any of those shots that he'd played outside.
Well, that's a modern way. You look at. I mean, this is why when you look at Root, you look so technically correct.
In again, tempting De Silva outside the off stump, perhaps, but he won't go after that. It's left alone through to Jamie Smith.
I mean, even Harry Brook doesn't really get his foot across. I mean, Root is, and maybe Brathwaite are the players in either side who actually bat with some sort of modicum of ancient technique.
Ancient technique. The one that worries me more than anything is Ollie Pope. I know he's got 100 in this match.
Scratchy fucking.
It was a horrible 100. It was one of the worst 100s I've seen. Wokes in again, bowls, and De Silva, who is standing tall, even though he's not a particularly tall man, out there at the moment. He's added 3 to his overnight 32. 35 not out, and it's 362 for 7. So we look at Harry Brook taking that steepling catch
with the sun in his eyes, and that was a terrifically judged catch. How many of those do you see go down when you're running back and sideways and looking over your shoulder?
He hasn't got any scores yet, Louis, has he? But he looks technically quite proficient. This has turned into the onside. They'll take a single. Talking about technique, I think he looks quite good. He's the first player from St Kitts the West Indies have had, isn't he?
He was the 8th smallest country in the world.
It is kind of, when you think of how it was always dominated by Barbados and Jamaica, to a certain extent Trinidad, definitely more islands contributing. I wouldn't be able to say whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, really, because Barbados and Jamaica were certainly at one point incredibly strong. Antigua as well, of course. Wokes in again, bowls right on the pads of Joseph, and Joseph plays that really nicely. It's being pursued away through mid wicket by Bashir, but he's not going to get to it. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So I think that's only the second boundary of the day. But, it was
very
nicely
very
played.
stylish one.
It was very stylish.
Full ball on the pads, though. He can bat.
He can bat.
He's very effective in T20s, isn't he?
Yeah, he's one of those lower order. I don't think he's quite as
can you get me one?
cultured as someone like
Lovely.
Michael
Thank
Holding
you.
was as a batsman. He's going to get another run here as it comes off a thick inside edge, but runs quite quickly down to Mark Wood, who's on the long leg boundary. That is the end of the over. 368 for 7. The trail by 48 now.
I'll do a little X catch up. Warren says,
Jump out.
Yep.
Time for change.
Gorilla Cricket, Hendo has a golden voice. Wasn't that a line from a Leonard Cohen song?
Could do.
It was from the Tower of Song. It was the Tower of Song. I was born like this, I had no choice. I was born with the gift of a golden voice. And I think it goes on something like, and 27 angels from the great beyond, they tied me to this table right here in the Tower of Song.
Oh,
there you go. Messrs, if it is you, there's plenty of catching up to do on X, because I have rather ignored it, apart from that last one. So I'm going to leave everything in your capable hands.
Nice. And I'm joined by Grubby
Thanks, Lenny.
for the first time this test. All right, mate.
Hi everyone. How's it going?
Hey,
Hey, good.
Hey, Messrs, you okay?
Excellent, thank you.
Good.
Start to the morning for England.
Yeah, we've got a good game on our hands,
We have.
which is great. It's a very different test from Lords. Lords is almost too one-sided, really. Bit too easy
Yeah,
for
it was.
England. Much more of a test here. Bit more overcast today, so more favourable bowling conditions. And I'm expecting England to mop up the West Indies
I'm
tail. But it's
hoping
going to be
so.
close either way, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it could only be a lead of like 10, 12 runs in the end. And,
Yeah.
you know, it'll be as I said, it's going to be a one-innings game. I think England will fancy themselves in that. The pitch should deteriorate. Should be, if they can bat today, getting into the, I don't know. Yeah. Edged to backward point along the ground. Soft hands by Joseph and Duckett Field. Obviously his fiancée has not sprogged yet.
No.
But as I said, she's probably just down the road in the John Radcliffe, isn't she? So.
In the old John Radcliffe.
Yeah. So I mean, they're in Nottingham anyway. He plays for Nottingham, so presumably she's just down the road. Quick cab down there, quick sprog, back for the afternoon.
Lovely, you make it sound so easy.
Yeah. 368 for 7. Here comes Gus Atkinson bowling to Joseph, who leads that through to the keeper, and there's no run. Now you must know the importance of trying to get a lead here. I mean, obviously they want a big lead, but they're not going to get it, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, I think on balance you'd still have to make England favourites. We know the West Indies lineup is fairly callow in test terms, particularly the batting, and they're going to have to bat last on this pitch when traditionally you'd expect the Trent Bridge pitch to break up a bit in the fourth and fifth days.
The bookies have England at 7-2 on.
Yeah, well there you go.
Wow.
The wind is at 4-1. That's just dropped into the leg side. I'll get through for a single. I've had 2 unders this morning, successful. I'm
Well done.
still carrying on the third, which is a bit skinny.
By the way, Harry Brooks' catch there, again demonstrating what a fine catcher of a cricket ball he is. I'm touching wood as I say this, but I can't really remember anything remotely catchable that he's shelled or looked like
No.
dropping. Very safe catcher.
And one out.
Gary Naylor, in fact.
Yeah.
Never dropped a catch,
Never.
apparently.
Yeah. Never dropped a catch. What's that smell?
I think the thing to do is to forget all the catches you've dropped, and that way you never remember.
Yeah, no, I've never dropped a catch either. Although Tony will attest, his son knows very well that I did. Now that's a decent ball from Atkinson. Spat off the pitch a little bit, beat the outside edge of Josh De Silva. And there is no run.
Have we had an update on Woody this morning? Because he obviously tweaked something or got a bit of cramp last evening.
Well, what we saw was his heavily strapped leg. I don't think he'll be playing the next test for certain. And whether he can actually bowl with it.
He had a really unfortunate day all round yesterday, didn't he?
Mate, he was the unluckiest fucker going.
I mean,
Unbelievable.
the first over was the first over and the first 2 overs were the quickest ever bowled by an England bowler overall. Incredible.
Atkinson in.
And
Another
he
one
must
that
have
turns, beats the outside edge, goes off the seam. Well, this might worry England a little bit, although there will be a head, and you know the pitch is still good for batting. It's a true surface. The outfield is always at Trent Bridges, reasonably short boundaries and lightning quick. That's a great delivery. It's a bit unlucky.
The last 2 have been excellent, haven't they? Like leg breaks.
Yeah. De Silva's 36 or 54. He's batted pretty competently, it has to be said. Atkinson in again. That one's a little bit wider and just leaves that through to the keeper. And there's no run in the 92nd. 369 for 7 over to you, Messi.
I'm not sure where Tony got to. Nick Vickers said, "Hi everyone. Wow, that's a classic Gorilla Towers lineup, and it's already taken a wicket, 2 wickets in the end. Welcome back, Hendo." Yeah, it feels like things are as they should be again with the 3 of you opening rather than having a second-class Hendo on board. Muttley says, "I've done AI-generated music as a piss take, but I wouldn't submit it them as jingles.
Oh, come on. Who's that?
Muttley.
Oh, come on, Muttley. Make some lyrics up and get fucking AI to generate us a jingle. I just want to see what it sounds like.
How much is that Muttley in the window?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be about Muttley. It'd be about some player.
Make it about Bear.
An AI-generated bear jingle.
Yeah.
I do think what that would turn out like. Wokes is in onto the hip of Joseph, who just turns it around the corner.
Bear on the stair, right bear.
Where?
My boy Bertie, I nearly brought him with me today actually, because he's sort of spending a bit of time on his own at home. But anyway, he didn't come in the end, as you can see. But I did say, did you have a message for you and Hendo, Bear? And he says, Bear, stop with the language.
Oh.
And Hendo, hi. Simple.
Is he likely to be listening now?
No. If I'm honest, he's not.
In that case, I'm surprised he didn't say "fuck off" there.
Yeah, well, exactly. that would have been the perfect retort. Wokes is in. Ooh, prodded out again by the Silver. Beats his outside edge through to the keeper. No run. Getting tested a bit on that outside edge is Josh.
What did you think of the incident last night with 1 over to go when Josh Silver decided to change his gloves when he was at the non-striker's end?
Wow.
Stuart Broad was going nuts in the Sky commentary box. Yeah, quite rightly so actually. I think there was probably a bit of chirp out there.
Yeah, probably rightly so. Exactly that. West Indies have done really well in this test after the first test shambles, and at the end of a long day, I'm just not sure England would have been that fussed about that either. Tries to come down the track at Wokes to negate the ball that's going away from him off the seam, and he can't, and it beats his outside edge once again, this time quite comfortably, and it's through to the keeper. No run.
By about a foot.
He's a muscular lad, isn't he, De Silva?
He is.
He looks like a sort of light heavyweight boxer to me. And
no longer uses Woodstock though.
Hey?
No longer uses Woodstock, I noticed.
Oh.
He's gone up in the world.
He's
no.
got a grey neck. Well, his worst bat, but probably pays more.
Yeah.
That time wasting thing, though, the players will do whatever the umpires let them get away with, and that's where they're.
Oh, fucking hell! He's been beaten on the outside edge again, prodding forward, goes off the seam.
Too good.
Suddenly the ball's doing too much. And it's done nothing.
But interestingly, Messers, just to come back on that point, I don't think it was necessary, because I think they were already in position for the final over, so the final over was going to be bowled regardless.
Yeah.
It just felt like a little bit of unnecessary shithousery, but whatever.
Wokes can't believe that he's not getting an outside edge here. Doing too much, mate. Doing too much. I bet if he starts at a little bit more leg side, it'll do nothing.
Yeah, and then it'll be clipped off the ball.
Here we go, Wokes. Oh, no, it's outside the off stump. Rising, but too wide this time. Left alone through to the keeper, no run. Good little spell this for England, keeping the runs down.
It's almost like we don't want to bat too soon. I'd say you want to sort of dry up the runs, take the wickets slowly, and maybe go after lunch.
Presumably, I don't think you want to wait. If we go till after lunch, they'll be ahead of us.
Any sense of slowing the game down is not going to happen with this team. Certainly not deliberately. Woody's on the pitch, by the way.
Yeah, I think he's going to bowl. I don't know how much he'll bowl. Oh, flashed out again, driven at by De Silva, beaten out on the outside edge again, slaps the back of his bat. There is no run. 93 overs done, 370%. Over to you, Messi.
Mog says, I'll send you the AI thing I sent you before, Bear.
I'd like to know how many times Mog has written in to say, I've already fucking sent it, or words to that effect.
Quite a few. Can you send it under the heading AI generated jingle, and then I'll know. And then I'll give it a quick airing. I noticed that Karim Amin. Are you joking? Are you guys cursing while on air? Yeah, we do. This is the internet. Way, we love the internet. There's no bloody Ofcom.
Like the Wild West.
It is.
Yep. Martley says, if the other jingler extraordinaire doesn't object, I might send it in. And Mog says, yes, the more the merrier, Matt.
Gus Atkinson starts the next over, and again it's wide, and Aljo Joseph decides to play. I think West Indies have decided they definitely want to lead. They're going to sit in. They're not going to try and be too aggressive. They're going to work their way up to and beyond England in a sensible manner, it feels.
Yeah, proper test batting.
That can go either way though, can't it? You can get a really good nut and you've gone nowhere and you get out, and you only got 3 wickets left to play with. And Alzari Joseph's natural instincts, I imagine, would be to try and smear.
You probably want to try and score because you're going to get out sooner or later.
Well, exactly. Although this is a very flat wicket, That's defended out into the covers and no run. And Stokes is always trying to G up the crowd already. They probably had a few beers already down in Trent Bridge.
Lovely ground, my favourite.
Yeah.
Love Trent Bridge. My friend Phil is there with Kev and Steve, I believe. I think they'll be on the Stowford Press today.
I remember sitting up at the top of the stand actually after
Yes.
the game had finished at the end of the World Cup game we did there, and Barry was at West Indies game, so Barry had to do all his bloody media shit afterwards. Which moment to it's gone straight up in the air. Someone going to catch it? No! Oh my God, I can't believe it. Alzara Jokers really got away with that. Tried to work it into the leg side. It's just gone straight up, halfway between the bowler and Stokes, who's at cover, who raced in, couldn't quite get his hand underneath it. It looks like he might have dragged a fingernail along the ground, and he's really got away with that.
It was in the air for an eternity, this ball, and Stokes rushing in from cover, couldn't quite get there. It just sort of yorked him, and he could easily could have broken a finger there.
Well, he did get a hand underneath it, but
he did.
He couldn't do any more than that.
You got to call it a drop.
Quite grab in. It was a drop, but it was fully on the run and one-handed. Atkinson in again. This one is down leg side. There's an appeal. It's a fake appeal from Jamie Smith, and there is no run. It's not an ODI. You don't need to do that.
The fake appeal to avoid the wide.
To avoid the wide, yeah.
Yeah. That actually came off the back of his bat, didn't it?
Yeah.
That one that went straight up.
Yeah, and it did hit the heel of Stokes' hand, but he was diving forward at the time, and if that had stuck, it would have been a bit of a miracle catch. But technically a chance.
Yeah.
He's grasped it.
Not a happy chap. But there you go. Gus Atkinson is in again. Oh, that's onto the pad and too quick for Joseph. So, generating some decent pace, 87 miles an hour there, that ball, Atkinson. Started into the pad, but going down leg on Alzara Joseph, no run.
It's funny though, when you've seen Wood bowl at full tilt like he did yesterday, absolutely electric, wasn't it? And then I was sort of half watching, half not, had it on in the screen in the corner, and then I sort of looked up and I thought, who's this spinner bowling now? And it was Wokes.
Yeah.
Because last time I'd looked up, it had been Wood, and Wokes by contrast just looks like
an
absolute dobber.
Exactly. Alzara Joseph faces up. Ooh, that one jumps a little bit on him from Gus Atkinson through the keeper. No run under 94, 377.
So Mog has an answer for you. He says the number of times he's been asked by Bear to send things in again is approximately 7,983,756 times. There's been a lot of discussion about AI on there.
Is all of it from humans though?
I've got an AI generated jingle. I'm going to whack it in and see what it sounds like. It's Robinson Abuya.
Let's go.
I've got to get it in there first.
Okay.
I don't know who it's for. Robinson Abuya, who does he play for?
Kaneki asks, how many overs remaining, guys? Well, it's not a matter of how many overs, it's how many days. We've got 2 more days after today. They're supposed to bowl 90 overs in each day, but generally bowl a few less than that.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Considering bloody Bashir bowled 22 overs of spin yesterday, we only bowled 86 overs. Pathetic. Here we go, Robinson Abuya.
Robinson Abuya lurks in the crypt like a long forgotten lich, a skeleton made of bones and cricket.
Well,
do you have to? What does AI do? Does it actually generate the tune?
It can do.
As well as the lingo. Can you get ChatGPT to actually generate music? I don't know if you can. That's defended into the offside. There's no run, or do you have to get a different AI to do that stuff?
Yeah, they're talking about something called Udio, which apparently isn't too bad.
Okay. We've watched Josh De Silva miss a shitload of balls over the last couple of overs.
I'm taking my shoes off because it's quite warm.
It is. You going wearing socks?
Well, yeah, to walk around in.
No. Into the pads. You need to get yourself some Crocs or whatever. Clipped out to the leg side and there's no run. Something you can wear barefoot.
Oh, mate.
Sandals.
No offence, but the day I start taking fashion advice from you is a pretty poor state of affairs.
I'll tell you what's good, actually. They're Turkish slippers.
They're cool.
Because they're called Turkish slippers. I don't know what they are. Moroccan slippers. The ones.
I do like the sound of a Moroccan slipper.
Yeah, they're good, man.
They have those curly toes.
Well,
or
no,
second
but not
slip?
pointy. But if they're leather, they mould to your feet and they're quite nice and they kind of slap on the floor with your heel. That's that kind of thing. It's good, you know. You can shuffle around in them.
They do say that the English slipper is rooted these days. So that's a Tonyism.
Yes, that's defended into the offside by Alzari Joseph, and there's no run. I've of course had my sheepskin slippers for winter recently, which are very good.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a selection of slippers then?
No.
Right.
I have my summer.
There's just the summer slipper and the winter slipper.
Absolutely. What have we got there? Winvies, 33% for the Windies. Draws at about 7%. As Dave Brooke told us yesterday, he went on. Oh, that one seemed to stick a little bit in the pitch.
Yeah.
Keep a little bit low, beat the outside edge of Alzari Joseph. Dave Brooke 10-1 on the draw. He went at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it could still happen. It looks slightly under 10% now, according to Winviz, which isn't always that reliable, I don't think.
No.
But, and also, you'd expect a result, wouldn't you? Particularly if we get 5 days play.
I mean, the weather's not going to stuff it up, and that's normally the cause of a draw in England.
Wokes is in. That's played out through the offside by Joseph behind square. In fact, I don't out to cover, but it's not. It's duck it out there, and it'll just be the single. Bring in De Silva back on strike. 3.72 for 7. Trail by 44.
Yeah, it's much more overcast there at Trent Bridge today. It was an absolute scorcher yesterday across the country, wasn't it? About 30 degrees.
Yeah, it was lovely.
All these people who say, we haven't had a summer. Oh, and summer
one day does not make
no, I know,
the
but
summer.
there have been a significant number of days across June and July that have been 30 degrees. So there it is. It just winds me up when people wrongly diss the weather.
Oh, now that's a big in swing. I don't know if he got inside edge. Maybe it hit him outside the line, but no one's appealing. It's the last ball of the over.
Yeah,
I think it must have gone inside edge.
Yeah.
Might have been going on to hit the off stump, but leg got in the way.
Some significant late swing there.
Yeah, there was in.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe a bit of jag off the
edge.
pitch as well.
Big inside edge.
Mog says that Robinson is from Uganda, the one he did for the World Cup, no doubt. I will note I opted for the Jared Harris voice option on the AI. I know Jared Harris is. Very suitable actually. And I think about it. Wallow Pom, Josie Oak says, have pastries been specifically ordered in for Hendo's return?
No. He has to bring his own.
He's not the pastry eater of old, I have to tell you. He's very much more health conscious.
Short. It's been given as a wide by the umpire.
Much less lenient, aren't they, umpires on wides these days?
Well, I think
in Test cricket.
Yeah, I think because England have been using a lot of short ball tactic as well.
Yeah.
So they're less lenient than.
But it's definitely an effect of white ball cricket, I think. Like in days gone by, you just go, get on with it, next ball.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even think about giving it, but probably rightly so, because you couldn't have reached that.
Atkinson in. Hit aerially out through point. And there's no one at point. There's someone at backward point out on the boundary. It's Pope, and it'll be a single. Shit, I've got half a run to play with.
What, you need a wicket?
Have we mentioned the GPL today, Ben?
Oh God, no, we haven't. It is open. You got till 1 o'clock to enter.
Come in to the GPL.
Exactly. We got any entries? No,
No,
because we haven't mentioned it.
Yet.
See what a lack of advertising does.
Yeah, well, you know. 90 quid. 90 quid is the pot for today. Guess the amount of runs scored in the day. Well, guesstimate, calculate, whatever you want to call it. That's through to the keeper, no run. If you are on the button, you win whatever is in the prize pot. More people who enter, the bigger the prize pot gets.
And what did you say the prize pot was, Ben?
£90.
90 English pounds?
90 English pounds.
Fantastic. Yes. That's worth doing.
It is.
Yeah. How many runs have we had so far today? 20 odd?
About,
so there's theoretically another 80 odd overs to go.
The lead,
yeah, right.
I think the lead was they trailed by 65. I think at the beginning of the day, so 23 runs maybe. Back foot, nice push into the outfield. There goes my under as it goes out to backward point, and there will be a single again to Ollie Pope.
And Bear, is there a time limit by which people have to have made the GPL selection?
They do. They have to enter by lunch, 1 o'clock. You get the first full session of the day to put in your guesstimations.
So what I would suggest is get a few guesses in early now, and and then just have a look at it again at say 1:45 when you have more of an idea, because we're further into the day, and then make another couple of guesses just before lunch. That's what I would be doing.
There you go. That's a sound tactic for the GPL there.
I've just put in mine, yes.
Is in, defended by Alzari Joseph. Out to the offside, no run.
So we're up to 93 quid now.
Yeah.
Oh, well, is that you?
Of course.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Messers gives with one hand and takes with the other when he eventually wins.
Yes.
It's like a circular economy.
Well, except it all ends up in the same place as me.
Behind the bar?
No, not exactly.
Atkinson is in. Ooh, that one. Well, he went on the back foot, Joseph, to force it out on the offside. Maybe it just kept a little low because he went under his bat, it would seem. And crouched afterwards. Through to the keeper once again, no run.
Wow, this is quick. Motley says, I have a song about an angry bear that shouts at the TV, my generation. I'll email the results. AI titled it Raging Bear Unleashed. I look forward to it.
Excellent. Gorilla Jingles at gmail.com. Atkinson in, last ball. That one nips back off the seam. Big heave by Alzari Jones and miss it completely. And misses the stumps, unfortunately. It's through the keeper, no run.
If you were De Silva, would you be saying to Alzari Joseph, just chill, mate? You know, I'm here, I'm on 30 odd not out. I've got a test match 100 to my name against this opposition. Just let me take the bulk of the strike and you just try and keep him out.
Yeah, the ball does seem to be doing stuff, though, doesn't it? All of a sudden, it's going off the seam.
So Cammy says, good day from Barbados. Enjoying you guys.
Good day.
Good day, Cammy. It's great to have you. It's great to have so many people from the West Indies.
Yes, indeed.
I really love just imagining people in various Caribbean locations with guerrilla cricket blaring out across the ocean, the sand, the bars.
Locals shouting at us, we don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah, when I pronounce Athenaeus wrong.
Yeah. Fluffy asks an existential question about AI. It says, is it possible to AI generate a pork pie?
No. Well, maybe.
In that case, what's the point?
Well, that's defended square on the offside by... It must have been De Silva, surely. Yes, it was. At the beginning of the next Woke's over. Bringing Alzari Joseph back on strike. They trail by just 40 runs now, 3 wickets in hand. Could get close. They could. If these two get in, they could end up 70 or 80 ahead.
Yeah, the
game's be a handy little lead.
By the way, I just got to come back on that comment. What a ridiculous thing to say about generating pork pies through AI. Everybody knows you need a 3D printer for that.
Well, exactly. But you could. Well, that was where my thoughts were going. You could probably do that with AI and connect it to a meat generator, as that's worked on the leg side and there's no run, which they can now create fake meat, and then a 3D printer that prints product.
Bosh.
Well, a replicator is there now on
a
the
Star Trek
Enterprise. Yes.
Yeah. Just £159.99 each, your pork pies.
Yeah. 377 for 7. Trail by 39 now. De Silva's on 39 off 66. Alzari Joseph 10 off 20. Could have been caught. Was dropped. It's a pretty difficult chance for Stokes running in. Attempted with one hand and bounced off the heel of his palm. Tried to stretch out to catch it. Wokes is in, bowling to De Silva. That's onto his pads and he whips it down to long leg. It'll just be the one run. Time for change of bowling, I feel.
Well, if Woody's on the park and we're getting a close-up of him now and he's good to go, then give him a go.
Why not?
Yeah. He might have to stay. He might have to be on the field for X amount of time before he can bowl. Don't know. You never know.
Keep an eye on our email, Bear. Both Muttley and M say they've sent jingles to you.
Ah, okay. I'll have a look. AI fundraiser jingle. Oh, nice.
Is that M as in the James Bond character or M as in my wife?
Morley.
Well, that's a really good question. It's just M on YouTube. Could be either or both.
I've got both. I'm going to play them before I get off air.
Wokes has started a new over. It's been driven back to him by Joseph and there's no run.
I'm intrigued.
That's a very dangerous practice, putting him straight to air, Bear.
No, fuck off. This is guerrilla cricket. The whole point of it is...
danger.
Exactly.
High voltage.
We got a jingle for that, haven't we? Who's that?
I think we probably have.
We have. No,
Electric Six, wasn't it?
Electric Six.
Yeah.
It was. It was Yasir Shah.
Hilariously camp song, that I love it.
Yeah. Wide, full, missed at by, driven at by Alzari Joseph. Doesn't really get on it. This is Guerrilla Vibes.
Give the lads some money, honey. The cricket would be far less funny if we didn't have these happy chummies.
I quite like that. Genius.
That must have been from M.
That was from M. I like that. That was generated by AI. I'm quite impressed. The last ball did keep a little bit low, and Alzari Joseph played back to bowler, and there's no run.
What was the theme of that jingle, by the way? What was it about?
Guerrilla Cricket Vibes.
Just Guerrilla Cricket Vibes. Okay,
Vibes.
I liked it.
It's called Guerrilla Vibes. I like it.
And nicely produced.
This is Raging Bear Unleashed.
The noise from that damn screen. Who the hell puts on this bad dream? You got the bear all riled, roaring loud and wild. TV breaking, claws out mean. Where's my peace to?
I like that.
That sounds like one of the longer tracks on one of Mog's albums.
Yeah. And that again, if that was created by AI, I'm quite impressed.
Yeah, I liked it.
Yeah. For those of you who weren't watching, it got Grubby into his grooviest dance floor mode as he was listening to it.
It's a bit. Who was that? Who were the two that?
Napalm Death.
No. The MTV cartoon. That's Into the Hip of Justice Silver, who works out into a vacant leg side. They're going to come back for 2. Good running.
Beavis and Butthead.
That's the one. Felt a bit Beavis and Butthead there. 2 months. Score was on 380 for 7.
You know the one. You know the blonde one.
Before you go on.
Yeah, go on.
Probably worth pointing out that Mark Wood's come back on.
Ah, yes, Christ, he has. Better play a jingle. I was getting too involved in AI-generated music there for a minute.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing.
It's in full and played back up the track by Joss de Silva. Past the bowler and there's no run. 89 miles an hour. Clearly his strapping is going to probably hinder him. He probably won't be as quick as yesterday, which is a bit unfortunate.
They actually got a single from that bit.
They got a single, that's what I meant to say, obviously.
Yeah, everyone listening will have definitely
Guess that.
inferred that, yes. Wow, this half hour is fairly zipped by. We're going to have a change at the end of this over.
Yeah.
We are indeed.
Hendo's coming back on with John.
And you?
Please,
And
nobody
me.
send jingles to Hendo to try and play.
No, I'll probably move
exactly.
or me, in fact. I'll probably move to that seat.
Yeah, one of you is going to have to control the starship.
I'll do that.
Woody is in full, and now Alzari Joseph punches that up and then holds his stance and takes a few steps up the track as it goes up to mid-off and there's no run. 90 miles an hour, that one, he's hit the 90s.
Yep. It was an extraordinary start to his spell yesterday. Mark Wood bowling 94, 95, 96, 95, 96 in his first over, quickest over ever by an England bowler, I believe.
He hit 97 miles an hour.
And then later on 97 miles an hour. Absolutely extraordinary.
Morning, John.
Old like the wind.
I'm very well. Is that a glass of wine you had? Good man.
Oh, dear. Mark says the AI floodgates have opened, so I'm going to break my guitar.
Smash.
Here comes Woody. He's in, short. And, through the keeper and there's no run.
And M says the words to the jingle, which was supposed to be a fundraiser, was "Give the lads some money, honey. The cricket would be far less funny if we didn't have these happy chummies."
Nice.
Drop. Guerrilla cricket is wicked.
Wicked.
I might actually add that into our marketing cart because I like it so much.
Was that the first one that you played of the AI ones? That was that was a marketing jingle. Yeah?
Guerrilla Vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about maybe it's over Zoom, but I wasn't able to hear the words much.
Well, soon I'm going to change all the musical way I'm doing stuff in the studio. Wood is in. This looks a bit uncomfortable. Goes out to short leg and there's no run. Get one of those going into his chest. Let's see how he reacts. Now I can't remember how many overs.
Well, it's confusing because Wood bowled one and then had to
so you've got to watch the actual overs on the left.
So there's one ball left
in this over. Yeah. All right. And then we're going to have a switcheroo. Hendo's going to come in. Grubby is going to nip into my seat. John is here for the first time today. And they're going to take you through the next half hour. Rooty. Looking very sincere. Is he at leg slip? He's at leg slip. No, he's not. No, he's at slip. It's just the angle. Very full. Oh, dear. And that's the first mistake I've seen by Jamie Smith in 2 tests as it goes through him. All the way down. It's going to be 4 byes. We'll have a switcheroo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Yes. I'll just read one. Marty says, I let the AI do the lyrics and everything. I just gave it a theme. That's amazing.
Can messages hear me all the way over? And good morning.
We can indeed, John.
Good morning,
welcome.
messages. How are you doing?
I'm good. I haven't seen you since York 2019.
God, was it that long ago? I think we might have spoken briefly last year when I was on air.
Oh, yeah, on air, yes.
Drinking Ricky Ponting's wine, but that was carnage.
Well, it was your special subject.
Very kind of Ricky. Yeah. I've been told to come on and be wise, so there's always a first time for everything.
Good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
I'll catch you later.
Cheers, bye.
Well, I think that might be against guerrilla ethos. Anyway, Grubby here. I've just moved over to the central starship position, if not the actual central position. I'm on the wing, yeah, on the right wing, unusually. And lovely Hendo's with me. It's great to see you again, Hendo. Great to hear you earlier on. And John, who you've already heard from. We have some fond memories, the three of us, from Trent Bridge a few years ago, don't we?
Absolutely, yes. God, I was thinking, I mean, we would normally be at Trent Bridge, wouldn't we?
That's what I was saying to Grubby. We must try and recreate the atmosphere, at which point I went in the fridge for my first glass of wine.
Which made it very authentic, I thought.
Yeah.
No, I love Trent Bridge. As I said, I've got a couple of mates up there for this game. They've been there Thursday, Friday and today, so...
It might be worth saying as well, talking of being wise.
Yeah.
As I was just saying, this bottle of wine which I just bought on the way up here.
Yes.
The cheapest bottle of wine I have bought in 10 years.
Would you care to tell us? Just put the mic a bit closer to your mouth. Would you care to tell us how much it was?
£3.85.
£3.85
for a bottle of drinkable white wine. Well, Grubby's just had a drop as well.
I did have a drop.
All right, wasn't it? You wouldn't send it back.
Lovely as breakfast wine, yeah.
Indeed, yeah. So I'm very impressed by the area.
Well, Sydenham is renowned for its value in chicken shops, little snacks.
And shit Spanish wine.
Which part of Spain's it from? It's from Ay Caramba.
The middle bit.
In the Costa del Crime. I think we're seeing some replays of earlier this morning. It's as I've mentioned, it's pretty overcast there compared to yesterday and the day before, which were glorious days. Very different test. We've seen the ball jagging about a bit this morning, which we didn't see for long periods yesterday. Kavem Hodge, by the way, played a gem of an innings, didn't he? It's his maiden test century, and I thought he was excellent. I thought he pulled the ball particularly well. A fairly short man, but he was deadly on that pull to both the quicks and Shoaib Bashir whenever he dropped a fraction short, and sometimes when he didn't. So great innings. Yeah, he got 120.
I haven't seen a lot of Shoaib, but I was actually quite impressed with him. What I saw of him yesterday. I mean, I think they're encouraging him to toss the ball up, which very few spinners in English conditions have been asked to do that, have they?
Yeah. I think that's why they drafted him in the first place, because he's a tall guy and he bowls with a high action as well. So they showed a comparison between him and Sinclair, the West Indian spinner, in this game, their release points, and it's a good, 6 or 8 inches difference in height between their release points. So with that you get the overspin and the bounce. Anyway, we're going to restart after the drinks break. Here comes Chris Wokes for England. Couple of slips in place. Ooh. Inside edge onto the pad there from De Silva. Rolls out to the offside.
Has Shoaib actually bowled many overs in proper cricket? Sorry, but when I say proper cricket, I mean county or
not
test cricket.
Not that many.
No.
Yeah, John, you and I were talking about in years gone by, you'd have to sort of serve your apprenticeship in county cricket before you're even considered for Test cricket. It's obviously a very different cricket world we live in now. So Shoaib's not even. I mean, he plays in the same team, Somerset, as Jack Leach, who's been, at least for the moment, jettisoned by England. So it's in a weird situation where he's not the premier spinner for his county, but he is for his country.
Yeah, it's very strange.
And no, he hasn't bowled that many overs in first-class cricket, I don't think. I'm sure we can look up how many he actually bowled. Good length delivery outside the off stump, pushed into the offside by De Silva, and they trot through for a pretty quick single there. 386 for 7.
I might be wrong, but I had the feeling that wasn't he a net bowler, and that's how he was discovered by England. He was acting as a net bowler for England,
something,
and
like
they were
that,
quite impressed, I think. And you can be fast tracked these days, can't you? I mean, it's kind of disappointing if you're putting in performances in county cricket.
Yeah,
and then you see someone that you've never heard of suddenly in the England team, but I guess that's about talent identification, isn't it? Bit of luck for him.
Sure. Alzari Joseph now facing up to Chris Wokes. Very straight bat as he plays this up to mid-on, and there's no run.
But, Grubby and I were talking about these concepts of in the old days, bowlers would have got 100 wickets a season for 2 or 3 seasons. Before they got in the England team, and now they're if you get 100 wickets in a career in county cricket, you've played a lot, haven't you? And 1,000 runs in May. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
It is hard to believe. I mean, there's clearly some really clear thinking from Stokes and McCullum about what they want in the team. They want extreme pace. Looking forward to Australia in 18 months' time. Here comes Wokes just outside the off stump. A big old wafty drive from Joseph as he edged that low through to Smith again. He has been given out. So I don't know whether they're going to review this. A pretty wafty, airy drive from Alzari, I have to say.
I thought maybe it looks like he's wandering off.
He's walking off, I think.
I think maybe he brushed the ground at the same time, and he thought maybe he'd get away with it on that basis. The fact that he's not reviewing it.
Just going to see the replay. It must have been a very thin, toey bottom corner edge, and a decent catch low down by Jamie Smith. Not given immediately by the umpire, I don't think. And Wokes sort of said, "Come on, that was defo out."
That was a wonderful example of how not to keep your eye on the ball as it's going past.
Well, he's played a few shots at that, and I did suggest that De Silva might have had a word with him and said, "Just calm down, mate. I'm in. I've got 40 odd. Let me do most of the work." But that's not really the way Alzari plays, and he is out.
If Tony's listening in the other room, could he come in and point out how I read the tweets? I say the tweets,
the tubes,
the posts on YouTube, because it hasn't updated since I've been looking at my phone in the last 10 minutes.
I think if you keep scrolling, you keep sort of swiping upwards like that.
Nothing's happening.
Oh, well, maybe people are just
maybe it's
so engrossed in the game and our commentary.
Yep.
That they can't bring their fingers to do the walking.
There's nothing they can disagree with us because we're so wise.
With 3 men.
3 wise men.
Brackets
See,
wise.
that's another form of communication then, YouTube.
YouTube comments.
Yeah,
yes.
YouTube. What?
That's where most people seem to be going now, because you're on TV now, John.
And here is the new West Indian batsman who's come to the crease.
So we don't tweet or TikTok.
Well, wherever you are, Sills Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow flow watching it shed upon my head. Sills Jaden wants you for dead.
And Chris Wokes, who you might say has reached a sort of an existential crossroads in his Test career, because he's 34 now. He doesn't have the extreme pace that England have publicly said that they want in Australia. So
I don't think he'll go to Australia.
So in that sense, why is he in the team now? If Jimmy Anderson's not in the team anymore, you could argue. But look, and he compared to Woody yesterday, obviously he can't bowl that quick, but he's got figures of 3 for 79 all of a sudden, and he's now make that 4 for 79 as he absolutely castles Seals. First ball, good length, clipping the top of middle and off. And that's just too good for Jaden Seals, and he is gone. So actually the top of off, wasn't it? And there's no middle involved. It's just sort of
that was
a beautiful delivery to the left-handed Seals. What a nut to get first up. Yeah.
I mean, actually, when you look at Seals' position, you think that's not a bad forward defensive. He's found the gap.
Yeah.
No, I think the thing about Chris Wokes is that I think he's more or less accepted that he's not a good bowler, or not a good bowler. He's not an effective bowler overseas, and I think he's kind of come to terms with that. I don't think he's even going to expect to be in Australia. You say, why is he bowling now instead of Jimmy Anderson? Well, it's a good question, but I think
he's got another 5 years, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's bowled. Yeah, if he's going to last as long as Jimmy Anderson, and if you think about it, he had such a good summer last year.
Yeah,
it's kind of reward for that, really.
Yeah.
Whereas Jimmy didn't have a great year, did he, against Australia?
He didn't quite have the nip and the zip that we associate with Jimmy, but he did well in India again. Incredibly, he's proved himself. Jimmy has as being a great bowler abroad, even when conditions aren't in his favour. He's always keeping it tight. But anyway, all I'm saying is that the England setup may have just applied different logic to two different players.
I think there's definite inconsistency. Yeah, definitely. Hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball, and here's the batsman who's going to face it.
Jesus, Mary, and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
Right, 5 slips, a gully, a number 11 to bowl. It's a hat-trick ball for Chris Wokes, full, and he's down the wicket. It's Joseph sauntering down the wicket, made it a Yorker and dug it out. So it's no hat-trick for Wokes. Smiles all round, and the West Indies are 386 for 9.
I've got some tubes. Message says, for your information, Atkinson has played a total of 20 first-class matches and bowled 150 overs. Bashir has played 14 first-class matches and bowled 156 overs. That's really not many, is it?
I thought Shoaib had bowled slightly fewer, played slightly fewer games, and I thought Atkinson had played slightly more.
I mean, Atkinson didn't play the first couple of championship matches, I don't think, for Surrey this year. Maybe more than that.
But I feel like I've seen a fair bit of him at the Oval in the last couple of years.
Yeah, and quite often he certainly wasn't opening the bowling. I mean, Worrell's been taking a bundle of wickets, but then he's Australian, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which doesn't help. Sam Nick says, don't forget he can bat. Might simply be a case of balance. Yeah, that's a fair point. But in Australia,
no, I think primarily it's his height, and he's got as you mentioned there, he's got a good, a nice action, a high action, a short delivery stride.
Oh, I think he might be talking about... is he talking about Wokes there? I don't know.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Shoaib.
I'm not sure, Sam. He'll have to clarify.
Mark Wood comes in this one, beats the bat for about the 258th time in this innings. Poor old Woody over the top of the stumps as De Silva tried a fiddle down to third man and got nothing on it.
Just on the subject of Australia and extreme pace, you can get a bit carried away. If you look at the Aussies, they always have a bowler, a Wokes type bowler, don't they? I mean, you look at Glenn McGrath, I bet he wasn't much quicker.
But he was a lot taller, wasn't he?
And he didn't do badly.
What an outlier, though. I mean, a freakishly brilliant seam bowler, possibly the best I've ever seen in my lifetime. Probably him and Malcolm Marshall would be the two that I would pick out.
But they always have an 80, 82 mile an hour bowler who plugs away and gets wickets.
This is defended into the offside by De Silva, and there is no run. No, you're right. Or even you think to Ryan Harris, who for a short period was
one of the top bowlers in the world. Wasn't he?
Him and Philander for South Africa. And
exactly. Yeah. I mean, if you bowl enough balls which could take a wicket, then you will probably get quite a reasonable percentage of them. Whereas Wood bowls a lot of balls which probably don't stand a chance of taking a wicket.
Well, he doesn't hit the stumps very often, or he doesn't bowl balls that would hit the stumps that often.
Yeah, I suppose that's more what I mean,
I mean, you talk about in Australia, I mean, Ryan Harris was one that I'd forgotten, but of course, Stuart Clark.
Yeah, very good bowler.
Josh Hazlewood, of course, now they're a little bit quicker than Wokes, I think.
Well, who was talking? Terry Alderman, somebody mentioned just now?
Yeah, Terry Alderman was more like that.
He did brilliantly over here, Terry Alderman. I'm not sure what his record was like in Australia.
Well,
good enough.
It must have been okay, or else he wouldn't have got in the team.
That ball was just defended to the onside with the fielding. There's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite. I mean, Message would love Wokes to be sent to Australia because he thinks, presumably, that
he'd average about 73.
The bat, exactly, yeah, and not with the bat. And Sam Nick comes back and says it was about Wokes, yeah. So,
okay, I beg your pardon. Wood, top of his run up, into his stride now, into the crease, and bowls. It's just on midland leg and flipped through square leg by Josh De Silva. There might have been one there, but he decides to stay put because he's got Shamar Joseph at the other end.
He's an LBW candidate, this guy, isn't he?
He's definitely coming right across his stumps, yeah. And Wood can bowl that searing Yorker. He bowled a couple of decent ones yesterday for no reward.
He did bowl one to Jason Holder last night, which swung.
Yes.
Kind of yorked him at the same time.
Yes.
Well, it would have been a Yorker had it not swung.
Yeah. Beat him on the outside edge, didn't it? So, I mean, everything was in play, just missed the off stump. It was kind of a magic ball, wasn't it?
It really was.
Yeah.
He bowled 2 or 3 like that, to be fair. Wasn't the only one, but one in particular stood out.
De Silva facing up. Wood wide of the crease and throws it wide, and he throws his hands at it. Is he going to be caught down at third?
No.
No. Did that carry?
It
was maybe just reached. Who is that fielding down at third?
It was Joe Root.
Joe Root. Maybe just reached him on the half volley. And did they? I don't think they got a run at all there.
No, they didn't take the run, and then
they probably was time for 2, but they got none in the end. So quite an eventful delivery.
I guess De Silva's thinking to himself, I need to take the strike. I'm on 44. I mean, he hasn't looked that convincing this morning, but he's still out there. That's the main thing. Did he carry or did he just lose sight of it, Joe Root? Can't see from the camera.
He was halfway down the track as well, so he'd swatted it. He was aiming it through the covers, got a thick outside edge. He went aerially to third man, and he was halfway down the track. But went back. Oh, no, it bounced a couple of yards.
Yeah, but I think...
Yeah, he just sort of lost it for a second, didn't he?
He started to go to his right when he should have been going forward.
Yeah.
And if he had gone forward, he probably would have caught it.
You're a hard man, Hendo.
I am a hard man.
I'd like to have seen you taking it. Even in your prime.
I would have taken that in my prime, no doubt.
What with this back?
Not with this back, no, definitely not.
Woody to complete the over. That's the last ball of the 100th over of this innings. Wide of the crease again, and wide of De Silva, who slashes at this one. He's going to get a run down to that deep backward point where Ollie Pope does the fielding. That is 100 overs done, 387 for 9 West Indies.
I'll bring you some more tubes. I suppose I should go and have a look at X, as it's now known, as well. Now, Bishwates Kurz's Bean says, I'm just commentating to hear the sweet sound of Hendo trying to pronounce the name of the German sister station to GC Radio. So I don't know if I got that right.
What is the name of the German sister station?
That must be it.
Oh.
I'm guessing that's Lear. Yeah. Frank Rockefeller says, I knew this was going to happen, but either way, West Indies have given England a game.
Yeah.
Message says, Wokes averaging 7 tests in Australia is 51.68. It's not as bad as I thought it might be. And his average in England is, it looks like it's 2, but there's a heart in the way on my phone, so I think he's probably 20-something.
His average is 2. Heart. Love that. Anyway, here is the man with the heart next to his name, and striving for a 5 to get up on the honours board at Trent Bridge, presumably. There's an honours board at Trent Bridge. 4 for 79 he's got at the moment. 2 in 2 in the previous over. Looking to wrap up this West Indies innings and give England a small but significant lead, which currently stands at 29. De Silva's got 45. Joseph just faced the 1 ball and has not scored.
What's the noisy area called at Nottingham? The equivalent of the Western Terrace or whatever
it's called. There's the Ratcliffe Road end.
Oh, Ratcliffe Road's quite...
No, that's quite...
demure, isn't it?
That's quite posh. That's where we go.
This is defended into the onside by De Silva. A ball angled into him. There's no run.
That newer stand, which is really attractive, which is basically side on. I can't remember. It's the alcohol-free stand, isn't it?
Is it?
I thought it was.
Is that the one with the big sort of white pointy sail things?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure I've been in that stand and it's been absolute bedlam in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember sitting there and watching Owen Morgan score one of his 2 Test centuries.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know why that sticks out in my mind.
136?
I can't remember.
I don't know why that just popped into my head. It's probably completely wrong. Wokes bowls. He's got 1 slip in place. He's sort of a second slip. But that slip is not in the game at the moment as De Silva plays it off the back foot to long on and does not take the single that was on offer because he's protecting his number 11.
Macy Jeffrey says, "What's wrong with the pitch this morning?"
Nothing wrong with the pitch.
Nothing wrong with it. It's, the ball's done a bit.
Yeah, more overhead conditions, a little bit more through the air.
But also, I mean, Wokes is a master in these conditions of getting the ball to jag off the pitch as well.
Good seam position. Does he bowl the wobble seam ball, Wokes? I know
he does. I think, yeah.
Wide of the crease again. He's trying to angle this in, getting bowled an LBW into the equation. Silver outside edges it, backward point. And again, the field is set relatively deep the first half of this over because they're prepared to give him a single if he wants to take it, but he doesn't want to take it.
Derek Willis says, "I'm guessing that Root doesn't field at third man a lot." That's probably true. Fluffy says, "Always assumed there were honours boards at most, if not all grounds, but apparently not." Apart from the Lords one in England, I don't remember having been one on or mentions of them very often on other
think
grounds.
they're just less famous, the other ones. Slower delivery and fuller, and De Silva swats it through wide long on, where Captain Stokes does the fielding, and they have taken a single there, so he's left 2 balls for Shamar Joseph to face.
Just in Root's defence, it just showed an angle of the ground, and he must have had what are they called? The lights?
Floodlights.
Floodlights.
Are the floodlights on?
They are. Yeah, he must have had a floodlight right in his eye.
Could well be that. Yeah.
So just to add to all the other issues, like it didn't carry, it would have been a very hard catch. And I still think you're a hard man, Hendo.
I didn't know. I don't.
I'm not wiggle you out of it.
No, I'm not criticising him. I just that wasn't meant to be a criticism. I think he was fooled and he went right instead of going forward, and that may have been because he couldn't see the ball correctly, and he may have gone on the shot to a certain extent. If he had been able to pick it up immediately, I think he would have caught it. That's what I was trying to make. That's the point I was trying to make.
Wokes staying over the wicket to the left-handed Seals, who aims a drive through the covers. He's beaten on the inside edge. I don't think that missed the edge by that much.
I just think you're a Yorkshireist.
Oh, certainly that. Mr. Handjob says, "I'm amazed no one has called these messages tubes before. I shall adopt it immediately." Stephen Kelch says, "Just passing through. Hello to everyone. Smiley face."
Hello.
And then he says, "Hendo is risen." Well, I'm not really risen because I'm sitting down. And rising is one of my most problematic moves.
Supine at the moment.
Joanne Schmidhammer says, "How is the weather sunny or any moisture in the air?"
Bit of cloud cover is what I would say. I don't know how moist it is, but there's certainly some cover. Nice looking shot here from Shamar Joseph. Good net shot up to mid-off. There's no run. That completes the 101st over. The score is 388 for 9 West Indies, trailing by 28.
Sam Nix says, "Going back to the bowlers for Ashes, whatever happened to Potts? Nothing's happened to him. I think he's still in the frame. I don't think he's had a great season with the ball, although he did score a century as a night watchman this year."
Did he really? I didn't know that. I think he'll play the next game. I don't think Woody's going to play the next game, so I think that'll be the time to rotate Potts into the side. He's to the next cab off the rank at the moment, isn't he?
Well, there's Pennington as well, isn't there? The Nottingham bowler.
Yeah.
Who I saw earlier in the season was being highly rated by George DeBell.
Right.
Who? George DeBell, who used to be Cricinfo's chief correspondent, is now...
It's not spelt doorbell, by the way.
It's Dobell.
Never heard of him.
You've never heard of him? Very nice man.
Oh, he's good. Yeah, I like George.
I think he's one of the best.
I'm sure he's lovely.
Best cricket writers out there, to be honest.
Woody is going to bowl again. He's got figures of 0 for 55 so far in this innings. In he comes now and bowls straight one to De Silva, who's hopping a little bit as he plays that defensively back up the track. No run.
So is Potts, can I just ask, do we think, Potts as an example, is he going to spend the rest of his year sort of waiting to play for England, or would he be better off spending his time actually playing, or is there any cricket to play?
No, there isn't at the moment, but he has been playing quite a lot for Durham this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's going on at the moment? Is it sort of blast?
There's some blast going on.
The 100 start. No, the blast is just finished until September.
Oh, did it finish last night?
Yeah.
There was a few games last night, weren't there? Again, he's hopping at this one. De Silva, another ball that was angled in, zeroing in on his leg stump, and he just gets it to mid-on. There's no run.
Unfortunately, the 100 starts this week. Are you not a fan?
I never mind watching the game because it's a game of cricket at the end of the day. But
sort of.
Yeah, well, it's the same way that T20 is. So I don't mind the game itself. I do I do hate the way it seems to have driven a wedge between the various cricket communities. That seems quite toxic to me.
I mean, as someone else, I think I read this morning, someone said on the County Cricket Matters group on Facebook, I'll tell you in a minute.
This one zeroing in on off stump and pushed into the offside, and belatedly De Silva thinks about a single, but it's too late, and he ends up sending Joseph back.
The point being made was, what other T20 competition, doesn't go just straight through? It gets to the quarter-final stage, and then you lose. It's going to be out of the way for six weeks now.
Yeah,
which
you've got
is
to start that foreplay all over again.
Exactly. So,
as we see a lovely young woman with a thick dark moustache.
Your sort of woman.
I mean, I've got a very broad taste, and
a very big taste in broads.
De Silva facing up to Wood again. He's hopping up in his crease and defending it into the offside. The field set deep again for the first half of this over.
Messenger says rotating pots is an excellent term for mixing teams around. Sam Nick Snick says, do you think Saki Mahmood is still somehow in the picture if he keeps fit? Well, he's hardly played, has he, for Lancashire? I think his time's come and gone, sadly. Again, he's not express pace, is he? He's good.
He's been up there to the high 80s, like Gus Atkinson pace, I think.
Yeah, but he's not as tall as Atkinson.
Well,
and I think in Australia, if that's what we're talking about, you need to be able to get the ball to bounce. And obviously Wood can do that, even though he's not massively tall. But the likes of Atkinson and the likes, obviously Archer, if he was fit.
He's not going to play another Test match in his career.
I don't think so.
Is my prediction. Shorter ball and pulled this time. It's a good old-fashioned hook, really. It's fielded by little Ben Duckett out there on the square leg boundary, the expectant father. And once again, De Silva eschews the opportunity of the single.
George McPherson says, it's amazing after yesterday's debacle, England have shown some aggressiveness, resulting in 4 wickets in the first session. I wouldn't say it was a debacle.
What was debacular about it?
I would say that the first day was a little bit more of a debacle. Anyway, maybe that's what he means. De Silva is late protecting the tail ender, says Cornelius Davis. Perhaps, but although...
What, you mean he should have been protecting them earlier on? I think when he's got Alzari Joseph, I think Alzari Joseph's very much got a mind of his own.
Yes.
Which is fair enough. And if he did receive any advice from De Silva, he clearly fucking ignored it. So I'm not sure it was a case of protecting as opposed to not really working together as a team properly. He definitely is protecting Shamar Joseph, their relation. So it's a good old-fashioned batter protecting a number 11. Here comes Wood, 2 slips very close together. He backs away and lofts this very beautifully over extra cover. Is that going to go for something? Is that gone for 6? It's gone all the way for 6. What a shot that is from Josh De Silva. Wow.
And that's to go to his 50 as well.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
And that was a ball that was 94 miles an hour, and he hit it well in front of square on the offside.
Incredible shot. Yeah, backing away, and
it just came on nicely, didn't it?
Yeah, he's got 52 now from 87 deliveries. Played really well last night and again this morning. Stuck around. He got the front leg out the way and just went through with the shot and timed the ears off it.
Yeah, the timing. It was all about the timing, wasn't it?
Absolutely beautifully played.
And of course, Josh De Silva has been a sort of sometime friend of guerrilla cricket, hasn't he? Because of through Jono.
Yes.
Who seems to have disappeared off the face of the earth.
Well, there's a lovely bit of footage of Jono when Josh got his 100 against England, his maiden and so far only.
In the West Indies.
Yeah. And he got quite emotional, Jono. It's a lovely bit of footage.
I think we got a little interview with him after that.
So 3 slips now in place for Wokes, starting a new over to Shamar Joseph. He just gets him on the leg stump, defends it back to Wokes, no run. 3-9-4 for 9.
And of course the reason that Jono knew De Silva was that De Silva played at Old Wimbledonians for a number of years in club cricket.
Just goes to show. I mean, that's obviously a pretty good standard, Old Wimbledonians, but it's hardly kind of first class or anywhere near it. And look at his rise.
You ever played for them, Hendo?
No, I mean, actually, that's not even the best team.
You're old and you're from Wimbledon. So
it's not even the best team in Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the best team in Wimbledon. Funnily
not old Wimbledonians, but Wimbledon.
Wimbledon, yes.
Round the wicket comes Wokes, the left-handed Joseph, who plays a lovely-looking shot there. Good fielding at backward point. Was that Gus Atkinson fielding?
Yes, I think it was. Yep.
Well done. Looks a little bit like my cousin James. Gus Atkinson. Someone was saying when I was in for the previous test match, who does he remind me of? And I said, it's my cousin James.
Because we all know your cousin James.
Yes, he's the talk of Torquay.
Is he in prison? He
Not this week. But anyway, good piece of fielding there by the fellow who looks like my cousin James. Round the wicket comes Wokes once more. Outside the off stump, back in his crease goes Joseph and aims a drive, under edges it to point, doesn't go very far, no run. That lead just 22 now, 394 for 9. Good close game is in progress here, which is nice.
Glenn Thompson says, I think West Indies is up to something positive. And then, in case we missed it, he says, I think West Indies is up to something positive. I haven't looked at Twitter at all. So if you get with the programme, we're on YouTube now.
Round the wicket comes Wokes again. This gets the shoulder of the bat, really, from Joseph, fielded at backward point once more. Hands on head from Stokes. England clearly will be very keen to wrap up this innings, and it can be frustrating when you've got a number 11 there. You think it's just a matter of bowling the right ball, but the longer this partnership goes on, the more frustrated England will become.
He looks a decent batter, this number 11.
He's got a little bit about him. Yeah.
Good point, Clary of the County. As I alight or find
the Clara of the County.
Clary of the County says, "What's happened to Josh Tongue?" Yeah, I think he's
injured.
I think he's injured. Yeah.
Round the wicket is Wokes once more. Throws it wide. This is driven and it's driven over mid off. He's going to go for one of these.
Auntie Andy says, "All right, cockers. Loving the return of Gorilla Hendo."
Me too.
I keep the compliments coming. That's what keeps me going. He has risen, they say again. What else have we got? Leah.
Lazarus Hendo strikes again.
I'll have you know that I make excellent grilled cheese sandwiches. Yes. Did we have that earlier? Anyway, this is old stuff. Have pastries been specially ordered in for Hendo's return? No, when I went into the shop this morning, there were no pastries.
Oh no. The silver inside edges this one into his pads. The final ball of Wokes is over. It's 398 for 9. The lead just 18 now, and we're going to have a switcheroo. Tony's coming into the ball by ball chair. Bear's coming back, and I think we're being joined by Hector as well. Right, I'll just keep chatting while there's movement in the box. Really good game in progress here. The overhead conditions are significantly different from yesterday and Thursday, being as they are a little bit cloudy. England have taken advantage of that to some extent this morning, taking 4 wickets, but West Indies are still in there pitching, still in there punching, and we've got a really close game, so it's great for the game. I'll hand you over to Tony, and I'll see you after lunch. Enjoy, everyone. All right, Tony?
Thank you, Grubby. Fantastic. Taking some wickets, well done. Always good. I have to look around the Bear. Mark Wood's going to continue. He's bowling 2. This man on who's made his half century, Josh De Silva, who just bats this down into the ground. It trickles its way to Jamie Smith, who let his first bye through earlier. That seemed to be his only error, so we shouldn't dwell on it too long. 398 for 9.
First bye.
Only 18, the deficit, Hector, only 18.
Well, a good start for England this morning, but these two here seem to be rallying well after a quick flourish of wickets early on.
Well, they did. We'll just give you a refresher in a minute after this delivery on the proceedings of the morning. They have gone England's way, but we are looking at a one-innings shootout, really, from here on in, barring a miracle somewhere. That one's just eased away into the offside by De Silva from up on his toes. Yes, 351 for 5, 65 behind they were at the start of play, the West Indies. They lost Jason Holder, caught behind off the bowling of Wokes. They lost Alzari Joseph, caught behind off the bowling of Wokes. They lost Seals, who was bowled by Wokes at one point. He was on a hat-trick, was Wokesy, but that was defended by Shamar Joseph, who is still out there. They also lost Sinclair, who was caught Harry Brook in the gully, bowled Atkinson. Mark Wood is still without a wicket, none for 61, and he forces De Silva onto the back foot, and Wood, who didn't fall over in his delivery stride, but did fall over, moving to his left of field. Concerns about his fitness, Hector, but he seems to have been okay, doesn't he?
Well, he's bowling this morning, which is a good sign, but I can't see him playing in the next test after yesterday. He beat the edge of the bat 19 times yesterday.
He was so fucking unlucky.
He was so unlucky. He was. What was you were telling me in the green room? There was a stat about Jason Holder. How many times did he? 20 was it? 20 plays and misses.
Yeah,
I think it was 26% of his shots.
26% of his shots were plays and misses.
8 edges.
Extraordinary. Woody, in he comes. He'll continue to be thinking, well, hang on, Hodge was my wicket, but Root's slippery fingers rather robbed me of it. And that one's played away down towards third man, but there is somebody there. There's no run. And Camera is a lot on Duckett, Bear. Do you think there's?
Well, he's going to bowl.
Mrs. D.
The Farong's been into their ears.
Is he
demanding a bowl? No,
get the lad on.
They're talking about whether he goes off, and obviously they're talking about he's got to open up the bowling, the batting as well.
Well, that'll be interesting. Mrs. Duckett must, or the future Mrs. Duckett, may be imminent if he doesn't appear out with Crawley. Then what do you do? Promote Root?
No.
Do you push Pope up from 3? I mean, at number 3, you could end up coming in the first over anyway, so I guess that would be the only logical manoeuvre.
Jamie Smith, potentially.
Oh, well, there's an interesting thought. Mark Wood is going to be in again, to Josh De Silva, who steps back. He's got that up in the air. He's got that, I think, somehow all the way
for 6.
For 6 over third man. Extraordinary shot, but that's going to narrow the deficit to 12. Wow. I've been going to have a look at how on earth he managed that, Hector.
Well, it was just an uppercut, wasn't it?
He just used the pace there, really.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he meant it as an uppercut when he played it. It's how it ended up there.
Yeah.
But it
he
didn't
looked like he was trying to hit
it
it square to me.
Is he? Is he punching the air there, Shamar Joseph?
Yeah.
I think he is. He's punching the air with delight. We could end up with scores actually all even. That's a bouncer that follows De Silva. That's the bouncer sort of that you deliver if someone has accidentally uppercut you for 6 and you want to get your own back.
Well, they also want to try and get Shamar Joseph on strike, don't they? They don't want him trying to hit a single.
Anyway, exciting
this
stuff.
This woman really annoys me.
Why? What's wrong with her? Why?
She's fucking hell. She's on every bloody the amount of fucking fairy adverts I see, and her being really sincere.
This is terrible for our viewers who aren't watching this young lady who's. I have to say,
she's married to that Spencer dude from.
Any social messages, Bear?
No. Yeah.
Anything to stop the discussion about the lady from the fairy ad.
Spencer from Made in Chelsea.
Oh well, I would know. That's something I never watch.
Let's have a look. What we got here? Akash says, "Can you tell me why England Cricket Board forced Anderson to retire? I think he could do 800 plus wickets, and who worthy of? I don't think he got 800. We have many a discussion about this.
Could have got to 800.
Yeah, I know. What I'm saying, I don't think he would have got to 800. Another 100 wickets. I think he was pushing it. It's a weird one because he basically his pace has dropped off, and he was looking a bit innocuous for the last 10, 12 test matches.
Yeah, possibly.
Which is kind of weird because the season before he was looking godlike. I guess these things happen.
That's what happens when you get older, Bear. Gus Atkinson going to continue. He's going to be in to Shamar Joseph, who pulls him.
Shot.
Backward of square. Beats deep backward square. Beats fine leg. Goes for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Well, they've got 2 men back on a hook.
Well, they have, and that deficit now, though, is just 8 runs.
Yep.
That was timed perfectly by Joseph to split the gap. I wouldn't mind seeing Jamie Smith opening the batting if Duckett can't. Just send him out, say, just swing from the hip. Doesn't matter.
Do the same thing that Duckett does. Yeah.
Then well, just hold that thought. We'll wait for Atkinson, who is nicely played off his hip again. They're going to take a single at least to backward square. Duckett, who we've been discussing, jogs around, but actually it ends up at long leg fields where looking carefully at Ollie Pope, and we're looking at Duckett. All of this suggests to me. But if he had to go, he'd have gone off by now, wouldn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
I think what they're thinking is, if there is any sense she's imminent, you don't want him having to run from the field, having just opened.
Well, the thing is, he
inning.
can get himself 77 in what, an hour and a half, so he should be all right. And then he'll have a day to think about it with a bit of luck.
He can't come back in, can he? If he retires?
Yes, he can.
Oh, right.
I think so. It counts as retiring. I would hope it counts as retiring hurt. In which case, but what it doesn't count is of course a concussion, which is the only situation I think you can play a substitute as opposed to a.
Well, as we were saying, the hospital's just down the road, man. Drop back.
He runs in with his pads on. Do you think into the delivery room?
Exactly.
Well, it's Atkinson's delivery we're going to be worried about in a moment.
Umpire going over to point now, just waiting for the. Well, he clearly knows the short stuff's coming.
He's bowling from the Radcliffe Road end to Josh De Silva, who's made a splendid and resolute 58 so far. He's ridden his luck, but he's still very much there. Holder, not as much luck as Holder Road. That's nicely played. To deep backward point mark, Woodfields. Did they choose not to run?
Yeah,
yes.
they did, yeah.
Well, England sent Dan Lawrence to play for Surrey last night, even though he's supposedly the man on standby for
well, having picked, this is it. Unless, where are Surrey playing? Are they at the Oval?
I think they played in Canterbury last night.
Okay, but nowhere is so far that you can't haul him out of that county game. They might think game experience is better than sitting and watching. In comes Atkinson, fast and full, and defended nicely down towards third by Josh De Silva, who is in no mood, Bear, to run by the looks of it, unless he gets. So it's 2s and 4s and 6s for him. Shamar Joseph.
Except for last ball of the over, obviously.
Except possibly the last ball over, as you rightly say. Well, we're only halfway through at the moment. 2 for 90.
Any one off the next two, I think he'd go. But I don't know why we consider it. I don't mind the short stuff, but occasionally banging a fucking Yorker. Otherwise, what's the point? You got to make them think that there's something else there.
Atkinson in, it's full. It's worked nicely off his legs down to deep backward square. Harry Brook runs around, and I think they did choose to run on that occasion. So Atkinson will have 2 balls at the Smiling. Clearly one ball, beg your pardon. At the Smiling and Happy. No, 2 balls.
No, 104.5.
He came on for Wood to finish off as over.
Yeah.
Well, it's just. Of course. There we go. Thank you. That's what threw me.
Look at the overs on the left next to the score.
I was looking at the 23.4.
Not Atkinson or Wood's figures, because
you are correct. I had missed that part of the equation. I was looking at the 23.4, thinking he must have 2 balls left in this over, but he doesn't. Shamar Joseph, bat left-handed, of course, and he's going to face Atkinson, who beats a bit of a wild waft, and it goes through to Smith. Shamar Joseph looks back down the track, does a sharp intake of breath, but crucially survives. 410 for 9. How many 50s has Josh De Silva made?
5th.
He's quite a competent batsman.
Now I wonder. Let me see in Test cricket. I'm just trying to find it. Some of my notes might be a bit out of date, to be honest. 26 tests, average 26, highest score of 100 versus in England in Grenada, of course. But I haven't written down how many Test 50s he's got.
I think it was his 5th Test 50.
Well, it's easy enough to find out.
Against England, he's played 3 in the 2022 series, obviously now at Lords as well. He averaged 98 with that highest score of 100 not out. The other scores were 30, 32, and a did not bat. 30 and 33, 33 and 30 not out in Barbados, and then the 100 and did not bat in Grenada. So yeah, he ended up averaging something utterly ridiculous in that 22 series.
Now Test average is 26.5. So
yeah, no, it's come down a fair bit, but he looks solid as a rock as he's facing very quick Mark Wood, and that is nicely defended. The maker's name, not Woodstock in this occasion. Don't know what happened there. Maybe Jono, if he's listening, can fill us in. What happened with Josh De Silva and Woodstock? Why is he no longer your totem? 410 for 9. Only 6. His what? Sorry.
This is his 5th 50.
5th 50. Okay. Well, it's been a very, very good one for his team. So yes, the discussion, I think, we'll just wait for Mark Wood to come over the wicket to Josh De Silva. Short, it's pulled down to Bashir, who makes a bit of a fumble of the fielding down there at fine leg. And I think they decided not to take the single, right? They did. So so effectively at the moment, you can put singles anywhere you like. England don't have to bother, because until it's the last couple of balls in the over, possibly they're not going to bother to run, which doesn't suggest a huge amount of confidence in Shamar Joseph's batting.
He's played a couple nice shots.
Well, he has indeed. Yes, he has. In comes Mark Wood, fast full defended by De Silva. Back to Mark Wood, and Wood does his trademark face plant. Yeah, so if let's say the scores are near enough even, you've still got 2.5 days left to play, Hector. So putting runs on quickly is not the issue.
No, well,
at all.
I think this the West Indies seam attack will be feeling pretty happy looking at the conditions that they have to open up. Very, very much overcast in comparison to yesterday. They've had the perfect conditions really for
where England had them at Lords. The West Indies, yes, they have had them here, and that one swings in to De Silva from the bowling of Woody, but it's well defended again by Josh De Silva.
And if you look at their lineup, I know they aren't the most experienced, but Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, they all can produce spells that could rattle this England side, so they'll be feeling pretty happy, I think, even though they have had a sort of collapse this morning.
Trinidadian by birth, played plenty of cricket in Wimbledon, did Josh De Silva, of course, and Portuguese of heritage. First white player to represent the West Indies since Brendan Nash in, I think, 2008.
I remember him, left-handed bat, he was pretty shit.
Well, Josh De Silva's being very much not shit here, and seems to like batting against England. He's having to face Mark Wood at the moment, though.
Played a fair bit over here, didn't he?
And that's well guided down to deep backward point. But I suspect that once again, with we're halfway through the over. No, we didn't. They did choose.
One ball. That's the end of the over.
Well, that's the end of the over, and they still didn't run. Well, that's
no. There's one ball left in the over. Sorry, no. Look again. Look on the left. Not the right.
Yeah, this is really confusing.
It is. That's why. Look on the left.
Came off injured last night with.
Yeah,
after one ball of his over.
Yes, so that's what's fooled me. Okay, so Mark Wood does have one ball left of this current over, even though his figures show number 67 off 19. Presumably there'll be 19.1 after this delivery. That is confusing. To retrain my whole way of thinking about what I'm seeing in front of me. In comes Woody to De Silva. Dabs down to a fairly deep set gully, and he won't get a run, so they will have a tilt at Shamar Joseph at the beginning of the next over. It's 4:10 for 9, only 6 the gap between the teams. What a fabulous effort it's been from the West Indies. Bear.
George McPherson says England were at least 50-70 runs short of a first innings total that would have had the visitors in a bit of a panic. Latmonte's having a go at me. I'm a smoker, but the person on the left, I presume, that can only be me, should know it looks disgusting. What is he doing? Shame on you. I'm not ashamed.
Are you the person on the left as
well? I am, as they're looking at it.
Oh, right, okay. Yes.
Well, I'm the person on the right in the studio, but, obviously things get reversed. Don't shoot me, but I'm getting batting collapse vibes, says Fluffy. It's possible, it's two ways of looking at it. England got put in and didn't get out for 250. West Indies may have a slight lead after the first innings, might be 3 runs behind, who knows. If you win a toss and put the oppo in, you want a first innings lead, don't you? Because you got to bat last on a pitch, and if this goes to the 5th day, the pitch should eventually wear. It generally does at Trent Bridge. Shoaib Bashir might come into it. There's a lot of left-handers in the West Indies team. If England can get a lead of 300, say, that'll put a lot of pressure on the West Indies in the 4th innings to chase it down and win it.
I'll tell you what,
it's a good game.
Farong must be loving this because the camera is following Duckett everywhere.
Yeah.
For Indian cricket,
just for you. wrong.
If this was an Indian director, Duckett would have a Virat Kohli mask on because the camera is just following him everywhere, which must mean that there's some imminence in Mrs. D, and that's defended nicely by Shamar Joseph from Gus Atkinson, who he's got one of those grumpy walks back on him, didn't he? Presumably not when he's taking wickets, but
he doesn't smile. He doesn't smile too often. You don't see it.
You must see a lot of him watching him at Surrey.
He does look like a bit of a grumpy fucker, but I mean, that's great. He's taken over from Jimmy. If he's got to take on the mantle, one grumpy man for another.
Even taking 7, he wasn't too.
Yeah,
this is true. In he comes. Pulled massively by Shamar Joseph. Does he have enough of it? You bet your life he does. There isn't a gap of 6 runs anymore. The scores are level in one fell swoop. And launched over mid-wicket by Shamar Joseph. Short by Atkinson. He may be thinking, maybe I won't do that again. Shamar Joseph has moved 15 off 14. Who says he's a bunny who needs protecting, Hexer?
Well, Josh De Silva might be regretting a couple missed singles, so they could have a lead of 10 if they took them. But that was timed perfectly, just a flat 6 into the stands.
Certainly was. Was it taken in the crowd? No, it was put down by a man who looks scarily like Mitchell Stark.
Dolly.
But yeah, it was a dolly.
He should have held it, mate.
Well, it's interesting. Messages says Paul Annie. I see Marnus took 5 for 11 in 2.3 overs against Somerset last night.
Oh wow. Atkinson in. Oh, that's a horrible ball. It's full outside of off stump, and Shamar Joseph is cross with himself because he sort of inside edged it out to mid wicket and really thinks he should have done something a little bit more. Bit like the last shot, Hector.
Isn't Stokesy the man for the job? Go, Hector.
Well, I'd like to see Wokes come back on after the start he had this morning. It's perfect conditions for him. Maybe
the scores are
give him a couple more.
Can Shamar Joseph, in company with De Silva, can they get them 20 in front, 30 in front? In comes Atkinson. It's pulled again. It's pulled high again. I think that's gone the same distance. It's gone to the same place. It's gone further.
It's knocked some slates off.
It's smacked the slates off the roof. They've fallen on the people underneath. Leave Trent Bridge alone, Shamar. What are you doing, lad? It's 6 more and the lead is 6. Wow, and there's a big old gap in the roof.
That's a health and
Call for a local roofer.
Health and safety will be having conniptions.
That is an outrageous shot.
That is huge. And those red tiled stands down over there, is that it's the Trent Bridge Taverners Club, and the denizens of which underneath were diving for cover, as not only the ball bounced back, but it brought huge chunks of the roof down with it. Look at that!
That is really quite dangerous, man. If that knocked someone on the head, in fact it did. I think it caught someone's side of someone's face.
Well, I think it did. Well, let's hope they're all right. And that's he's gone again, and I think he's got 4 this time. It was a pull from Shamar Joseph. Umpire Holdstock's thinking about it, but a couple of bounces before it went to the finest of fine legs. And Shamar Joseph is going, all right, I'm going for this.
Yeah, he's not afraid of the short ball. West Indian heritage, man. They like it. They don't mind it short.
The 10 is the lead. Well, what part of that did him go? Did that come off bat and part of his helmet?
I don't know if it came off his helmet. It's a big top edge. He's having a giggle out there.
Well, they're having a laugh, and I think his comment there probably to Josh De Silva was, what were you worried about? Why have you been not taking runs? That's a good, fast, full Yorker, but defended very, very competently by Shamar Joseph, the hero of Brisbane. Well, he's proving to be a bit of a hero of Trent Bridge at the moment. 107 overs complete, 426 for 9.
Don't know what Atkinson's doing, just consistently bowling short there.
Well, this is what I mean. Go back, bowl a probing length.
Well, the over before, Joseph proved he could play.
Probing bowling. Is Annie on later?
No, she's not on today, so I can put away my probing bowling jokes.
That's outrageous shots.
Oh, absolutely. Bear, who's with us?
Joanne W. Schmidthammer says, oh my God, Shamar's on fire. Indeed he is. And they've got to their 416. Sacrifice is going on at lunch, says Fluffy. Daniel Taylor says, thanks Shamar. Saeed Ahmad Khan says, where's that promising left arm spinner Hartley who toured India last winter? They picked Shoaib. and I think, all in all, I would go with Shoaib. I think he showed more control.
With presumably Root as your second option.
Yeah, well, he's always going to be England's second option. He did get bowled in this innings. I was surprised he didn't try him at some point.
I would have thought that might have
he's
been.
got a knack. He's another one with a knack, isn't he? Especially with the left hand.
Partnership breaker, but the return of Stokes. Well, speaking of spin,
well,
we are going to see Shoaib Bashir. He's got a century, but not the kind bowlers like. It's 2 for 100 for him. Some would argue both of those were rather bought wickets, but they don't draw pictures in the scorebook.
No maidens for him in this inning so far, which suggests a lack of control.
Yeah, he does. He's been dragging them down here.
Now I think this is where the officials. Let's have a look. These are the. There's. We're seeing the man with the bits of roofing in his hand. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 bits of
tile,
red tiling.
5 minutes for the GPL, gentlemen.
5 minutes for the GPL. GorillaCricket.com/competition. I'll tell you about it after this delivery from Bashir. That's dragged down. It's pulled. Not really got hold of. There should be someone down there. There is. I think it was Ollie Pope.
That's daft. Now you can't not be taking. I mean, the guy's just hit 6s and 4s, right?
I'm with you. Maybe he thinks.
And it's a spinner. It's not even like it's pace that you've got to protect him from.
And he's bowling drag downs.
Yeah.
That's a fuller ball defended by Josh De Silva. Maybe Josh De Silva's thinking, I just want to keep going and get a ton. The lead of 10. Well, if England start their innings like they started the first innings, they'd be 1 for -10 or 10, none for -10 rather. 1 for -10. Yeah, God, I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, they're defended nicely by Josh De Silva. The long-legged Bashir jogs after it.
Will there be a late lunch now?
There may well be. Yeah. Well, I've just got to get a Seize to Freedom says Oddie here. What's Bill Oddie and Graham Gardner doing cricket commentary? And the young dude looks nothing like Tim Brooke-Taylor.
Are we supposed to be the goodies? Actually, I can see you as Bill Oddie. I'm not so sure I could see me as Graham Garden, but I'll take it. Forced onto the back foot, De Silva works it away down to deep mid-wicket. And Duckett! And who did Duckett? They come back for 2. They're going to have to hurry. They may have come back for 3, actually. It was Brooke and Duckett who collided on that deep mid-wicket boundary. They both lost their sunglasses, or Brooke seems to have got 2 pairs of sunglasses, unless he was wearing 2. Let's have a look. Who's fielded it? It was, they both went for it. How come there are 3 pairs of sunglasses and only 2 of them?
Maybe.
That's just bizarre. Here we go. Whose ball was it? They both went for it at the same time, both watching the ball, smacked into each other. It's all the fun of the fair out there. Josh De Silva's got a big smile on his face. Shamar Joseph swinging from the hip, and Harry Brooke and Ben Duckett have done their best impression of the Keystone Cops. So it's all going off there.
Yeah,
it's all going off. It's 4:28 for 9. The lead is 12. That's the key statistic as Bashir prepares to bowl from the Stuart Broad end. There is a slip in place. De Silva again, who's on 61 now, is forced onto the back foot, nudges it into the onside. There is no run, and I think you are right, Hector, that we are going to have some extra time applied.
They can take an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something?
I think so. That's going to confuse my rotors again.
And it just...
Come on, England, get the wicket now. And then I don't have to sit during my lunchtime figuring out revised timings, which always just winds me up. And you're off anyway, Bear, aren't you?
Yep. I'm off.
We wait for Bashir. Down the track comes Josh De Silva. He's put this up in the air. I think he's going to clear the infield. He is. Zach Crawley. Well, let's face it, you picked the tallest man out, but even it was just too far up in the air past him. Dropped behind him. And they didn't run. Are they going off for lunch? I think surely they wouldn't. No, he's just taking his gloves off to come and have a chat to Josh De Silva. The lead now 13 for 29 for 9. Bear, who's with us?
Lots of people.
Yes, that's good.
In fact, loads and loads of people.
Excellent.
Anil Garg has deleted a couple of messages, but Fluffy says Schrozinger's sunglasses. I think they must have been Bashir's. I think he's carrying the Bashir's.
That would be the reason.
Tamla Charles says Shamar could Batman. Yeah, he certainly looks like he can. I don't know why Josh De Silva is
well, coming up is a very interesting bowling change that we might have just been mentioning not a couple of minutes ago, Hector.
In fact, we'll give him a jingle.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a picked, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Mr. P says it's like goodies are on the pitch, not in the studio.
Well, now, Hector, do you deep set your field and allow them singles, assuming that they're going to want to have a go? Or I kind of think you might have more of an in-out field for De Silva and set them back for Joseph.
Well, it's a strange move at the moment, but it might be one.
Yeah.
Quite clever. It's a very deep set field. It's very chaotic out there, so maybe
it is all happening. And you're right on the. Let me see on the leg side. That's nicely defended by De Silva. Actually, the offside field. There's a deep backward point, a deep cover, and then you're moving around the deep extra cover, and they're all on the boundary sponge. So Root is there to throw them up and say, come and have a go if you think you're hard enough, isn't he?
Just a bit strange that De Silva's not taking any singles. So Joseph's on 25 off 18 and he's timing the ball nicely.
Still a slip though. Round the wicket comes Root, slapped superbly by De Silva. Presumably there's a man down there. Is there ever? It's our friend, the lad himself, Ben Duckett. And they don't run. They don't run.
Clearly, Shamal Joseph has an eye. It's not really spinning that much, and you know these kind of number 11s can be massively destructive because they just swing.
Root, that's a horrible ball. Worked off his legs down to deep mid wicket. Stokes jumps over it so that Harry Brook doesn't have another collision. Well, and Josh De Silva says, "Bugger that! I'm too. I'm not running. I don't trust you, Shamar." Shamar Joseph at the other end. As far as I can see, Hector, looks like he's basically going, "Oh, come on, Josh!
Oh, he does
haven't I proven what I can do?"
And he takes the single now, but just with the two deliveries
he does. The lead moves on to 14.
Well, maybe it's calculated. It says, right, Shamar, you've got 2 swings at the last 2 balls. If you get 2 4s, that's 9 off the over anyway, and it doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, he could just do that from ball 1, really, because you'd assume they'd bring the field in, and the way he's timing it, he could clear.
Well, there's certainly been no appreciable turn that we've seen from Joe Root. We're watching a compendium of fine cricket shots and fine aggressive cricket shots from Shamar Joseph, who's loving his work and just a tad frustrated that he's not given the opportunity to do a bit more of it by Josh De Silva, I think. Rooty, on the other hand, has got 2 balls at him. What do? Throw him up and say, have a go?
Well, I think you flight it, bring the field in and hope he spoons it.
Well, he still has the slip to the left-hander, who defends in the most correct manner you'll ever see on a cricket pitch. So well
if I was going to fight it,
Joseph.
I'd give it loads of air, and I'd probably have someone. It's either going to go out cow, isn't it, or skew up behind
now,
square.
In comes the field, of course. Everyone moves in to try and deny Shamar Joseph a single. Actually, I would have thought you'd give him the single, but they're not going to take that because De Silva wants the strike. It's the end of the over. England trail now by 14. West Indies lead by 14. It's 4:30 for 9.
What are we going to do about lunchtime and switching now? And are we going to stay on for another half an hour?
I think we just keep going, and then just too complicated.
I might need another beer then. Daniel Taylor, why is just trying to shield Shamar? The guy can defend himself, man. I'm totally with you, Daniel. This is getting a bit stupid. Babar Azam, probably not the Babar Azam, or let's hope so. He says, "Hi, I am the real one. It's not a hoax. You guys are doing a great job." Well, if you are the real Babar Azam, thank you very much.
What? Is that on YouTube?
Yeah.
He might be on YouTube, Mike Barber.
Well, hello, Barber. If you ever want to come in here, feel free. We'd love to have you next time.
If it was on Twitter, you could see how many followers he had, and then you'd know. But the real Barber, Well, either way, Barber, delighted you're with us.
Indeed. Wokes, and it's not in.
Hang on.
It's a replay.
No, it wasn't. And who's doing ball by ball?
Well, I don't know.
Well, I thought we were just carrying on. Okay, the other option we have, which I was going to suggest, is we just do a 3-man change. We got another 3 out there.
Yeah, let's do that.
Why don't we just green room, stand to attention, because you need to give Hendo plenty of warning.
Yeah. At the end, we'll do one more over. Then
we'll do one more over
to do the extra half hour.
Yes, and it
might not be half hour. England might get the wicket in the next over, in which case it won't happen. But you know.
So there we go. We'll do a 3-man change from the green room. Hendo ball by ball, Grubby Social, and John Summery defended by De Silva. Again, I think Josh De Silva is thinking, just frustrate England.
Well, they could get. That's what I was saying. They could get a 60-run lead here, which would really frustrate England. It would put England under a bit of pressure.
Certainly would. Thrown up by Bashir. It's an all-spin attack to try and winkle out one of these two to close this innings off. We're into extra time. at lunchtime.
But then again, if you get out now, then you've just wasted a potential 10, 15 runs in.
Bashir in, throws it up, defended on the back foot by De Silva, and Bashir ambles slowly to his left.
I don't know why Stokes hasn't bowled himself this morning, has he?
No, he hasn't.
I'm surprised he hasn't bowled himself. He's another one who's good at getting that little.
He is a
winkle
partnership
wicket.
breaker. In comes Bashir onto the back foot, muscled down to long on. This time they do run, so true to form, Bear, 4th ball of the over.
Single.
Goes down to Stokes, and Shamar Joseph is going to lock and load and see what he can do to Bashir off the final 2 balls of the over.
Well, he didn't attempt anything off route, which is a bit surprising.
Maybe he prefers pace. Maybe he's a bit more watchful against
Well,
spin.
actually, a lot of people do, don't they? At least if you can't block it, you can still get a run.
Our friends in the green room have a 2-ball warning.
Waiting for the inevitable Bashir drag down slash.
I only say that because none of them appear to be
making their way.
Appearing at the door, looking keen, bushy-tailed and ready to rock.
Are you even listening to what we're
come
saying?
on, green room, wake up! Bashir comes around the wicket. It's flicked round the corner nicely. It's going to go down to fine leg. I don't think it'll be caught. Mark Wood gets after it. He won't go, and it's 4 more than 19 now is the lead.
This is good for the West Indies because not only, even if it's a smallish lead, it will have really frustrated England that they let them get there. In some respects, England should be reasonably happy. I mean, with Holder and De Silva in this morning and only 65 runs behind, they could have been looking, they'd have got in at a deficit of 100 or so. But it's all swings and roundabouts.
Bashir, nicely defended by Joseph in the correct manner. And there is no run. 4:35 for 9. 110 overs completed. Lead 19. Bear, why don't you read as many social messages as you can crash through?
Well,
and I shall go and attempt to rouse.
Well, everyone's having a pop at us. Daniel Garg says England's mediocre team in tests. They make batting pitch to conceal their shortcomings in batting. I don't think. Well, I don't know. We thrashed them at Lords. Okay, they were a bit cold. We generally do all right at home. New bowling attack. I don't think maybe we are mediocre. I don't think so. We've come up with a style that suits our shortcomings, really. Square Cut says, now every team has an answer to England's baseball. Not really. I mean, what are the results of baseball? If you take out India, it's phenomenal. If you add in India, it's still pretty good. Oh, I needed another bit. Oh, it's alright, I'm not going to be on air. Josh Silva goes back, and it's defended, and there is no run. Some replacements are coming in. Do you want to let Hendo sit down and then I'll rush out, because at least then he can speak whilst I'm getting out of my chair and it doesn't look so stupid. Bashir around the wicket into the rough outside the leg stump of De Silva, and there is no run as it's played out into the mid wicket. There should be a run, and I think they should let Shazmal Jarvis have a hit, but you take over now, Hendo.
Well, we were sitting there unaware that you were calling for us, because we thought that you'd probably just wait until the wicket fell, and it may fall now, but it's De Silva down the wicket, over the top, couple of bounces to long on, and it's 4 more, and West Indies are building a lead. Apart from the fact that we were having a long discussion about jazz, as Nestle likes to say quite often.
Yeah, sorry, are we still talking about my daughter being born to the strains of Kind of Blue, or are we on cricket?
No, we're on cricket now.
Cricket.
We can do both, probably.
God, we're eclectic.
But anyway, we were talking about bring on the spinner, bring on the spinner. But they're so well in now, these two, that it's all coming alike. Down the leg side, swept by Josh De Silva. It's a consecutive boundaries. Root, who's now
almost an unimaginably bad ball, that wasn't it?
Well, he's got a man at leg slip, and I guess he got it a little bit too wide. He wants a little tickle, doesn't he, into the hands there? But that was the full-blooded sweep. Bit toe-endy.
It's me, Sanshi. It's me, Sanshi.
What an extraordinary partnership.
Yeah.
Shamar Joseph has hit 2 of the cleanest pulls you'd ever likely to see.
Those were just astonishing strokes, the first one especially. Root round the wicket, horrible, side-armed really, and it's put away for a 3rd 4, full toss, and De Silva is really enjoying himself now. 76 off 121.
As Phil Tufnell would say, what Root is trying to do is stick it in the omelette, mate.
Stick it in the omelette?
Yeah. That's what he calls the rough.
Oh, Phil
it,
Tufnell.
Stick it in the omelette.
Stick it in the omelette.
But it's not working.
Is it any?
He's got egg on his face.
I was going to say, any particular type of omelette? Mushroom, because he's got mushroom outside the leg stump. In he comes again. Bowls and smashed again. That's not going to be 4. That's going to be all the way. And the West Indies fans, there aren't that many of them.
That could be some more tiles on somebody's house on the next road.
Absolutely loving it. 18 runs off the over. 4-4-4-6 for De Silva. Gone to 82. Shamar Jervis is on 29. Now I should be doing tubes. No, I shouldn't be. You should be doing tubes.
No.
Well, John doesn't do tubes.
Oh, well.
We got no tubes.
Tubes will have to wait then. I can read a couple out on the screen here.
Okay.
Square Cup. Now every team has an answer to England's baseball. You wouldn't believe how many definitely real no hoax Babar Azam are in the chats, says Bestjertas Kurzesbein, in which Babar is playing. Daniel Taylor says, guys, your commentary is spot on. Great job. All in caps. So that must be true. Saeed Ahmad Khan says, lack of a quality spinner like Adil Rashid is certainly worrying England. I mean, he's not played a test. He's not going to play a test match. He's officially retired from Test cricket, isn't he, Adil?
Yes.
But still the number 1 bowler in T20 cricket, I believe. What beverage are you having, rum or cola, says Daniel Taylor. They tend to go well together, I think.
Yeah.
Laughing Light is with us. Flat pitch to play baseball, says Laughing. And then Kurzesbein, who was calling the rough pancake then? I thought that was tough. I thought that was tough. Well, omelette. He might, yeah. Omelette is what I think he's called it. And then Carl Sabaton says, not a bad tail end partnership. That's understatement of the year. And Fluffy says, please don't do tubes. But I've just done them. So, sorry, Fluffy.
Why doesn't he not want us to do tubes?
And why would Fluffy convey that message over a tube?
It's very strange, isn't it? Nothing makes sense in the last half an hour. And that's another thing. Woody is going to come back into the attack. 19.1 overs. He must have won 1 ball for Gus Atkinson yesterday because he's got
other way round.
Something point. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you notice that close up of McCullum not looking over happy?
No.
Balcony?
First ball is defended off the back foot by Shamar Joseph.
Because he started Nova yesterday and then he pulled up and they told him to go off. He was going to play through it, but
yeah, you're right. And now West Indies are favourites to win this match by 2%.
2 percentage.
Looks a little bit like the American election forecast. Wood in again, and he gives himself an enormous amount of room to Shamar, but gets a bottom edge, and it scoots through past the diving Jamie Smith all the way to the very fine leg boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Didn't Tino Best score about 80 from number 11 for West Indies against England a few years back?
Yeah, that was wasn't that the was that the Flintoff?
It wasn't Mind the Windows. It wasn't that day. No, it's a different occasion, I think.
He did score. Yes, I do recall vaguely him doing quite well. I'm trying to work out what this partnership may be worth. It must be over 50 now. Has he got an edge to that one?
Nope.
No, it's just beaten Shamar. But
do you know the golf on the other channel, by the way?
We should commentate on that.
We could do that. Yeah.
Did McIlroy fail to make the cut?
He doesn't play well in the wind, which, given that he grew up near Portrush, is amazing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he might have done. Him and DeChambeau were both.
He was 7 over from the first day, wasn't he? I don't know
what.
I didn't see the scores yesterday.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Shane Lowry, though. Go on, Shane.
Yeah.
Can we talk golf for a minute?
In a moment.
Well, no, yeah, when we're
71 this partnership so far.
Wow. Wood in again, bowls, and well, Shamar Joseph has stepped back so far that he's ended up beyond the return crease, I think. But he misses it, and Wood also misses.
It wasn't anywhere near, was it? He looked aggrieved. I thought that was.
Well, I mean, I suppose if basically the batsman runs to square leg, you really have got an opening, haven't you? But It wasn't that close. Josh De Silva seems to be saying to Shamar, don't give it away here.
I'm getting close to 100.
Yeah, well, that's true. 2 slips, short leg, quite deep. Oh, it's chipped up in the air, and I think this is going to be the end of things. It's taken by Atkinson at mid-on. And, is there some question about a no ball? No. West Indies are finally all out, and they've somehow, I wouldn't say cobbled together, they've raced to a lead of 41, which about half an hour ago looked very unlikely.
Yeah, it was one of those great examples of sport throwing up the unlikely, wasn't it?
Yep.
It's terrifically exciting. I'll just give them the wicket jingle. Here it is. Josh De Silva down on his haunches because he told his mate to be a bit more cautious and calm, hadn't he? Which has not really been the way he's been playing, to be fair. And he could see that 100 just hoving into view, which he's denied now.
He'd have settled for that, wouldn't he?
He'd have settled for 82. I don't know if that's his second highest score. Obviously, he got his single 100 not out exactly against England a few years back in the Caribbean. But brilliantly well played by the lower order. And that lead of 41, when England would have been expecting a lead of some sort, now to be on the wrong end of one. Psychology, in favour of West Indies,
yeah,
might say.
Well, we talk about impetus and momentum, don't we, a lot of the time. And some of you may remember that a few years ago I wrote a piece for Cricinfo about 10th wicket partnerships, last wicket partnerships. And that's one of the things is a 10th wicket partnership or a last wicket partnership can really change the complexion of a game. And it'll be interesting to see whether it's also given someone like Shamar that little bit of adrenaline to bowl with a bit more oomph, perhaps. And I don't think the West Indies can bowl as badly as they did in the first innings. So England, if they are insistent on playing the way that they have been,
which they will be,
I mean, they could easily lose a couple of quick wickets after lunch. And I think West Indies have got to feel reasonably cock a hoop, especially we looked this morning and they had 5 wickets in hand, and you'd say, well, they'll be looking to get a lead of 70, 80, with a fairly sort of what we thought was quite a weak lower order, but and that's the way. Well, it was turning out that it had kind of gone wrong for them a little bit, but that last wicket partnership has made a mockery of that. So England were all out for 416, West Indies 457. Chris Wokes ends with 4 for 84. Gus Atkinson 2 for 107. Shoaib Bashir 2 for 108, and Ben Stokes 1 for 61. Wood, of course, did finally get a wicket, but he didn't look particularly enamoured with that wicket at all. There was no celebration, and I guess that's kind of.
So do you think? Sorry, do you think England will go in and talk at lunchtime about playing a slightly more, not conservative, that's the wrong word, but a slightly circumspect game? Yeah, because if they go in and play, it's all right in the first innings when you've got another go, but if they go in and get 30 for 2, they're going to struggle, especially if they're shots which they could have avoided playing.
I'm going to answer that question and say no.
What, they won't go in the same way?
They won't. No, they won't play
change
circumspectly.
No, I don't think they will. I mean,
I'm not talking Dominic Sibley here. I'm just talking about defend the good balls and hit the bad balls for 4. Whereas, they do try and hit the good balls for 4, don't they? Which sometimes is a mistake.
Well, Duckett famously doesn't leave anything. And Crawley can crash even balls of a very good length outside his off stump through the covers for 4. So I expect to see them do that. I was going to read a couple of tubes for you. Speedy is with us from Trinidad and Tobago and has put the flag up there. Great to have you with us, Speedy, junior nurse. Daniel Taylor says, you guys are really having fun. I'm not sure there's a hint of admonishment about that. Stop having so much fun. George McPherson says, England can learn from West Indies. Instead of having a tail end that can get out quickly, they should have one that can bat longer and get crucial runs. I mean, ideally, that easy to write in a tube, that, George, but quite another thing to do on the pitch. Daniel Taylor, good job, guys, from Jamaica. And again, we've got the flag there. Athena is with us. Laughing Light is with us. Of course, Disinterested Handjob is with us, saying, quality Hendo brand pessimism hits the spot. Speedy with another one. George McPherson with another one.
Did you say Speedy was a nurse?
A junior nurse, Speedy says.
Do you think he could do a phone-in during lunchtime and see if he could...
A few ailments?
For our various ailments and sort us out?
Oh,
That would be great, wouldn't it?
Lensworth Gooden is also with us. Good job, West Indies. Akash says, sir, please rank these batsmen in Test cricket. Williamson, Smith, Root, Kohli. Want to do that one again?
Smith? Oh, Steve Smith.
Yeah.
I was thinking Graham Smith for a moment.
Oh, no. You can... At various points, they've each been number 1.
Yes.
And at various points, they've each been number 4. That's all I'm going to say about that.
I think that's about right.
And they're all great. Lloyd Gomes. I wonder if you're related to Larry Gomes. Could you tell us, Lloyd? Wow, credit goes to Designated. Designated who? For a brilliant knock. Also, Shamar for his patience. He did well. Is Designated Josh De Silva's nickname? It'd be a weird nickname, wouldn't it? Where's Designated?
There was a programme, wasn't there, with Kiefer Sutherland called Designated Survivor, which was about what happens if your president is killed in office and someone has to step up.
Cheery stuff.
If only.
I'm just going to mention George McPherson again and Adam Newman, both of whom are with us, and Cherry Brown, who's just come in to say, well played, West Indies. We'll leave the tubes there for a little bit. Bear, what's the plan for putting something on in the lunch break? Presumably we have a 35-minute break now, a delayed lunch break because West Indies are on 9 wickets down for a good long time. We're now 20 past 1, just gone. So
well, considering that Tony was admonishing us for not listening in the because we were talking about jazz, we're kind of getting payback for this.
Tony, Bear, what are we putting on?
Anyone from the green room?
And how do I do it? Top quality broadcasting.
We're brilliant commentators, maybe, but we don't.
Yeah.
Many of us know what to do, how to do anything else. And that brings the Bear roaring with fury to sort things out. We're on to the golf. Lowry is 7 under, if you're interested. Burmister.
He won't be out. He won't be out yet, though, will he?
Oh no.
That'll be hard.
See you after lunch, everyone. Should be ideal. I've certainly put 1 or 2 of those names into your Google, and main one up is a link to this tweet.
Lords bosses. I mean, they're a private club. They can do what they like to their members, and they can have their own rules. Which I frankly, they were saying what a lot of us were thinking, basically. And as somebody who has once harangued an umpire at Lords from the pavilion,
do tell.
when they came off for bad light when the sun was shining, and said umpire, who I won't name, it was John Holder actually.
So you did name.
Who had a reputation for much preferring to sit with his feet up in the changing room rather than actually standing outside in the middle.
Was that the nature of your heckle?
No, I asked him, why are they coming off? And he said, the light's too bad. And I said, no, the light isn't too bad. And he said, you don't know what you're talking about. And this was actually in the Lord's Pavilion. It was a long time ago. It was about 30 years ago. So it's not unheard of. But frankly, honestly, for Australians to complain about treatment from a crowd is one of the great ironies in the history of cricket.
That is funny. That's also funny.
That is funny. Yeah, I mean the thing is as well, they're going to get
with a straight face.
I mean they're now going up to the north of England. They're going to get it a shitload worse up there than they ever got it down south.
Are you trying to say that people in the north are more uncouth than people in the south?
I may well be saying that, but I'm saying the Yorkshire crowd are not going to give them an inch, and I doubt the Old Trafford crowd will either.
Well, yeah, and that will be celebrated in the Guardian, whereas this is disapproved of. I don't know why.
Is it officially known as the notorious Western Terrace now?
They changed the name of it to the Western Stand because everyone.
Yeah, but it's not there, is it?
I mean, Headingley is not a pleasant ground.
I've loved my time.
You might say Yorkshire people are not pleasant people. Some people might say that.
Some people might say that. God's own country and all that.
Yeah, they do have a rather. How do you know if somebody's a Yorkshireman? They will tell you in about 8 seconds.
Exactly.
I don't think they should be playing tests at Headingley. I don't think they should. For 20 years, the ECB bailed them out. Quite aside from their recent issues, but they are playing it, and as you say, Bear, the Australians are going to absolutely cop it.
They are indeed. What is? I haven't seen the side. I presume we've named the side early because that's what. They
we
do.
have.
Who's in it? What have we got?
Moeen, Wokes. No, there's no Dan Lawrence.
Wood's in as well, isn't he?
Wood, yeah, exactly.
So
what? Jimmy and Tong are arrested / dropped.
So Ollie Robinson's still in. So what have we got? So we got we've got the opening pair, and then we've got who's three then?
Brooke bats 3.
Brooke bats 3.
Root, Bairstow at 5, Stokes at 6.
They've managed to weaken the batting and the bowling, and keep the wicket keeping equally bad. It's a win-win situation.
I do think Josh Tong is a bit unlucky.
I think Josh Tong is a bit unlucky.
Why are we calling him Tong? His name's Tung.
Tongue.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
I'm trying to get somewhere. I don't know why.
No, it's Tongue. It's
all gone Josh Tongue.
In fact, we had this argument on air, and everyone kept calling him. So in fact, Hendo was calling him Tongue. I was like, no, it's Tongue, and now I'm calling him Tong. It's doing my head in. Tongue. It's fucking Tongue.
Long.
Hyacinth Bouquet, the lady of the residence.
Well, it's Hyacinth Bouquet had a very good Test match for England, or nice. Ben, as he's known. Somewhat again overlooked. A lot of things were overlooked because there was just so much madness in the first.
Well, Stokes' innings for starters.
The most bizarre thing of the summer might be that Ben Duckett is a successful England opener against Australia.
It's quite mad, isn't it?
Bonkers. It
is quite bonkers.
It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Tomorrow's wicket looks like it's going to be. I mean, from the pictures I saw today, the weather tomorrow is going to be quite cool, and it's had a little bit of rain. It's going to be green again.
But don't judge the pitch on what it looked like today. Like, how many times have we seen this?
My team would have been Pope to miss out, obviously, from the last Test match, and Jimmy to have a rest/drop, and possibly retire in a strop, and they would have been replaced by Dawson and Folkes, which would have actually lengthened the batting order. It would have increased the variety of the bowling and vastly improved the wicket keeping. So they did none of those.
Dawson's a left-arm spinner.
No, Dawson's an offie.
Right.
Oh, is he an offie? Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I mean, the one thing that, I've been saying it all serious, but the one thing that goes against Leach, actually, and the fact that a timely injury, if it was one, is he's not actually he was never very good at bowling at left-handers, and they've got so many fucking left-handers in the top 7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Dawson is a great
bowler.
But he's an ever-present.
No. I mean, look, I'd have preferred him to be in it because
in many ways the heartbeat of that side.
Yes, I agree.
Keeps quoting.
Oh yeah. He's great on the intangibles, not so much on the tangibles.
But I mean, his actual.
Look how much we missed in this series.
Well, exactly, his record is actually pretty bloody good.
You were saying we should have won both these Test matches. How much should we have missed?
I didn't say we should have. I said we could have.
Look, Anderson has actually done pretty much the role of Leach, which is bowl quite. He can't bowl as many overs, but he bowls dry, and even when he's not taking wickets.
Leach rarely bowls dry.
Well, no, but you need, if Stokes can't bowl, other than the odd 17-over spell of half trackers, again, logic? I think you struggle to find it. Then you do need somebody. There's going to be a time when you're going to need somebody to bowl for most of an afternoon at one end. I don't think Moeen has had that in him for 5 or 6 years.
I don't know.
I don't think he can bat at Test level again since about 2014 when the Indians worked him over. I just think it's so retrograde. The only thing going for him as far as the England management is concerned is that he hasn't played any red ball cricket, and they seem to think that's a major advantage. Well, probably working against people like Dawson, who play a lot of red ball cricket.
I did want to talk about Wokes actually, because every time we appear to speak about him on this show or elsewhere on Gorilla, it seems that he's not played for a long time.
No, he never plays.
He's not played a first-class game since the beginning of May.
Yeah.
He's not played a Test match since before Stokey Cullen was a thing. He's not. He played a T20 for the Bears a couple of weeks ago, but that's it.
Yeah,
and now he's expected to come in.
It's bonkers. They're turning 150 years of cricketing orthodoxy on its head. In so many ways, but the one way that doesn't make any sense is that they prefer people to have not played any cricket. They want people to come in without
with no form. I thought you said Moeen and Wood are in, not Wokes.
Oh, Wokes is in as well. Sorry.
Oh right. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So Moeen, no Jimmy, no
Moeen for Pope,
and no Pope.
Moeen for Pope. some idiot. Oh no, it was you, Bear, who said Moan should bat at 3. And that is just the stupidest.
Yeah, that is nuts.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's Stokey Cannonball at its best, mate. Just come in and thrash a quick 50.
The joke is now that England have invented a system where openers aren't a thing anymore. There's no such thing. You don't need to be an opener.
Well, that's because we don't have any.
Well, what did openers historically do
sense.
for 150 years was they left balls that they didn't have to play at. Ben Duckett famously does not ever leave a ball.
Yeah.
He leaves like about 3% of the balls he's faced in the last couple
there
of years.
There is a certain amount. I mean, the whole thing about this is there is a certain amount of logic to it because you don't leave balls in an ODI, and
you don't have 4 slips in the gully in an ODI either.
No, you don't. But a lot of the time you get the ball along the ground or whatever. You know, I mean, he's done all right. As you said, Duckett. He got 98 and 82. You know, he scored 170 runs.
Yeah. England are committed to this thing that we're going to do better playing in this way than if we played in the other way, the orthodox way, whatever you call it. Yeah. And you know, so far, you have to say
it's
mostly worked.
It's mostly working.
But I mean, if you've got an openers missing, then it doesn't matter. Then Brooke can do that at opening. Root can do that. Bairstow can do that. Stokes can do that. Anybody can do that.
I was fully on board with asking Johnny Bairstow to open the innings.
Yeah.
And picking folks. Listen, that ship has sailed. I don't want to keep harping on
that.
But ask Johnny to open with Alex Hales. I would say do that.
Well. Alex Hales and Jason Roy in some respects were just a couple of years too
early.
But the fact is they did it and they had no success doing it. Whereas
no, because when Roy came in,
Hales had some. Yeah, Roy had no success at all.
Well, he tried that play properly, didn't he? And he was never going to play properly.
But also, he wasn't given a Zach Crawley style running the team.
No,
Crawley's done all right, actually, considering.
Yeah. Crawley has done all right. And again, these are the amazing things that are happening. And it turns out he was quite right not to care what anybody says. But again, he's probably been helped by the fact he's been out to a couple of good balls. He's probably been helped by the fact that so much has gone on, so many talking points that if you've had a bad game, it just sort of seems to get forgotten. And I think we should not overlook Stokes' innings. He didn't see England over the line.
Yeah.
But
fantastic.
Look what this fellow can do.
Box office, man.
Look what he can do. It's
fantastic.
Just astonishing. I mean, those
you knew it was just
a little before he got out on Sunday were just, you could not take your eyes off a single ball.
You just knew it was that little bit too far. I said at the beginning of the day that
it always felt a long way away.
Well, it felt, but they were only.
I said two of them need to get
150.
I said two of them need to get 150, and Duckett fell for 80 odd, and Stokes got his 150. If Duckett had gone on to get his 150, would have won that game.
When there was 80 needed and 4 wickets to fall, I was watching it with a bunch of guys in a cricket club, and somebody asked, if Stokes got out now, how many would you feel comfortable with the rest of them getting?
10.
People say 8, 10. And we sort of settled on a consensus of about 25.
Yeah, that'd be about right, yeah.
But, and astonishingly, Stuart Broad actually played well at number 8, which is, again, possibly even stranger than Duckett scoring.
Stuart Broad's capable still.
No, he's not. He really
is.
He bowled very badly at it.
Bear. He was good and brave on Sunday, but at number 8, he's at least 3 places too high in the batting order.
He's a number 12.
He's not a number 12. He's still capable. He scored a couple of 30s and 40s in a recent past.
Yeah, but the type of 30s and 40s he scores are when he absolutely throws the bat with his eyes closed. And
Stokey Cannonball, what the fuck are we talking about here, for crying out loud?
Yeah, well then have him open. I mean, why not? Then
get 40 at the top, giving it a quick smash.
So many talking points. So many talking points.
Look, would it also be unpatriotic for me to say that Australia have played pretty well in these last 2 games?
Wait, no, they have. They've played really well.
It's a good Australian team, but it's also a better
one.
English team Look, Australia haven't won haven't won a series in this country for 2 decades.
Yep.
For 22 years or whatever it is, and this isn't the best of those Australian teams that have been there since then.
Well, you mean the Mark Butcher series in 2001?
Is that how it's known? Is that what he wants to be remembered for? I think his guitar playing probably better, but he they're not a great team.
Well, they're the best there is on the planet at the moment.
Are they so much better than the 2015 team that got completely overwhelmed on a number of occasions when, incidentally, we were playing on green seamers?
Yeah.
And bowling them out in an hour and 3/4.
Exactly. Well, I mean, the fact is that their bowling attack is better.
Their bowling attack is really good.
Really good. I mean, when the first 4 wickets they got in that second innings, the ball that got Pope out was an absolute snorter, and the balls that got both
Crawley.
Crawley gave it away a little bit. He was strangled down the leg side.
Yeah,
I mean, it went a long way, but he was strangled down the leg side. The road that got Root and Brook were absolute snorters.
Yeah.
And they, those 4 wickets weren't bumpers, and they were got.
Cummins getting Pope in the first Test match with an absolutely searing in-swinging Yorker. They're obviously they're a very skilled attack. There's no question about it. And I wouldn't necessarily. I'd be absolutely interested to watch how England batting against them on a green seamer.
Well, who knows?
It would be hilarious.
We may
yet
find out.
100 all out in 8 overs.
Yeah.
We might.
Well, the thing, I mean, this is my point about Stokey Cullen ball, is the fact that...
Oh, stop calling that.
I'm not going to call it the B word.
Quite right.
It's is the fact, and I keep stating this, and you can't overstate the fact that if you attack good bowlers and their good balls get hit, they have to adjust. And if you make a good bowler adjust, you create yourself space to score more runs. And that is how they basically approach it. And it works.
It's sort
of it won't always work, because we will get bowled out for 100.
Well,
we did against South Africa.
This is why Scott Boland, who is arguably their most sort of metronomic bowler in all of the things they've got available, arguably why he was dropped for the second test. Yeah, well done, England. Mitchell Stark came in, and look what he did.
Yeah.
Well, but that's true, Bear. But a bit like the fight against terrorism, you have to win every time. They only have to win once. So those bowlers, you say you're trying to smash them off their legs, and bowlers don't like it. But the fact is, bowlers never used to like going for 7 and over in limited overs cricket, but they damn well got used to going 7 and over, and then embraced going at 7 and over in T20 cricket, where they were delighted to go for 7 and over.
That's why I can bowl in the IPL.
Or not, as the case, as reality would have it. But the point is, if bowlers got into a mindset where they wouldn't actually mind being hit for 2 4s and over, if they knew they were going to get somebody out for 25, then it wouldn't bother them as much. Their mindset would change,
possibly.
And it wouldn't be so successful.
And in the next edition of the Smaximum, you can read a piece by Not Fred Titmus on how the fight between bat and ball in cricket is very much like terrorism.
How much did they pay this publication?
Nothing, obviously.
I think I might give it to somebody else then.
It's free at the point of consumption.
It was no, that's the old
Actually,
thing,
it's not. You have to be a patron.
You have to be a patron, and do please give us lots of money. PayPal, Patreon, all that kind of stuff. Enter the GPL, buy a shower curtain, buy some Ponting's wines. There's so many ways you can
help
give us
out.
money. Anyway, I mean, just when we're exhausted from talking about the first 2 Test matches, the next one starts in about 12
hours time. Come on. Oh, can't wait.
It's a bit of a shame that they're actually all jammed into
so
6
close
weeks.
together.
Well,
we actually get about 7 days off after this one, don't we?
Let me bring the mood down a bit then, and talk about boring cricket tweet of the week.
Ooh, a regular.
It's been quite difficult this week because, as you know, what I normally do is put the word cricket into Twitter and have a good old scroll. But you can't have a good old scroll these days without getting rate limited.
It's the boring cricket tweet of the week.
Anyway, I have managed.
Elon Musk ruining our podcast.
I have managed. I didn't mention his name. You did. I have managed to scrape the bottom of Twitter though for these beauties. Now this first one would be an absolute worldie of a boring cricket tweet of the week. Were it not for the fact that it rescues itself in the second half. However, the first part of it, I'd like to proffer.
Oh, that's unfair. I'm already calling this unfair because the guy's done a boring setup for a cracking finish, and you're.
Well, you don't know, do you? You don't know yet.
Well, that's how you've explained it.
Just wait and hear it. So it's a fella called Abhishek Murarka, and his tweet goes as follows. Ajay Agarkar is the new chairman of Men's Cricket Selection Committee. Then he goes on to say, I still remember him for the classic bat raise when he scored a single after 7 ducks. And if you so wish, you can go on to...
That is not in any way a boring cricket tweet. That's a great tweet.
Half a boring cricket tweet.
No, it isn't. You can't take half a tweet.
Listen, I've got 2 more to come.
All right.
Also, anything that declares itself as interesting is by definition not, I think. So this is from Chris Bullen on Twitter. It says, a very interesting and enjoyable day at the Welsh Cricket Coaching Conference.
Oh, I was wondering when Welsh Cricket
Hashtag, in there. Hashtag thanks. Hashtag good food.
I have a feeling that there was a former professional cricketer called Chris Bullen, and I think he used to play for Surrey. Is it him?
You be the judge. Well, not the judge. You go and find out.
We get the vote.
That's the second offering. And the third one is from Cricket Ireland. More Celt bashing. And there's a picture of a cricket ground with a bell in the foreground and a rather gloomy looking pitch with the covers on in the background. And it goes, unfortunately, Oak Hill has turned into Soak Hill as the rain arrived.
Well, I've just looked up Chris Bullen, by the way. If it's the same one, he played 31 first-class games for Surrey between 1982 and 1991.
Well, if
he might well have been a Welsh Cricket Conference, and as it has Welsh in it, and it's a cricket tweet, it's my vote for boring cricket tweet of the week.
Well, I'm going to blame Elon Musk for this low standard of entries this week. The first one was, frankly, a hilarious cricket tweet and has no part in this segment whatsoever.
Controversial.
Always elicits strong opinions, this segment.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, I let's not play the blame game, but really, Grubby, you need to up your game a little bit here because you can't have a segment say boring cricket tweet of the week, and there's one which absolutely makes me laugh because it's absolutely hilarious.
Well, half.
No, you can't divide it in either. You could stop after 2 words. That would have been boring. No, not good enough. I'm sorry. Pull your finger out, mate.
Okay.
Chris Bullen currently works for Surrey County Cricket Club as a cricket development manager, says Wikipedia, but that could be about 10 years old.
CDM?
So it could be, you know, this is why he could have been, it could be a work-related tweet, in which case I'm going to let him off for that. So which only leaves us with...
Cricket Ireland.
Oh, no.
Ireland.
Oh, no.
Oak Hill, Soak Hill.
And Cricket Ireland, really their priority is not, they've stated this quite clearly, the CEO, is not winning boring cricket tweet of the week. They are all out for the boring cricket tournament that's going on in Zimbabwe next year, because they want to qualify for the world's boring cricket tweet of the week. And they will fail miserably. So it's a tough one. I'm going to withdraw my vote this week.
What?
Well, you make your laws, I'll make my rules.
And Bear, you voted for
Welsh.
They win 1-0.
They win 1-0.
1-0 to the Welsh.
So just
on a note about what's going on in Zimbabwe, it's bloody sad about the West Indies, though, isn't it? I mean, they're fucking pony.
They're not very good, so they didn't qualify.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if you have qualifying tournaments, then you need to qualify. You know, the fact they won the first 2 World Cups is neither here nor there. If you've got a world qualifying tournament, then you've got a world qualifying tournament. Shouldn't have been held in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's a shithole, and with a very nasty government that's oppressing their citizens, and we shouldn't be playing in Zimbabwe, and the ICC shouldn't be giving tournaments in Zimbabwe. So in the same way as the Football World Cup shouldn't have been in Qatar.
All right. Well,
all right.
On the cricketing front, I've also been reading lots of things of people.
There was no cricket.
I've been reading cricketing tweets about how brilliant Zimbabwe have been in this qualifying tournament, and they've not qualified either, have they?
No, exactly.
Hilarious.
And people go, "Oh, it's such a shame," and you go, "Well, they haven't qualified." So
Scotland may well do if they beat fucking Netherlands, eh?
it's between Scotland and Netherlands, isn't it?
Yeah.
Where is the? When is the?
Well, potentially, I
the
thought
main
Zimbabwe
tournament?
could go through if someone. There must be a run rate thing because I think Zimbabwe got the same points as Scotland, but it's inferior run rate.
Do you know what? I haven't got the stomach to talk about that. But
No,
anyway,
I know,
the
I
tournament,
know,
the tournament proper is in October, is it?
In October in India, yeah.
There you go, Fred.
Marvellous.
Put that in your calendar.
Well, possibly. Who's got the rights for that bear? Do we know? Is it our old friend? No, is it our old friend, the ICC rights holder?
Oh God, him probably. He's probably got the radio rights. Yeah. The fuck knows what. He still owes me 800 quid. The cunt.
Does he really?
Well,
yeah.
You know, it's not entirely clear that
you swore you wouldn't use the C word, didn't you?
Yeah, I know.
When we were chatting about the Johnny B dismissal, I was going to use that word because
Johnny B-ball.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
No, I won't. Sorry.
Yes, the fact is that we've all played a lot of cricket on a weekend where the opposing wicketkeeper is a complete cunt, and England had the same thing happen to them this week. That's when these things happen. And frankly, we've all played with wicketkeepers who are a bit of a cunt. Well, let's be honest, even in our own teams, because there's something mad about wicketkeepers.
I was a wicketkeeper myself. Thank you very much.
No, I didn't know that, but I would still have said it, even had I known. Let's be honest.
You didn't
I didn't say all wicket keepers.
No.
Some.
I get that. They're like goalkeepers. They're just a weird bunch, really.
Yes.
I was once at Lord's for a county championship game 20 years ago, and I was sitting, and there were not many people there. It was, I can't remember. I was sitting in the top deck of the pavilion, and a man came over and tapped me on the shoulder, and he said, "Do you know when the sun comes through that gap in the window and hits you on the back of the neck?" Which I thought is one of the weirdest questions I've ever been asked.
Yes.
But it was even weirder in that that question was asked to me by Alan Knott, who was then a watcher for the England selectors and a famous hypochondriac, actually. And he wanted to know when. I had to tell him that I wasn't aware of the exact time. I didn't have my sextant with me either, so I couldn't calculate it. And Grubby's putting his collar up as if to say,
Alan
Knott
Knott
to do it. Well, Alan Knott. But incidentally, did you see Alan Knott? He's obviously short of funds. He's selling off his memorabilia on
eBay.
Yeah. Some of it for like 10 quid.
A pair of his gloves, 30 grand.
Yeah, but his pass for the entry to the Lord's Test match was like a tenner or something.
If I were a billionaire, I would buy his gloves for 30 grand
and give them to Johnny Bairstow to see, like Billy's boots, whether they rub off on him.
Billy's boots.
That'd be genius.
What for the teenagers there?
Oh yes. In case people don't know, that was a comic strip in about the 1970s where Billy Dane had a pair of old football boots belonging to Hot Shot Keane or Dead Shot Keane, a footballer of about 40 years earlier, and when he wore them he just scored magic goals. And oddly enough, in the summer he had a pair of cricket boots belonging to Dead Shot Keane as well, who was a double international.
There'd be like a thought bubble out of Billy Dane's head, and it would say, "I'm just going to drift to the far post. I don't really understand
know why.
The ball's fetched up here and I've scored a header."
Oh dear.
Thanks, Boots. Top quality entertainment before the internet.
Every once in a while he'd lose them, wouldn't he? And he'd be flapping around in the field.
Yes, he would always. That was basically every second week they'd get thrown away by accident, and he'd have to.
If the boots were that good, surely they'd magically call him.
Well, I think he'd tie them to his trousers and never let them out of his sight. You would have thought. Anyway, I'm going to turn over to Hot Shot Hamish.
I was going to say,
next week, Hot Shot Hamish,
who was a Scottish footballer who scored 35 yards, and the ball broke the net, didn't it?
There was lots of "Okay, Hootsman the new."
They were one of the first to have a foreign manager, I think. What's his name? Victor Boskovic or something, who came from some mythical Eastern European land to manage. Who did Hot Shot Hamish play for?
Did this fella come from Moldova?
Was it Scorcher? Was that the comic?
No, it was
Tiger and
Tiger.
Scorcher. I think they merged at some point.
No, Tiger and Eagle merged.
Yeah.
No, Tiger and Scorcher.
I saw it Scorcher.
Definitely Tiger was in there.
Anyway, if any of our listeners want to know, want to look up who Hotshot Hamish played for, and let us know before the next podcast, which will be in about 4 months' time, then please do.
You got plenty of time.
Of course, Roy of the Rovers played for Melchester Rovers. He played for them. He captained them. He managed them. I think he ended up as the chairman, probably. I think he got knighted. He was Sir Roy Race at some point. Fun games, comics of the 1980s. Anyway. We've dealt with the boring cricket tweet of the week's
century,
which had an absolutely fantastic tweet, and I have to congratulate Abhishek for that marvellous tweet. But our other main segment, let's be honest, it's what we're here for, is the Bear reading the sidebar of shame in the Daily Mail.
It's not a sidebar of shame, and I did so little preparation today that I did manage to find a couple of bits, but they weren't very interesting.
Before you tell us what it is, Fred, maybe we can have a little game where we
try and construct
what would be peak in the same way that peak sort of Daily Mail headline would be, I don't know, something like immigrants with AIDS drive down house prices. That would be like a classic Daily Mail headline, wouldn't it? So what would be the classic?
Well, it would be a world record, wouldn't it? There'd be a world record.
For
something to do dangling your bollocks in a pool of ice, something like that. Yes.
Definitely something to do with genitalia.
For 62 hours.
Yeah. Well,
okay,
there is a man who retains his world record crown.
Oh.
Okay. Go on.
It was July the 4th yesterday. Hot dog eating.
Oh yes, Joey Chestnut.
Man eats a hot dog every 10 seconds for 10 minutes to retain the crown.
Joey Chestnut, who's one of the world's great sportsmen.
Yeah.
Who has
I don't know if that's sport. Yeah, Joey Jaws Chestnut.
Yeah, he's been winning. How many years is he the world champion of hot dog eating?
He ate
quite a lot.
62 hot dogs and buns in 10 minutes, man.
Oh, the buns though. Is he allowed water in between? He must be allowed water.
Oh, it's very strictly regulated. Actually, I saw the picture of the women's champion, and she was not what you'd expect. Actually,
his world record though.
Well, he's not massive, is he, Joey?
No, he's not.
He's 11 stone wringing wet.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what your fucking guts are like that? Jesus Christ!
Well, he's prepared for it all year.
You wouldn't want Joey staying with you in your house, and he comes out of the bog after
I
wouldn't go in there for 20.
Wouldn't go in there till next July the 4th.
So he ate 62 hot dogs in 10 minutes, but in 2021 he was in better shape because he ate 62. 76, sorry.
There's a brilliant.
I thought 62 is the same as 62.
There's a film you can watch. It's a Japanese professional eater against a grizzly bear. This guy's called Kobayashi or something like that, and it's similar. It's hot dogs.
Isn't that a test in fucking Star Trek?
And this
Kobayashi
bear
was the villain in the Usual Suspects, who didn't really exist.
Kaiser Soze.
That was
but Kobayashi was Pete Postlethwaite, who may not have existed.
Right. Well, maybe the bear was named, or maybe the eater. I don't know if it was the bear or the eater.
Yeah.
Anyway, this professional eater on one side of the stage, and they've got this hard kind of perspex dividing the stage for safety reasons.
You want it to be pretty hard, wouldn't you?
When they released this bear, so this guy started eating, and the bear wanders out, and this fella looks across and absolutely shits himself. And the bear, not you, bear, the bear in this film, eats about 10 of these things in a second. It's not a fair contest.
I have to say, the bear probably didn't know it was a contest, did he?
No. Well,
he probably wasn't aware of the rules.
Makes his achievements even more notable.
Yeah. Well, he might just not. He'd turn up one day and he can't be asked, and it wouldn't be much of a competition, would it?
Oh, he was hungry.
Maybe they did something nasty like starving him for a month or something. You never know in Japan. Strange place. Anyway, we pissed off the Welsh. We pissed off the Japanese. Anyone else?
And it was sponsored by Warwickshire. Sorry, Bear, did we cut across the end of your story there?
No, not at all. I was trying to find the latest world records.
I saw a tweet saying that Warwickshire legend MJK Smith on his 90th birthday went to watch the Birmingham Bears in a T20. I said, why would a Warwickshire legend want to watch the Birmingham Bears? It's two different things, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
is he 90 or 93?
Whatever he was. It's a bit much asking somebody of that age to watch a T20 game. I mean, it's practically elder cruelty, but that's just my opinion, and it's the right opinion. Anyway, so we've done the boring cricket tweet of the week. We've done
Hello, can you hear us? We're back, I think. I think that lovely podcast you were listening to came to its natural end, much as we all will at some point soon. Now, England are opening with, as you would expect, this man.
Sam Croy was a cricket player, a damn good cricket player. But he was moved from the middle order to open the batting. Now, trapped in the English professional cricket circuit, Zach Croy must fight to survive.
Well, hoping to survive a little bit longer than he did in the first innings, just the 3 balls. Tries to play the first ball just short from Azari Joseph, who will jingle up in a moment. But he makes no contact. Maybe he got a little bit of an edge onto his stomach. And now he's having a word with the umpire about something. Not quite sure. We should welcome Mog. Have we let the Mog? Have we released the Mog?
Looks like... Hello, Mog.
Cock.
How you doing, man? You alright?
Mogster.
Right, and here is the West Indian opening bowler.
Oh,
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
I guess what happened there was that he edged it into his grill. So I imagine the umpire was questioning as to whether he should have a new helmet. He drives the next ball. He's going to get runs, a little bit uppish, but straight enough of the man at mid-off who's chasing after it. He's just about going to pull it in, so perhaps didn't time it as well as it initially looked, but he's going to get 3 runs, first runs of the test, and England reduced the deficit by 3. They are 38 behind.
Avoids the dreaded pair there, and here's his opening partner.
He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
That's not natural jingle.
What's he say?
It fit the rhythm of the game perfectly, though.
Joseph to the left-handed Ben Duckett, and it's wide outside the off stump. Duckett, a man who never leaves the ball, and through it goes to the keeper.
I like that he's averaging just over 40 now in Test cricket. It's good
Well,
to see, isn't
do you know, it was interesting. Before that 71, he was averaging 39 point something or other, and I thought, that's more than I thought he was averaging. And so few Test players are averaging in the 40s these days. Harry Brook is right up there at 61. I imagine that unless he has a brilliant career, which I'm sure he will have, it'll still come down. Joseph gets that to move quite sharply in the air, and all Duckett can do is jab that away. In fact, didn't make contact, came off the thigh down to long leg, and they run through for a leg by England for no wicket. How you doing, Mog?
Are you saying I'm alright? Are you saying that 40 is the new 50?
I'm saying that 40 would be good for both these England openers, given the way that they've been, the way that they play and the way they've been asked to play by the England setup. Crawley averaging 33.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider for a long time he was around about 26, 27, wasn't he? Anyway, he's facing up to...
new 27.
He's in, and he's beaten him outside the off stump with a really delicious delivery, perfect length, pretty perfect line, and the only thing that wasn't perfect about it from a West Indian perspective was that it didn't feather an edge.
Is orange the new purple?
Magenta is the new purple, I'm told.
Oh. Is Snickers the new marathon?
I like to
apparently,
the pulse of these things.
Apparently Opal Fruits are going to be renamed Opal Fruits.
What?
Opal Fruits, which became Starburst, are going to go back to being Opal Fruits, which is great news. Quick and bouncy and another good ball outside the off stump, which Crawley leaves. And that was although he didn't get a wicket, it was kind of far more impressive than the Azari Joseph that we saw in the first England innings. England at the end of the first over, 4 for none. Mog.
Hi. As of this moment, there's nothing new.
Nothing new. There's nothing new in heaven or earth.
Send a super chat, and I'll abuse the public figure of your choice, if you like.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Literally, you physically abused them, or
only?
It's only we were within arm's reach. Exactly. Right then.
Otherwise, verbal.
Opening the bowling from the other end for West Indies is this lad.
Oh well, wherever you are, Sills Jason's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Sills Jason wants you for dead.
He's got 2 slips in the gully and he swings this in, but it's too full, and Duckett, who started with 4 consecutive boundaries off Seals in the first innings, hit his first ball through mid-wicket very nicely indeed. For 4. Now, we were sort of talking before lunch about how England would play this. Would they continue to play in their Bazball manner? And we suspected they would, even though trailing by 41. And certainly suggests that. 8 for no wicket. We've had 7 balls of their second innings, and they'll be hoping to wipe that 41 off very quickly indeed. Seals in again, bowls. That's a better line and a better length as well. It didn't allow Duckett to just flick it away. It was a little bit shorter, but still a good delivery.
Yeah, it's a really challenging delivery. Late swing, little bit of late swing there into the pads of Duckett. It's a real LBW ball, that, isn't it?
Yep. Here we are, the lowest leave percentage for Test openers since 2006. Ben Duckett 2%, David Warner 15%, Tilakaratne Dilshan 15%. Of course, Sri Lanka will be here later in the summer. Rohit Sharma 17%. Seals is in again, bowls, and that's just back of a length. Again, arcing into Duckett, who clips it away to mid-wicket. There is no run.
That table we've just seen is extraordinary. 2%, and the next lowest lever of deliveries in Test cricket for openers was at 15%. I mean, that's Bradman-esque. He's the Bradman of the non-leave in Test cricket.
Was Bradman a renowned non-lever? I didn't know.
No. I'm talking about the statistical domination that he has over everyone else.
Yeah.
There's Duckett, and then there's everyone else, a long way behind.
Seals is operating, I think, from the Radcliffe Road end. He's in to Duckett, and Duckett plays a gorgeous drive. And now the ball has struck the stumps at the other end, and Jaden Seals is appealing. And if he did get anything on that, I think Crawley is in deep trouble. I don't think he got back. It was a sumptuous shot from Duckett, dead straight. And I think Crawley could be in a little bit of trouble here.
Better out than in, better in than out.
Oh, he has got a touch on it.
Better out than in, better in than out. In, out, shake it all about.
Oh, he's in trouble here. Oh, he's in lots of trouble. He's out, isn't he?
If he's got a touch on it, he's out.
No, because he hasn't got his bat down.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he hasn't got his bat down. He's got it over the crease line, but he hasn't got it down. So I think that Zach Crawley is going to be rather unluckily run out here.
That is a right touch for West Indies.
That is out indeed, and trouble for England. 8 for 1. Crawley can't believe it. It's not been a good Test match for him. He goes in the most frustrating way for 3. And
there must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Well, you know, when your luck's out, your luck's out. And he's very unlucky.
He looks like he wants to go and smash something up, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, I don't know what you do when that happens. I do remember getting run out playing on tour in Perth like that. But I wasn't upset because I was almost dying because it was
For a week?
so
Oh.
no, because it was so hot. My throat had just seized up basically, and so I was quite happy to get out that way. But I don't think that applies to Crawley. I think he'll be quite upset.
Moggers, got some messages.
Play
there?
the super chat jingle.
Oi!
Super chat jingle.
Oh, I don't know where it is, but yeah.
Okay then. A Jeremy Henderson has submitted $10 in the name Hulk Hogan.
Do your worst, Mog.
I imagine that he's hoping that I will call that enormous fucking pickled piece of shit a fucking pickled piece of hot dog skinned fucking shit.
That's $10 worth.
That's not very imaginative, but
and
start somewhere.
They might have cost us about 3,000 listeners. But anyway, never mind.
I don't think Hulk Hogan doesn't know that.
Oh, by the way, I'll play that in a second.
Duckett reaches for this one way outside the off stump, and then pretends he was leaving it. I think he does. Anyway, he practices the
Definitely
lead.
wasn't.
So the new man at the crease.
Well, hang on a sec. I'm just going to play Super Chat.
Sorry.
Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash, Super Chat cash.
That also sounds like Super Jack Cash, whoever he may be.
Pat's brother.
Pat's brother, yeah.
We got a poke, we got a poke. Take a good hard look at Solly Moe. It's Solly.
Here comes Seals into Duckett onto the back foot, chops it into the offside, finds the gap, but once forewarned, West Indies after the first innings have decided to leave a man out on the boundary, so it's just a single. And
now Knackle's gone, we could take the beeps out of that jingle.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it does say Ollie Pope censored version, and I don't have access currently to the uncensored version.
I mean, how often do you see a dismissal like that? Probably not even once a season.
Oh, you see them occasionally, don't you?
Do you
I mean, Mark Wood got Kane Williamson like that in a one-day international.
Did he?
And
do you mean in red ball cricket though? I reckon they happen a lot more in white ball stuff.
I think you're probably right, Mark. Yeah, but they do happen. When players are playing straight like that.
I can't remember one that I've seen in the last year.
Well, I can't remember what happened.
I
can't remember what happened for breakfast yesterday.
Well,
it didn't happen.
That's true. Joseph then into Duckett, and Duckett leaves a wide ball from Joseph, who may just be trying to tempt him to fish outside that off stump. Duckett's percentage of leaves has raced up to 2.5%.
It's over 20% in this innings.
Yes. He's only
most uncharacteristic.
Ruining his figures.
Yeah, it was always bound to happen, wasn't it? You know, you can't keep up that sort of
diamond focus intensity.
Absolutely. I'm glad you came in there, Mog, as I was running out of words. I've only got a very small collection. Vocabulary. Yes, that too. Joseph in bowls to Duckett's going to get a run here as he pushes out on the offside, times it nicely, but again there is the other Joseph, Shemar, out at deep point, and so it's just 1. England into double figures, 10 for 1. Ollie Pope comes down to face his first ball of the innings. His average is up at 35 now.
We have our first doomed of the day from Stephen Cope.
Oh no, not Josie.
Not from the source I was expecting.
No, indeed.
No.
You're slipping.
Unless he's done it on Twitter. I haven't checked it yet.
You have to, yeah. That's right. I mean, Josie will be pretty upset not to have been the first to get that in, I would think.
You snooze, you lose.
Yeah.
Your time as the doom-monger is over. You're doomed.
Joseph in again, bowls. Oh, I thought he bowled him. Has he bowled him? No. What the hell has happened here? His first ball, he's lost the toe of his bat.
That's 700 quid down the pan.
I think that the West Indies thought that the bail was off there.
I did,
because they all seem to be sort of coming together in celebration. But it's just the bottom corner of Pope's bat.
Mog, have you ever done a broken bat jingle?
I reckon I have, actually.
I reckon you probably have at some point. But obviously I can't access it.
Grace Harris. Possibly to do with Grace Harris.
Okay. You'll have to imagine it. Unless you want to sing it for us.
Something about her being a bogan who breaks bats.
Where's Forthy, by the way? I've just been. Apparently, he's away somewhere. I mean, is he just the holiday king? I mean, he was over here all last summer.
He's been on a 20-year holiday to Melbourne.
That's true, yeah. But he's been sending pictures. Is he still
the
in Australia?
Temperature being 0.1 degree. Yeah, I believe so. He's up north somewhere.
Up north?
Up, as we say here in the south.
Would that be like Kakadu or somewhere like that?
Oh, I don't think he's quite that far north.
Okay.
Might be in the more quote unquote
as soon as you say
redneck parts.
As soon as you say north, I just immediately seize up with fear because I think of crocs, basically.
He might be in croc territory.
He might be in croc territory. Yeah, I don't like the idea that a croc can come out of the sea. I mean, that's just daft, isn't it?
Not called salties for nothing, mate.
Better than coming out of your toilet.
Well, that's true.
Agreed.
Joseph in bowls to Pope, who plays a fluent drive, not with much foot movement, but the hands were good, and that will run all the way to the boundary for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So an eventful start for Pope, loses the corner of his bat first ball and then plays a really rather nice drive through cover.
He likes this new one, this new bat.
Well, as I said, I wasn't. I think I was saying to Tony in the car on the way over that I didn't think that Pope's innings, 100 though it may have been, was particularly good in the first innings. This one is left alone, a little bit shorter and wide of off stump.
I think I heard you describe it as an ugly 100.
I did describe it as an ugly 100 in the WhatsApp group, and I think I also... I maybe have tweeted in on Thursday saying it was an ugly 100, and also that... I felt like I wanted to say it's one of the ugliest 100s I've ever seen, but I think...
20 years' time, it's still going to be 100.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Any 100 is a good 100, I suppose. Joseph into Pope, and Pope clips that very nicely off his legs, although had that got through his defences, I think there would have been an almighty appeal for leg before. He gets a single, he keeps the strike. Pope has 5, Duckett has 6, England 15 for 1. Mog.
Derek Willis says, I teach stats to journalism students and use Bradman as the example of distance from the mean and an excuse to explain cricket.
Yeah, so absolutely.
Hope not using Bradman in the other sense that we use it. Leah says, ha ha ha, Crawley is so shit.
That's a bit hard.
Bloody hell, Leah. He's just been run out in the most unfortunate way.
Couldn't have been backing up so far. Muttley says, most wrestling fans now realise what a prick Hogan is. And Messi says he does feel he got his money's worth. George McPherson says, disastrous start of the second innings, Crawley yet again disappointing. Let's
People are blaming Crawley for being run out at the non-striker's end.
Oh, he should have. I reckon he should have been mancadded. Seals has got 3 slips for Pope, and well, he may have taken confidence from that first innings knock, even though it wasn't that impressive in my view, because he's played the most glorious of extra cover drives away for 4. Yeah, I mean, it's a confidence thing. He's much more fluent in this innings. Michael Atherton was making the point on commentary on day one in his innings that he was very jabby at the beginning of his innings.
Totally right.
There's much more fluency about him in those couple of shots.
When he plays nicely, he's the closest thing to Ian Bell that we've had since Ian Bell.
Yeah, but he didn't
similar stature, I suppose.
Yeah, he didn't look very belly on Thursday. This is short and cut away. Timed well again, and Joseph Shamar will not get to that, and it's 4 more.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the 4.
Well, Pope has moved on to 13 from 6 balls, and Jaden Seals taking a little bit of punishment.
Ever since he got this new bat.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is the. I don't want to curse him, by saying this is the Pope that we like to see and enjoy, but there's a marked difference in the quality of his batting in this second innings already. Seals in down the leg side and whipped on its way. That might go for 4-2. Dive is put in by the man running around from deep square, but he's not going to get there. And Pope has raced to 17 off 7. England 27 for 1.
That's a shocking delivery as well, isn't it? Though? The leg stump half volley, basically.
Yep.
Races away to long leg.
Played.
I still see the dark, pessimistic fingers of the jinx arriving any time.
Yeah, I think I've done it. You haven't had my jinxing for a while, and
see if you've still got
I'm
it.
back, baby.
This is a man averaging 140 in this Test match, and he's getting pelters.
Well, first 3 balls this over have all disappeared to the boundary in different modes. 3 slips and a gully still for Jaden Seales. He's getting a bit of movement, it's just his line isn't right. This one's better, and Pope decides to leave it alone. It rather grubs through to Josh De Silva, who takes it very low down indeed.
I mean, if you want mindless applause to be associated with your name, there's no better name to have than Seales, is there?
I see what you do.
Yeah.
Always thinking.
Were you up all night riding that one? Or is that off the cuff?
Yes, it's something different. It's more spontaneous. It's called wit. Sorry, it's a Blackadder quote. That one was planned.
Here comes Seales again. Bowls to Pope, and Pope is forward in defence this time. Still, timing it well. It was nothing more than a push, but it went quite quickly up to mid-off. There is no run.
So cunning you could stick a tail on it and call it a fox.
Yeah. As cunning as a weasel? With a degree in cunning from Oxford University.
It's most of those things still
sticky
make you laugh, isn't
situation, then Sticky the Stid gets it, getting stuck on a sticky bun.
Yeah. My dad used to write those things down sometimes. We'd be watching it together. He'd get a pen and paper out.
Seales in again. Oh, and that's flown! He got a bit of a leading edge there. I'm not sure where he was trying to play that, to be honest. It seemed to move away from him, and he's got a bit fortunate because it's flown away to deep backward point, through gully, in the air. And they've picked up a single. End of the over. Mog.
To the Twitterverse, Matthew Cullen says, "Afternoon, gorillas. Good to hear from you, Tony." Tony isn't on currently, so maybe he's somewhere else. "Come on, England. Currently procuring post-exercise fish and chips to prep me for my afternoon nap." And Ferron says, "Greetings all. Hope everyone's well. Windies with a first innings lead. Very nice. Crawley already gone. Lovely doubly. I just travelled 300 miles to be in the area when I was living in when I returned from Bangladesh." Cheers.
Just travelled 300 miles now?
Just would imply now, I guess.
It would, yeah. Just wanted to check.
Joseph of the Azari version will be continuing his third over into Pope, and Pope comes forward and plays that again. Very fine indeed. Fine in the geographical sense, and fine in the timing sense, because that's brought him 4 more.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Down to long leg. I think they've got their long leg a bit too square at the moment. Certainly if they're going to bowl it that straight or even slightly down the leg side. But,
remind me how well Pope did in the T20 World Cup.
He wasn't in it, was he?
Oh, what?
He wasn't in it. He's
22 off 11.
Excommunicated.
Here comes Joseph again. That's a good ball. Full, just hinting at movement away, and Pope wisely leaves it alone.
It's been a cloudy day, hasn't it? The whole time today at Trent Bridge, and it often makes the new ball, like we're seeing at the moment, only 4 overs old, look really dark red, threatening, doesn't it?
I love it. I love
Beautiful.
a dark red one.
Yeah.
Like a nice gout of blood.
I suppose it is really. It is really blood coloured, isn't it? Anyway, Joseph.
Venous blood.
Joseph in again, bowls to Pope. Pope again leaves outside the off stump. Hint of away movement. 86 miles an hour. England 32 for 1. Just need 9 more to get themselves back into positive territory. Pope has 22 off 13. Duckett has 6 off 10. I don't know. I didn't listen to the first few overs on Thursday when Duckett was going crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if I was tempted to tweet in and say, well, that's a pretty good power play after 6 overs.
Yeah, many people did say that.
Did they do that?
Yep.
I thought, yeah. Trouble is, probably someone will have got there before me, so I didn't bother. Joseph in again, bowls to Pope. Pope leaves again outside the off stump.
Yes, our friend Andy Ward certainly tweeted that, and then I saw someone vaguely official do it as well. So you probably had the thought earlier than everyone, but by the time you had the inclination to put it in writing,
yeah, I think I might have had it. I might have had it around about the 4th over. Yeah, but absolutely right. It's a bit like being on Twitter. You know, you see something that enrages you.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, I'll reply to that in kind.
In due course.
Well, yeah, but also then you realise that a lot of people have already said what you were going to say anyway.
Yeah.
So save your breath. Joseph in bowls and taking a little bit from outside off stump. It was back of a length, but well worked by Pope out to deep square. He'll take another single. England move to 33 for 1, and I believe that Tony is. I think I'm still on, but I think I'm.
Me too. I think we're saying goodbye to Mog for a bit.
He's hardly been here.
What? I was about to talk about all the people Shakespeare stole words from and
go for
claim credit.
You do that before you go.
Oh, Shakespeare stole a whole load of words off people. But
Did he?
gets
Who?
credit for
Who
it.
did he steal words off?
Probably the entire population of Stratford upon it.
Yeah. I think they were very, very wordy in that neck of the woods. Onto the front foot comes Duckett, who only receives 1 ball. He's been sort of out of the attack in a sense. He's not had many balls recently. That is the end of the 5th over. England have advanced to 33 for 1. Pope has 23 from 15. Duckett has 6 from 11. Tony is now falling all over me.
Falling or fawning?
Fawning. Well, I'm hoping fawning. I would prefer fawning, to be fair. What am I doing now, Tony?
You're staying right where you are.
Am I just...
Tony's moving in there. Mog has left us briefly, temporarily. Thank you, Moggers, for your sterling work in the last half hour, particularly blood-related. I enjoyed that. I'm jumping into ball by ball. We're getting a change of bowling, which I shall also jingle up for you. It's this fella.
Are you okay to stay there?
Jesus, Mary, and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out of the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quack.
It's, the Fontaine's DC will be turning in their grave if indeed they were dead, which they wish they would be after hearing that. Shamar Joseph is going to bowl to Ollie Pope. 3 slips in place, at least. He gets one on Midland leg and whips it through mid-wicket. He's going to get at least 1 here. They'll probably come back for 2, I reckon. No, they just settled for the 1. So Duckett, who, as Hendo mentioned, has been slightly starved of the strike in recent times, is going to face a delivery. He's got 6 from 11. Pope's got 24 from, what was that, 18 or something? He's racing along with his new bat, having snapped the previous one.
Did they read out my question about the bat part?
The bat part?
Yes.
What is the bat part?
The bat, well, so Pope's, the ball smacked, broke the bat.
We did see that, yeah.
What would have happened if the part of the bat had then dislodged a bail as it fell back?
It's out, I presume.
Well, I thought that, and then I asked, well, surely it's a dead ball, because doesn't it cease to become part of the bat when it's not part of the bat? Therefore, it must be a dead ball.
Okay, do we have a definitive
well,
answer?
no one's answered, so I'm now asking that question.
Right, well, get on it, everyone. So Duckett facing Shamar Joseph comes round, look it to him, he's forward, and a nice net shot there up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, so I would have presumed it was out, but... that's
if your helmet gets knocked off and it falls on the stumps, that's out.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. And it's no longer in contact with your head. If it is still in contact with your head, then your head's come off too, which is not good.
Oh, well, unless you fall backwards and head
the old guillotine dismissal, which we've suffered so frequently over the years, particularly in the 18th century. This is back cut by Duckett. It gets past the man at backward point there. He's going to get at least a couple here, just cut off before it reaches the boundary, and almost a slip on the boundary edge there. Are they coming back for 3? I think that's 3 to Duckett. So England have all but wiped out that deficit now, just trailing by 4, 37 for 1 in the second dig. It's, again, the game is close. It's going to be close. Whatever West Indies have to chase here, you'd think it'd be a minimum, 200 even. And even that in a final innings on a decent pitch is going to be, would be you'd think a challenge to go and get in that fourth innings. But England will be hoping for 300 minimum, I'd have thought.
I don't know about you, but I haven't seen the guillotine dismissal for at least a year.
It was very big in about 1789, I believe.
First one was at Hambledon, apparently.
Shamar Joseph back over the wicket to the right-handed Pope. The ball zeroing in on middle stump, and Pope is forward and defending it to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, went a little bit wider on the crease there, didn't he?
Yeah, I like to see bowlers using the crease.
Yeah, now is it Farouk who's the Afghanistan opening bowler and did very well in the World T20? Who kind of annoys me because every ball he goes wide of the crease.
Right.
I don't,
why does that annoy you particularly? This is two leg sidey down the arse from Shamar. Pope. We're almost into strangled Pope territory here because a few of the slips went up half-heartedly for a potential caught down the leg side there.
Is that a dodgy euphemism?
The strangled Pope?
Well, if you can bash the bishop, can you strangle the Pope?
We did have a lengthy conversation once about when he did get dismissed that way, Ollie Pope, about strangled popes. And one thing I learned is that, while a few popes have been assassinated in history, none have been strangled. Outside the off stump, and this is cut through point by Pope. Going to get one.
Must have been a couple defenestrated at some point.
What, having all their windows taken out?
Anglian.
That's horrible.
Anglian Windows pops up their road. So we're just in your area.
Since you mentioned Anglian Windows, we once had a bloke from Anglian Windows come down when we lived in a maisonette in Earlsfield, thinking about getting secondary glazing done, and he quoted us something like $8,500. And I said, oh, well, we had a quote from someone else for 2.5 or something, and he said,
what?
So he said, oh, right, what if I could do it for that then? Would you? And I said, get out.
Yes.
when someone's really tried it on with you.
Well, I think that would be my assumption on
Unbelievable.
that. Right, how far did we get to on messages? Because I must admit I was talking music with John.
Well, let's say, why don't you start with Stephen Kelk?
The vicar prefers TMS, sadly. I will see if I can skip the collection during Mass and send some euros in the direction of GC, top man. Then there was my question.
Which we ignored or didn't get to?
Well, we've sort of started to discuss.
As Joseph comes in and bowls to Ollie Pope, takes him on the pad, he's aiming that through mid-wicket, but nothing on it that time. Yes, Tone?
Well, which was, as I say, if Pope's broken back part had knocked off the bail, would it be a hit wicket or a dead ball as it's no longer part of the bat, so would be an external influence? That was the way I worded the question.
Are we 100% sure that if your helmet gets knocked off and lands on the stumps, that is out? If that is true, then one would assume the same logic would apply, but I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that the helmet one is true.
Somebody will get us the actual laws, the relevant section of the laws, and send it in, I'm sure. 2 slips and a sort of 4th slip or gully in place here for Alzari as he bowls on middle leg and whip very pleasantly. Well, just a turn really through backward square leg by Ollie Pope, timed nicely for a single.
Yeah, he's barely mistimed anything already in his first 20-odd balls. It's a different Pope.
It's a different Pope with a different bat. With a different bat.
With a different bat.
With its candy pink handle.
But such are the vagaries of cricket that you can imagine he can churn out a really horrible 121 and then
one of the worst 121s
one of the worst 121s I've ever seen, and then he'll play one of the best 28s.
Well, he's got 2 more runs.
He's got 2 more runs to get. Yeah.
Duckett facing Alzari Joseph, who stays over the wicket. This one takes Duckett high up on the front leg and dribbles out to backward point. No run.
That's not necessarily very high, though, is it?
No, it's all relative. That would have been about just below the knee on Jason Holder. Duckett's bat handle is banana yellow, if you're interested. So we've got banana yellow and candy pink. Maybe that's how I'll refer to them.
Is it really banana? I think it's a bit richer than banana.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like yellow.
Depends where you buy your bananas.
It's more lemony, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, no, I think it is lemon yellow. That's right.
Jesus Christ. A full delivery, swinging away. Nicely struck, but straight to the man at mid-off. There's no run.
Next time I mix a gin and tonic, I say, what I need is a bit of Duckett bat handle just to pop in with the ice.
What, you have banana in your gin and tonics?
Oh, with lemon, though.
You freak. You freak.
Duckett has 9, Pope 26, England are on 39 for 1. Still trailing by 2. Crawley was run out rather unfortunately at the non-striker's end. He's had a miserable test match, out for zip and 3. Here comes Joseph over the wicket. A shorter delivery, which Duckett fails to get on top of, but does just manage to guide it, or to play it with enough control to backward square leg and get a single. That's the 1 for the over. Signals umpire hold stock.
I like it when you've got two umpires that are really easy to tell apart.
Yeah.
I have to say, umpires are the most difficult thing for me these days. I never check who it is before a test match. And there are so many new ones.
It's very often knitting men on these days.
Yeah.
Not today, though.
Not today.
And it can't be Joel in this series, though I'm sure he'll reappear for if he can find his way to the Sri Lanka series.
Outside the off stump and back cut, slashed by Ollie Pope. Just going to get the 1 though, as there's the boundary rider there to do the fielding.
I do think it's quite entertaining, especially during the T20 World Cup. It's a no ball, by the way.
Which puts England ahead because they had gone level with that single. But the additional run that will accrue for the no ball will take England into the lead.
But doesn't it also mean it's not the end of the over?
It does.
So Alzarri had to bowl again.
What was I talking about?
I don't know, Grandad.
Gin and tonics, bananas, lemons.
No, after that.
Jack Hobbs.
No.
Herbert Sutcliffe.
T20 World Cup.
Oh yes, thank you.
Oh geez, the voice from the void.
The voice of Mog.
He's still lingering. Looking at the umpires and the ones you'd never heard of were the ones that had done the most T20 internationals. Like someone I'd never heard of had done about 89.
There's a lot to do.
There is, I suppose, yeah.
These days. Here comes Alzarri to bowl the extra delivery after the no ball and just defended rather indeterminately by Ben Duckett. The ball fetches up towards second slip, and that is the end of that over. I'm thinking that the score must be 42 for 1, so England 1 ahead. Tone.
Yeah, right. Rakesh Persaud says, if Windies can restrict England from scoring fluently and take quick wickets, we can get a manageable target at the end of the day. I'm with you, Rakesh. It could easily happen. But it could go the other way too. That's what is making this test so fascinating. Fluffy just says arf, arf, arf. Don't know why, but that's what he says. Glazed Popes.
We don't know that Fluffy is a he, do we?
Well, no. So Fluffy, who maybe looks like a seal in this picture, or a dog.
A Jaden seal.
Also says glazed popes are very common. Less so double glazed popes, though, to be fair.
What about glazed strangled popes?
Yes. Oh, you don't see many of those about, do you?
No, not many of them to the pound.
Unlike bananas.
Shamar Joseph bowls to Ollie Pope. This one keeps a little bit low, it's outside the off stump, but he jabs down on it. Makes a point, like Kevin Peterson always used to do, of saying it kept a bit low. Looking at the bottom of his bat, he's already knacked one today.
Yeah, I was just checking that it's still there.
Yeah, he likes this one.
Hang on, chaps. According to our friend Fluffy, who may or may not be male or female, let us know, Fluffy. If you don't mind. I mean, you obviously don't have to.
The Fluffster.
There are banoffee gins, and they're delicious, apparently. Like banoffee pie, which is heavily banana-oriented, isn't it?
It's banana-oriented, indeed. And
I've never seen a straight one.
Well, not since those fools in Brussels got involved with straightening our bananas.
No wonder thank God for Brexit.
Do you know, gin and vodka are a bruise of the devil, in my opinion. They sort of taste like... I used to have a colleague at my first weekly paper in the days when you had to... He was a photographer and he had to develop properly. And he used to sit in his...
Properly?
This
digital nonsense.
Sit in the dark room drinking developer fluid.
Oh, my God. This is a glorious shot, whipped off his legs by Ollie Pope. Oh, tremendous piece of fielding out there on the boundary. Who is that? Restricts.
I think it's Louis, isn't it?
To 1.
That was brilliant.
Fantastic piece of fielding. I thought that was 4 for all money, but brilliant piece of fielding on the deep square leg boundary there.
So this mate of yours who drank developer fluid, he didn't go out and expose himself, did he?
Hey. Well, it's funny you should say that, but no, he didn't. But he was a very good photographer.
It might still be 4, by the way.
Oh, hello. It's a pretty... It shouldn't be, because he's done so well.
But if it is, it is.
If it is, it is.
When does he let go?
If there's a little bit of contact with the sponge there, I'm afraid he's going to be out of luck. It might be difficult to determine. No, it's just the one. So brilliantly done.
It was.
A full and floaty one outside the off stump here from Shamar, and Duckett drives it through the covers. For another single.
I like the way Duckett opened the face there and picked off the single.
Lovely hands.
Lovely, good hands.
Lovely
good
hands. You need hands.
No, he didn't. It wasn't just developer fluid. Basically, he had some developer fluid. Developer fluid that was in sort of a sink.
Was it developer fluid and tonic? He's not an animal.
No, it was with lemon.
Bitter. I was about to say bitter lemon.
But he couldn't be bothered to go out and get a proper drink, so he would just drink the mixture of developer fluid and water if he got a bit.
It wasn't single
thirsty.
developer fluid.
God. Joseph wide of the crease to the right-handed Pope, who gets I think a mixture of inside edge and hip on that. No, it's just hip. As that's signalled a leg bye. The lead increases to 4. 45 for 1 England in their second innings.
Oh, hello.
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 You all right?
No, I am.
Fluffy? Is it Fluffy?
No, it is Fluffy who tells us that they're unsure of their gender these days.
Okay. Well, there it is then.
But we also have the definitive answer based on the laws of cricket to the detached bat.
All good.
Yeah, good.
Let's wait to the end of the over for that, because that's going to require some discussion as Duckett turns this one with good timing, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and therefore no run. 45 for 1 still. 1 ball left of the 8th over. As ever, in this day and age, the game is racing along. England still clattering along, really, at 6 and over.
Yeah, and but they've looked more fluent, as I say, touching wood, not mark wood.
Better than touching cloth. Quickly onto this ball. Shamar Joseph trotting in round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who defends this, takes top hand off the bat, goes into the leg side. There's no run. It's the end of the 8th over. 45 for 1. Let's have the definitive answer, Tone.
You've reminded me of something else, but I will give you the definitive. So, according to Mr. Jeremy Henderson, it's a law 29.1.2.3 provides that the wicket is broken if by the striker's bat not in hand or by any part of the bat which has become detached.
Right.
So I think
would have been out then.
Well, I've got to be honest and say that's a ludicrous law and should be revisited.
Why?
Well, because it's
not your
you've
fault.
actually used the bat for what it is there to do and played a perfectly correct shot. If your helmet, you've been hit on the head, so you should have used your bat to get in the way. But the bat is the bat. You can't legislate for a bit of your bat flying off your bat and then taking the wicket.
Well, I think you should.
That feels wrong, unjust.
I don't understand why one is different from the other.
I think they should amend the law so that it's still out, but you're allowed to sue your bat maker.
Well, yeah, I think that's probably your Batman.
I'm not sure the laws of cricket govern or dictate whether.
I think you might be onto civil law there.
A full delivery, a leading edge from Pope. He was looking to aim that through mid-on, but it's run square of the wicket on the offside, and he gets a rather fortunate single there.
There was talking of Pope's innings and the first knock for England. There was one shot. I think he had quite a few runs at the time, and it just came out of nowhere. It was a ball outside off stump, and he tried to hike it over mid-on and got away with it. I think he got a bottom edge and it flew very straight behind the keeper for 4. And it's just like, where has that come from?
It's strange because he can be the most technically correct and elegant batsman, can't he? But this is wide, and Duckett aims it through extra cover. It doesn't really time it. He's not going to get a run.
Yeah, just closed the face a little bit there, didn't he, as he played that shot?
So Pope can be elegant and correct and all that stuff, but then, as you said earlier on, he can be really jabby, particularly the start of an innings. Jabby and skittish and nervous.
Yeah, and I think that's it. I think it's about confidence, isn't it? And you've seen how much more confident he's looked in this second innings because he has got runs behind him.
Yes,
you know.
But it's almost like he's trying to get himself going and forcing the issue.
Yes, absolutely.
When he looks jabby.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Just chill, man.
Yeah. Easy to say.
You can still exactly. Yeah. Then maybe his average might climb above the mid-30s where it is at the moment. He's a better player than that. It's a lovely shot this from Duckett. He does beat the man this time. He absolutely creams that through extra cover. Beautiful shot from Ben Duckett for one of these.
2 + 2 is a member.
Having a good test match, Duckett. 70 on the first innings, 15 not out here. Anytime you get over 100 in test match, it's been a good test match as a batsman, isn't it? Didn't quite get to the pitch of that, but he did have a stride down the wicket, played away from his body, but really timed it. And a beautiful looking shot from side on that from Ben Duckett. Down on one knee.
It always looks nice when it goes down on one knee, doesn't it?
It does when it flies to the boundary like that, all along the ground.
Rather than going to gully.
Yeah. So here he is again, Joseph, persevering with the over the wicket line of attack, but this time he just dabs it down through point. And they come through for another one. 51 for one now, England. Lead is 10. A lot of time left in this game. We're only in the middle of day 3 here. We see a young fella in the crowd practicing his left arm delivery.
Well, you could do with him.
Good student of the game there, he looks like. He's really working on his technique.
I reckon
getting some instruction from his mum. Keep that left arm high in your bowling action. That's it. And really follow through. Yeah. Well, he's got a future, that lad, I'd say. Pope on 29 from 26 deliveries, facing up to Alzari Joseph. Ball just outside the off stump, and he rather jabbily defends it into the offside. No run. And then he practices the shot where he just puts his bat nice and straight, as he should in the first instance. Easy for us to say from here.
It's possible that the ball just, jumped on him a little bit, and that's why he played in that manner.
And he's now got 150 in this Test match for out once, so it's hard to be too critical of him.
I think...
Actually, it's not. It's really easy to be critical. The easiest thing in the world, if you want to do it.
I think batting at 3 is difficult for him. I'll come back to that.
This is wide and outside the off stump, and he flows through this. A lovely cover drive. It was a poor delivery, but you put it away well for one of these.
Beautiful shot. Right, all sorts of things going on now. Mr. Handjob says, I've been known to have vodka and gin with a spot of orange juice. Franco Esposito says, Oliveira Lelle Papa, that's what we'd call him here in Rome. Oh, you're listening in Rome? Well, welcome to
when in
you.
Rome.
When in Rome, indeed. I've got a Roman nose. Papa. Rome's all over my face. Let me see. So, yes, he would have been out, says Mr. Henderson. Pirate Badshaw, gin is not a patch on Mother Geneva, which has a maltiness that matches well with the light notes of the juniper berries.
I don't know what Mother Geneva is.
No, neither do I, but it sounds good.
Also, when you make your own gin, you can use vodka as a base for making it.
I believe you can.
Yeah.
I know the juniper is a key ingredient.
Indeed, yes.
And quinine. Didn't they get quinine from gin, or somehow there's a link to quinine and gin?
Have you ever had the quinine sour? It's a delicious cocktail.
George McPherson, a 50 partnership here would help, but the question is, can they do it? Pirate Badshaw, that would flavour it. And here is the correction we've all been waiting for, but we're going to have to wait a bit longer.
As Duckett faces the ball from Shamar Joseph, and he comes forward in defence. The ball just outside the off stump, plays it back up the track. There's no run.
Well, this partnership's worth 47, isn't it? Because they lost the first wicket at 8. Tony?
Well, yeah, that correction is it's actually law 29.2.1.3 because I know it's been troubling you as much as it's been troubling me.
I've not been able to sleep.
So the umpires, when they're doing their exams, do they have to give you that exactitude of the law, as in what number it is and what sub-number it is?
I wonder if it's easier to learn all of the laws of cricket after this. Shamar Joseph around the wicket to Ben Duckett, gets one on leg stump, turns it round the corner. A bit of a chase round for the fielder from deep backward square, a fumble, and that's going to allow them to come back for 2. Whether it's easier to learn all the laws of cricket or to do the London knowledge, the black cab driver knowledge.
Oh, you're quite right. Ooh. Yeah. Do you remember the You Are the Ref series? What comic was that in?
Was that Shoot?
I think it might have been Shoot, Endo. I think you might be right.
Yeah.
But it'd be just the sort of umpiring equivalent of one of those.
Well, you are the umpire. John
there
Holder.
Is a You Are. Well. Yeah. That would be a particularly interesting one to ask.
Ben Duckett is now facing Shamar Joseph again. Beaten on the outside edge through to keeper Josh De Silva. I think that was very close to the outside edge, as usual, or as is very common with Ben Duckett, very little foot movement, and it did him on the outside edge.
But that would imply, by the way, presumably the same thing. What if you actually lose a body part? God forbid it should ever happen, and that hits the wicket but isn't detached to you.
What about
you'd still be out then?
What about if you get scommed and your false teeth come out?
Body part? Oh, but they're false, therefore they're technically not part of
the equipment.
Neither is
part
the bat.
Of the equipment.
There you go. Then you'd be out.
Sorry, all sorts of things going through my head as Duckett is back in his crease. playing it through backward point, going to get
Well, a wooden
one
leg
more.
would be the obvious
Let's think about
example.
False teeth coming out. It just gives new meaning to the phrase death rattle. Partnership is worth 50 from 49 balls.
What about if your wig came off? Your syrup comes off, lands on top of the stumps, dislodges the bails. What an ignominious way to get out. Wigged out.
Wigged out.
There's the 50 partnership for these two. 50 from 49 balls. As usual, this England side coming in pretty quick time. Better than a runner ball. Pope has 33 of those runs. Gets the ball outside the off stump in full. Doesn't time it. Fielded at point. That was a bit like a one-day international kind of wide Yorker type delivery.
I remember Jason Hiscox, who's watched a lot more of Ollie Pope than I have, certainly in his sort of development years, Surrey, saying very early on that he will go after very wide deliveries. And that was another example. It was a horrible shot, and it could have brought about his downfall.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in the mood to leave those too often, does it? And duck it at the other end, so it's going to be exciting whatever happens. Full delivery, I think an inside edge that saves him from what would have been a pretty decent LBW shout otherwise. This one was angled in. The previous one, almost a setup, that wider Yorker length delivery that Pope didn't time, and this one was really angled, speared into middle and leg, and he just about got a little inside feather on that. Otherwise, I think it would have been pretty close.
Well, good job he had still had the whole bat there, because that would have missed the bat if he was still using the old one.
Yeah.
And they would have been LBW. I was going to say, I think the tricky thing for Pope is he's batting at 3. The Stokes decided he wanted them, and Stokes and McCullum decided they wanted him to bat at 3. And he's not a natural number 3. He is a number 5.
But he's done pretty well.
He's done
3.
pretty well.
And England have had since Jonathan Trott really haven't had what I would call a natural number 3.
Some important news from Brian in Brisbane. The doorbell at GC Towers is about to go. About 3:05. Messrs has the code.
I don't know how to thank you enough.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? Pirate Badshaw says wooden legs coming loose are an occupational hazard on my ship. Geneva, they make it in the Netherlands apparently. It's beautiful stuff, says the pirate. I'm being told quite rightly that it's quinine for the tonic, not the gin. When should we expect a declaration? Leeds already 10, says Matthew Cullen. Let me see. Carl Saberton, starting to get into the spirit of cricket. Very good. Matthew Cullen says, should have bought a better bat. Fair enough. And Fluffy says, was your mate called Withnail? Or was that lighter fluid?
I don't know. I've never really seen Withnail and I. I've seen bits of it.
Have you not?
Never seen the whole
Oh,
thing.
you should watch it all the way through. I think you'd like it.
It's Richard E. Grant, isn't it?
It's Richard E.
Yeah. I like Richard E. Grant.
I like Richard E.
I like his little series about staying in really expensive hotels that's on.
That's nice.
You know, I don't know. There's some. It's like he's got a good. His humour is good. It's not sort of. It's not like watching Cliff. What is his name? Cliff Mitchellmore or
Alan Wicker.
Alan Wicker or something like that. He's got a sort of bit of spirit about
school time.
I like Richard E. He was born in the country that used to be called Eswatini. No, that is now called Eswatini. It was Swaziland.
And he has the same birthday as me.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, how lovely.
Along with Michael Palin.
Talking of travel shows.
Adele.
Talking of
Carlos Alcaraz.
Oh, nice.
Arina Sabalenka. I'm still waiting.
Have you memorised everyone who's got the same birthday as you?
Is it May, your birthday?
Yeah, May the 5th. I know, it's just that, you see these things occasionally. You know how it's like, whose birthday is today in the paper or whatever. And you say, curiously, I just like the fact that Alcaraz and Sabalenka, because I keep saying, at the beginning of every Grand Slam, I say, the winners on both sides are going to be May the 5th birthdays.
Yeah.
It still hasn't happened.
That'd be an amazing double.
That would be an amazing
if you're
double.
that way inclined.
That would be.
Have a little flutter.
And a man born on the exact same day as me is Simon Rimmer.
The Simon Rimmer?
The Simon Rimmer, yeah. Chef.
Oh, right.
Oh, that Simon Rimmer.
Which is hilarious because I can't really do much more than heat toast or heat bread to make toast.
We're seeing, is that KP?
It does look like KP, yeah.
Yeah, getting sconned, his helmet coming off. Is that Fidel Edwards bowled that ball?
Yeah,
and he was out. Right, so they're obviously having a similar discussion in the Sky Studio.
We got there first. We got there first,
and we've sorted it all out. So
we even know the law number. You're wasting your time.
Tone, you wanted to read something out, I think.
A few as ever. All the best people have birthdays in May, says a Mr. Handjob. Don't we have the same day, Mog? I've got a feeling we do. I think you and I are the same day.
Your birthday twins.
We are birthday twins. Jonathan just simply says Baldy, but I don't know which one of us he's referring to. Me? I've probably got the least suit of the three of us.
Maybe he's talking about Simon Rimmer. He's quite bald.
He's very bald, yeah.
Well, when I say quite bald, he's totally bald. Right, we've got a change of bowling for West Indies.
I think this is our last over, chaps, as well.
Okay.
Fair
with
enough.
this crazy revised schedule by some idiot who cooked it up for some weird reason.
This fella's coming on, this giant.
Jason Holder is a tall bowler. He's on for an over.
He bowls over the wicket to left-handed Ben Duckett, who cuts this in front of point. He's going to get himself at least one, and they will settle for that one. So the score at the moment is 59 for 1 England. The lead is 18. We're in the 11th over of England's second innings. We're probably just over halfway in this test match, and it's a good game, chaps.
Certainly is. I was just going to say,
absolutely.
Shamar Joseph coming off the boundary, there's just something gorgeously athletic about him as a bowler and in the field, and today with the bat. It has to be said.
Christ, that was violent. I love that shot on top of the roof that dislodged those tiles and threatened to brain some of the patrons underneath.
Bits are falling off everywhere.
A night out on the tiles in Nottingham. Here comes Holder, just outside the off stump and driven by Pope to wide mid-off. There's no run.
Ground staff will slate him for it, though.
Hey, now next up. You've got Hector, Mog, and John. Who's going to do the technical stuff?
Hector has been fully trained.
Sweet.
Just as well, because I don't think John would probably be able to master this.
Much in the same way. It was a full bear training program. There's the computer. Good luck.
Yeah.
Holder bowling to Pope. He lets this one pass. It's too wide outside the off stump.
And I think England are, slightly discomforted by Holder because they get used to the sort of speed of Seals and the two Josephs.
The Josephs, yeah.
And then suddenly the ball's coming down from a great height, but a little bit floaty.
Yeah, he can bowl that heavy ball. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's that tall. What is he, like 6'8" or something?
Yeah.
I think even Stuart Broad looks up to him.
Yes.
So not many that he looks up to. Full delivery this time, just on the off stump, and Pope is forward, covering up in defence.
I suppose, not quite as deadly as Joel Garner, but it's coming from a similar height.
I'd
isn't it?
imagine that Joel was a little bit quicker.
Well, Joel, was a little bit quicker, and also, he'd throw in that Yorker.
Yeah, a similar stamp of a man. I think they're similarly built.
I think he was a little bit stockier than Jason Holder, I would say, slightly. He's stocky enough, is Holder.
As he's in now and angling one in, and Pope allows it to pass through, shoving his hands skyward so as not to risk getting any sort of edge. But there, he's got that bounce that he can get when he's 6'8".
And I think that was an exceptionally good leave, actually.
Yeah.
So it did jump on him, and he got the hands well out of the way.
Yeah, and taken by Josh De Silva, fingers up in front of his chin, to give you an idea of the bounce that he's elicited there from this pitch, which has been, relatively flat. Pope's got 33, Duckett's got 20.
Livelier generally today, though, I think.
Yes. This is driven, a beautiful looking shot. Nicely fielded at extra cover, so there's no run. It was a much fuller one from Holder.
He's basically...
That's the end of the over.
As Louis at extra cover, he's basically kneed that almost back onto the stumps at the non-striker's end.
He's been in the game, hasn't he? Right, I'll keep talking for a bit until someone else is in there. The game is nicely poised at the moment. England with a slender lead on day 3 of this test match. Overcast at Trent Bridge today. Tone's coming over to sit on my lap, which is interesting. Maybe I'll just do this first ball of this next over. I've placed my hand on Tony's back just to make him feel uncomfortable. It seems to be working. Yeah.
Yes, lower.
I'm hoping to do some ventriloquist act. Who's working Tone? Right, I'm just going to do this one ball and then I'll leave you to it, and Hector can jump in here. Duckett it is.
Wonderful smile Tony had on his face there.
Yeah, that's because of who was working him. Duckett's got 20. He's facing up to Shamar Joseph. Round the wicket, couple of slips in place. He defends this up to mid-on, and there is no run. I'll hand you over to John. All right, John?
By magic hands.
Could I just apologise to any Spanish speakers for Hendo's pronunciation of the Wimbledon champion, Carlos Alcaraz? It is, Hendo?
Well, a good start for this England team after the unfortunate wicket of Crawley. John, how do you feel these two have gone about their partnership so far? Duckett has 20, Pope has 33.
Well, it's looking good, isn't it? Yeah, it was unfortunate for Crawley.
Joseph in round the wicket shorter and just inside edge there by Duckett onto his toe. Gets away with one, almost played on there.
When I watch Pope bat, sometimes they talk about batsmen who have all the time in the world to play their shots. Pope, effective as he is, and he's great to watch, he looks the opposite. He always looks hurried in his shots for some reason. I have no idea technically why that is, but he just looks as though he seems to make medium pace bowling look quick somehow, but it works.
Well, he's just a bit frantic around the crease, but
frantic, yeah,
as you say, yeah,
that's the word.
Seems to work. He does seem a lot more confident in this innings, though. The runs do help as Joseph is in again, Fuller this time, and punched by Duckett. Almost beats the fielder at wide-ish mid-on, but they'll jog through for one. Good stop in the end. Duckett has 21.
But I think Ben Duckett is a classic example of why Bazball has worked, because previously he would have been dropped, discarded a long time ago, but because they've stuck with him, you've got an extremely good Test cricketer, I think.
Well, he used to bat at full, didn't he, around 2017, I think it was, and then, well, I think he might have done one.
I'm surprised you remember that long ago.
Well, no, I just remember, I think he had, I don't know, I think he shaved his head off at that time.
Yeah.
It's Joseph now coming over the wicket to the right-hander Pope. Defended.
I'm just a bit old school. I love that shot there because everything went into it. Right, this is a good ball. I'm going to defend it. I'm not going to do anything else. I'm not going to try and get a single through gully or anything else like that. That to me is perfect. Love it.
Good cricket all round. Do you think the West Indies have made the most of the conditions? It isn't as overcast as it was this morning, but hasn't seemed to be swinging as much as it could be.
Yeah, they look to be putting it about where they should be, don't they?
2 balls to come. Defended again.
Have we seen a bouncer?
I don't think so. Holder offers out as the others have been talking about with his height. I think 6'7", a little bit slower, but the bounce he gets because he's just bowling from such a height.
Yeah, it's always worth trying one, isn't it? In the hope that I suppose if you've got have they got a deep mid wicket, it's hard to tell. But it's always worth sticking one in just to see if they'll hit it down their throat. But
and Bazball, they'll certainly take it on last ball of the over. Defended again. Hi Mog, any socials?
There are. Steve, how's the bacon? Bruce says, is that Keith Chegwin top right? I'm currently in the top right as far as I can see, so no.
That's NASA, isn't it?
He also says, loving the young gorilla cub. So the fresh-faced but with the very old named Hector. And Leah says, Duckett's definitely the Shire 11 composed entirely of hobbits. Parted Patel to keep wicket in that.
Who else makes that?
Boone could be in that, he was sure.
Is Hector an old name?
I'm just thinking because it's...
I don't think I've ever met a Hector before. Aren't you in the Odyssey or one of those things?
Yeah.
Prince of Troy or that sort of business.
Yeah.
Hold it.
Were your parents classical students? Or
No. Duckett drives, but mid-off is round, another single. No, I think I was going to be called Rex at some point. That would have been a bit...
Called what?
Rex.
Yeah. Oh, that was a lucky
escape. It's
escape.
also fairly oldie-worldy.
I know.
Yeah.
There might have been a Hector in Breaking Bad or one of those kinds of shows.
Yeah.
Until we get to the bottom of this mystery, we should stop talking about cricket and find out.
Well, England now lead by 20, 61 for 1. Holder comes in over the wicket. Pope defends again. He has 33, Duckett 22. Just seems to be these two batsmen just seem to be settling in a little bit more. Started off, obviously, after that wicket of Crawley, both the batsmen attempted a bit of a counter punch, but
and worth remembering that, as somebody just said before we came, we are only halfway through, so they don't have to go mad and do anything. They've got plenty of time to think about the narrative. Teams used to end up putting the team give them a day to either get the runs or get them out, but now they've going to have longer than that, aren't they? Because England they're probably going to give it another 4 sessions at the most.
This Pope clips away to deep mid-wicket for 1. And another thing, it'll be quite nice to see a 5-day test match, as it's shaping up to be.
Yeah. Rarity.
Well, especially after that quick-natured Lord test.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of this has been said previously, but I was spent most of the day on British Rail and various other transport networks yesterday. But it is so good to see the West Indies acquitting themselves well, because you want the West Indies, don't you, as a major force in world cricket. It just adds yet another piece to the jigsaw.
Holder round the wicket to Duckett, who edges it but pierces the gap between third slip and gully. That'll run away for a boundary for 4 more for Duckett.
Are you? There's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
So we have a young person who seems able to do jingles and talk at the same time.
Well,
That's amazing.
Yeah, Bear had to teach me yesterday. It was my debut. I'm enjoying it. Although I don't really know which one's which, so I just sort of click and hope.
Just press a button.
I'll reveal now that I've been asked to criticise and abuse you if you get it wrong.
Oh,
feel free.
The bear told me.
Okay.
I don't want to, but he's told me to.
No, that's fair enough. Hold it in again. Fuller and defended this time by Duckett. Yeah, well, I'm just trying to learn my way.
The Bear's on his way down to the south of France, apparently, isn't he, as we speak?
Is he?
Apparently so.
I didn't know it was going that far.
Carcassonne.
He might run into some Cathars and some heresies and some Albigensian crusades.
Crikey.
Hold it.
Just a niche reference.
Final delivery of his second over, shorter and just cut away gently to deep backward square for the single. End of the over. England 67 for 1, lead by 26. And as you say, John, it is nice to see the West Indies playing some seriously good Test match cricket. It almost feels as if their standard of play sort of determines the health of the Test match game, of the long format game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Fluffy says it's Duquette, dear. Matthew Cullen asks, do Ian Bell and Ollie Pope make the Shire 11 team? Essie says, it turns out that Sky had to ask the third umpire to find out if Pope would have been out when his bat broke, if it had broken the stumps. Fucking amateurs. Yes, great. Derek Willis says, not a lot of hectors in the US, but there is a lot of hectoring.
Hectoring?
Plenty of hectors where I used to live in the US of Mexican descent, says Matthew Cullen. And Nick Vickers says, I live in Spain and I've met a few hectors here, but we don't pronounce the H. Hector.
Well, my surname's Vickers, so
that's a bit like in Yorkshire, they don't pronounce H's there either, do they?
Seals.
They're not posh enough.
Brought back on 0 for 18 from his first 2 overs in, and Duckett defends into the offside. Expensive from Seals again in the first innings. He seemed pretty unthreatening. He feels a lot like a rhythm bowler, and he certainly didn't have much of that in the first innings. John, do you think that he can be trusted in this innings by Brathwaite to bowl long spells, or will he be brought on for short shot?
Well, it looks. I don't know much about him, to be perfectly honest, but it looks as though he's going to be the guy who does the donkey work. Yeah. Were you a bowler, Hector? Are you a bowler? You are still in your prime, I notice.
Well, I'd like to say a bit of both, but Seals in again and defended.
So where would you bowl at Duckett? Because he looks. I don't know. I was a bowler, but not at any great standard. But I would, if you pitch on the leg stump or probably on the stumps coming from, you're not going to get him out because LBW. But if you pitch outside the off stump, he seems to be able to feed it through the offside. It looks kind of hard to know where to bowl at, really, especially when he's playing well like this.
And he's a good puller of the ball as well. Well, I just tend just to loop it up. I'm a left arm off spin. I'll just loop it up and hope that they shell out to cow corner. Seals in again, short and wide and slightly inside edged by Duckett.
I suppose the difference between this and the standard I used to play at is that you actually, if you pitch the ball outside off stump and he gets an edge, you have people who stand a vague chance of being able to catch it, which bearing in mind most of the slips I had when I was bowling had at least 5 pints, there was zip chance of them taking a slip catch.
Well, as we saw in England's first innings, Cavan Hodge got 2 wickets from literally just bowling it short, and then Ben Stokes and Smith both mistimed it out to the boundary fielder. That's how I get most of my wickets. Seals again, and Fuller this time driven nicely by Duckett through the cover region. That'll be 4.
2 plus 2 is
So your theory is sort of try and line and length and then slip in the bad one, which you hope will get the wicket.
Well,
often works.
It's hard to know, especially in this Bazball batting lineup. Who knows really? It seems like a variety. You've got to change the field. You can't have a conventional field every delivery. You've got to spice it up a little bit, as Ben Stokes is so good at doing.
Yeah.
Try and force the wicket somehow. Seals in again, and Fuller and driven again by Duckett, but well fielded at cover.
I was talking to one of my colleagues at work before I was coming up, who's a bit of a cricketer, plays in York, and I was saying what would you say about the England cricket team at the moment, and he was suggesting Keaton Jennings. I don't know if you've seen Keaton Jennings back this season, Hector. He was saying that he would play him instead of Duckett, but
well, I haven't seen him this season, but I have seen him across a fair few. He does look very good. Of course, that century in India on debut, and he's batting well for Lancashire at the moment.
Yes. And he didn't play under the Bazball regime, I don't think, did he, Jennings? So it would be interesting to see how he went. There's some good players knocking around, aren't there?
Duckett takes a single of the last ball of the over, sorry.
I have a correction to make. Apparently it's not Duquette, it's Duquet, as in bouquet.
Oh.
A reference that Fluffy was making before, which is the TV show, the name of which I don't remember. Leah says Ian Bell's definitely not in the Hobbit team on the basis that he's some kind of X-Files-esque human-alien hybrid. Just look at any picture of him, there's always something just a bit off about his face. And the doorbell is due in 5 minutes, apparently.
Well, I just heard the doorbell ring downstairs.
It could be Ian Bell.
Holder will begin. Does Temba Bavuma make the dwarf team? Well, he'll make the dwarf team. Does he make the Goblin team?
Gus Logie was fairly short too, wasn't he?
Holder starts Fuller and clipped off Duckett's pads for no run to mid-wicket. John, if you were to have one batsman, one all-rounder and one bowler from the county circuit at the moment, if you were to give them a chance in this Bazball side, who'd you take?
You're probably asking the wrong guy, because I haven't watched a lot of cricket. Pass. I don't know is the honest answer, but it's a good question.
Holder again, driven by Duckett, but back to Holder. Well, do you have any thoughts on that?
Marnus Labuschagne.
He took 5 last night, didn't he?
No, I've seen absolutely 0 of it.
Fair enough. Well, I'm heavily Surrey biased, so I can't say anything. We have a fair few players in the team already, so I can't complain. Holder 0 from 8 from his 2.5 overs in, again wide of off stump and just dabbed down by Duckett, scampering away quickly out to deep backward point, looked for 2, but...
So when you say an all-rounder, would you say, is it somebody who can do a bit of both, or is it somebody who would get in the side as both a batsman and a bowler independently? And there is a sort of subtle difference, obviously, isn't there?
Well, just someone who could do a bit of both, like a Sam Curran-esque player.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Not a Gary Sobers, then. I
wouldn't say so.
Probably not a lot of those guys.
No,
about.
No. 3 deliveries to come of this Jason Holder over as he turns. Top of his run up. In and left alone by Pope. England have the lead of 32 now after 14.4 overs, 73 for 1.
So whereabouts are you, Jez? What part of the world? Obviously down under. Whereabouts are you?
Jez is in Perth.
Oh, right, okay.
I, however, am in Melbourne.
So why does it say Messi Jez under your picture?
Does it?
It does.
Maybe I changed it to be a smart ass.
Right, okay.
No, my name's not Messi.
Clipped.
You can just call me
Pope.
Sir.
To the square leg for just the one run. What's the time difference? What's the time in Melbourne at the moment?
It is 10 minutes past 12 a.m.
Really? God, that's
a.m. in the morning, no less.
Tough.
So you're quite a long way different to New Zealand, because I was talking to some friends in New Zealand and they were sort of only about an hour different. So you're 2 or 3 hours different.
I think we're 2 different.
Blimey.
2 hours over from there.
Big world, isn't it?
And 2 or 3 from Messi, depending on the time of year.
Final ball of Holders just over, just lost his line a little bit, clipped by Duckett for another single. Just looking a lot more comfortable here, this England side aren't looking to force any boundaries, pretty content just to tick.
Yeah, it's strange, they seem to sort of go off like trains and then play themselves in, whereas the opposite used to be the case, didn't it? People would play themselves in and then sort of go for it, but I suppose it works.
Exactly. Any socials, Mog?
Let's see if Twitter's got anything to give us. Probably not, because it's a festering stink pile. Farong says, with some pictures of what appear to be pizza, that he's travelled 300 miles today to an old stomping ground because a mate is selling a motorbike. He supports Spurs. He's inspected the bike and no yod stickers, so good. Now, time for beer and pizza. And does the photos. And Diana Patterson says she doubts that the Bears ever heard of the Albigensian Crusade, and I'd agree. He won't have heard of it.
Seals to start his 4th over. And driven uppishly by Duckett's, lost his hands a little bit. Out to deep. Backward point for another single.
He does get a lot of runs through that area, doesn't it? You'd think they should maybe put 8 fielders around there, really. And then see what he does.
Well, again, as we were saying, it's so hard to set a field there. Of course, you've got Pope on one side, just so frantic, and then Duckett on the other. Even harder when you're bowling to the 2 openers, Crawley and Duckett. You're going to have to adjust for a bowler. You're going to have to adjust your line and length a lot to these 2. I mean, how Crawley must be at least a foot taller than Duckett. Seals again, 2 slips into Pope, and he's wrapped him on the pads, but sliding down leg, half-hearted appeal.
Yeah, it must be a nightmare, mustn't it, bowling at those 2 when they're in, because left-handed, right-handed, a foot difference in height. You're having to, every ball, you're having to bowl a different ball, aren't you?
Well, I suppose the West Indies have that at the moment. Mikhail Louis and Craig Brathwaite. I know they are both right-handers, but Louis is a very tall man, and Brathwaite isn't so tall.
Yeah.
So it is a problem. I'm trying to think of the other opening partnerships around the world. Height differences. Seals in again to Pope. Shorter and defended on the back foot by Pope for no run.
So we had a few scenes of Nottingham there. Anybody in Nottingham tonight? Will they be heading off to the trip to Jerusalem, which is where Hendo and I used to spend a lot of our time when we went to cricket matches there. If anybody doesn't know it, it's a fantastic pub. You'll probably see a few of the, well, not the cricketers hopefully, but the umpires used to go there. Thoroughly recommended.
Seeing the umpires there might be slightly worse than seeing the players.
Well, maybe.
Seals bustling in again and defended well by Pope. He has 35 from 45. Duckett 35 from 46. Just seemed to calm down a little bit, as I said. Pope certainly scoring a lot slower. Happy to get on the front foot and defend.
Yeah, it's one of those periods of Test cricket where you sort of feel, oh, this is nice and relaxing. This is what Test cricket should be all about. Nothing too frenetic.
It's a nice change, especially in this England batting lineup. But you rarely see it to Seals. And again, Fuller in this time driven by Pope, but Seals gets a hand to it. Does very well there, driven firmly, timed sweetly, but no run in the end.
It'd be interesting to see, the guy got his hand to it. It'd be interesting if they show it again, whether he was actually, the batsman was backing up, and if it had hit the stumps, would he have been out? No, he wouldn't. Duckett's bat was in, wasn't it then? So maybe they've learnt their lesson, or maybe Crawley leads too.
Well, you do see those types of run-outs more often now. I mean, you don't see them too often, but in comparison.
Yeah.
Especially in the shorter format, white balls, T20s.
Yeah, you can understand why they do that now, won't you? Because you can sneak a third of a run before you start, can't you?
Pope jogs through for a single into the offside. But also, what I don't understand is, fine if you want to walk out of your crease, but why don't you just leave your bat in? Your bat's quite long. You can, as long as it's grounded behind the line. Then.
Yeah, that would work as well. Yeah.
Silly. End of the over.
Groundbreaking thought.
Well, it's an easy solution.
Speedy asks, why is it our best spinner is not playing, meaning the West Indies, and by the look of it, he means Moti was sick on the morning of the test, so he was unfortunately not able to take his place. I don't know what he was sick with. Sick of being told what to do by the coach, maybe.
Sick of not playing.
Well, he's probably sick of not playing by now.
What does he bowl, do we know?
He's a spinner of some description, but
I
didn't actually see any of him in the last test.
Bowled well to Stokes and Root. Bowled them both out. Holder begins and driven nicely by Pope, but well round by the captain. At mid-off, no run. Well, Kevin Sinclair, as his replacement's done very well this test, especially bowling in the first innings. There wasn't a lot of spin out there, but he worked his flight and varied pace as well. Brought a couple wickets. Shamal Joseph seems to be warming up on the boundary. It'd be nice to see him come on. As I say, Seals at the other end, he just seems to be lacking certain rhythm, certain control, making the captain Brathwaite's job a little bit harder. England lead by 36. 77 for 1, 2 slips, a gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, and a deep backward square leg on screen. Holder bustles in again. Fuller and clipped by Pope through the mid-wicket region to deep mid-wicket. They'll take one more. As you say, John, they're just very calm period of play, very very test matchy.
Yeah.
Like passage of play here.
But I mean, Pope very rarely does just play. I mean, he'll play lots of shots that don't go for a run, but he never, or very rarely, plays just a defensive shot where he puts his bat in the way of the ball. So it maybe does make the bowler look as though he hasn't bowled a good ball, that the batsman's nearly got a run, but yeah.
Well, I suppose with the runs he had in the first innings, obviously that 100, albeit not the nicest 100 to watch, but that'll do wonders for his confidence. He has been, if you look at that top 6, he has been the one under the most pressure and speculation. Holder in again around the wicket. Fuller and clipped again by Duckett. That this time does pierce the gap, and that'll run away for 4. Duckett moves to 39.
So that's just answered my question as to what happens if you do bowl at Duckett stumps. It must be very difficult.
The next guy up is Harshal Patel.
Ooh.
Great placement. So I didn't see.
Yes. Sorry. Well, it was in the full. It was in the full package, but not my best.
That's the Bears' fault.
Not my best.
So I didn't see Pope's innings. So I gather he was dropped a couple of times. Were they sort of? What sort of drops were they?
He was. His Holder's in again, defended by Duckett. He was dropped.
Slips or in the deep?
One at gully and one at second slip. One at second slip. Jason Holder was fielding there. He doesn't drop many, and it was perfect height for him.
All right.
And then the one at gully as well, catcher. Well, I think he was dropped at 16. No, 20 something and 60. So obviously 2 costly drops. But then again, you look at Mark Wood to Cavum Hodge yesterday and dropped by Joe Root at second slip on about 16 and went on to make his 100. So fielding hasn't been to a high standard this Test match. Holder in again, defended on the front foot by Duckett. Yeah, that's the one thing that the West Indies will be looking at from their first bowling innings. They didn't field their best 4 drop catches, a missed dumping by De Silva, and along the ground as well, plenty of misfield. So they could have actually had England all out for around 300, maybe even less than that. But they did well to respond yesterday and this morning. Holder 1 delivery left of this over, in round the wicket, and just Duckett plants the front foot, runs through for 1. 17 overs gone. England 83 for 1, lead by 42.
Leah says, "Come on, you Muppets, take some wickets. I thirst for some very salty English tears to replenish my electrolytes."
Well,
they're trying.
Looks like we're having a change here in between overs. Change of bowling as well.
Who's coming on for me?
Tony and Grubby are coming on. As a change of bowling, Sinclair will get his first over of this innings. Facing up to Duckett again here. Brathwaite looking to change things up. These 2 batsmen look very comfortable, very settled. The seamers haven't particularly challenged them so far today. Duckett has 40 from 50 deliveries, Pope 37 from 59. Sinclair 2 Test matches, only the 3 wickets, best 2 for 73, average of 42. We'll be looking to change that today. He can bat as well, which is an added bonus for this West Indies lineup. And a short leg has been put in for Ben Duckett. Maybe that's how they're going to get their wicket. A short leg and a slip. Sinclair coming round the wicket for the first delivery of his first over, and defended by Duckett into the offside for no run.
Thank you, Hector. Fantastic. You're still staying. You're not going anywhere. I think you're staying just to be smart. Still doing that role, the clever person role. Not a high bar when you've got Grubby and I next to you, of course, as that one is worked away nicely by Duckett, but sort of half catches the leg of forward short leg that Hector was just telling you about. And there's no run. 83 for 1 sounds great. You've got to halve that though, because there was a 41 run lead that the West Indies said. That's beautifully swept by Duckett. That's gone racing away to the mid-wicket boundary for one of these.
2 + 2 is our man.
Yep, Sinclair threw that up. It was right in Duckett's sweeping range, and away it went. Goodness me. So England, Grubby, are well, actually, sorry, you're social, aren't you?
Don't worry.
Well, I can still talk to you. Are motoring, chaps, between us. They're not slowing down here, are they? They're not super cautious.
Not going to change the way they're playing, I don't think. I just want to say thanks to Hector for a very assured piece of commentary in the last half hour. Thanks for that, Hector. Like a duck to water, I'd say.
Well, I got one of the jingles.
A ducket. Like a ducket to water.
Jingle schmingles.
Sinclair is in. That's top edge. There's no one down at fine leg though. Whether someone will appear in screen, they won't. It's going to race over that. Well, it's going to dribble really over that boundary sponge. Umpire Tucker signals 4. It's another 4 to Duckett. He moves on to 48.91 for 1.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, they were telling me off in the green room, Hector. There's a 4 down to third man. I said, I wonder if Hector knows where the third man 4 jingle is. And I got told, be reasonable. How's he going to know that without having been told it's there even?
There's a jingle for field placement as well.
For fours, yeah, it's the old third man theme.
From the film,
yeah,
from the early 60s.
Yeah.
Which fair enough.
Well.
Might be asking a lot. Harry Lime, Orson Welles as Harry Lime. Graham Greene book turned into a film, of course. That's swept beautifully by the Duckster. That's his 50. He's been racing along, not quite as racy as the first innings, 52 or 55, swept backward a square, 4 runs.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
8 fours, no 6s, 55 balls for 52. Fine effort. 1 ball left from Sinclair. There's a slip and a leg slip. Defended back to Sinclair by the expectant father, Duckett. It's 95 for 1, 18 complete. The lead 54, Grubby.
The other person that I think deserves an enormous amount of praise is Mogg, who I think it's fair to say nobody does more for guerrilla cricket than the Mogster, what with the jingles and the input and the financial contributions and the jingles and the jingles.
And more jingles.
He's basically the best bloke in the world. Is that all right for you, Mogg? Frank Rockefeller also with us.
Hello, Frank.
50s galore, says. Speedy, still there on YouTube. I think when Holder plays, there are 2 captains in the team. And he's an under-archiver. I think you might mean an underachiever, but what you've written is under-archiver. I like the idea of...
I was about to say, I think that's a great idea.
Is that like a junior curator?
Yeah, you just... Well, but you don't do enough of it.
Yeah. And what else? I mean, you can send your tweets in if you want, because I'm now looking at them. No one sent one in since Farong, nearly half an hour ago.
It's not something about wanting Duckett to... Is it about Duckett?
No, it's the one about having travelled 300 miles today to an old stumping ground.
Oh, well.
Sick.
Right, well, we're going to see the man from... Is it Baraka? Baraka, isn't it? In Guyana. Shamar Joseph, who is going to bowl his 5th over. He's been economical so far. No wicket, but... only gone for 11 off his 4. He's bowling to Ollie Pope. 2 slips and a gully. And Pope works that nicely off his legs, backward off square. And they'll take a single. Unlike that extraordinary spell between Josh De Silva and Shamar Joseph, where they didn't seem to have their strategy figured out at all, did they, Hector?
Well, it was a very chaotic partnership, but one that was great to watch, seeing especially Shamar Joseph when he rocked back and hit Atkinson for those 2 big sixes.
And you could we got the distinct impression that every time he did it, he's basically saying, you could see him saying to Josh De Silva, well, hang on, why aren't you trusting me? How many runs did they just leave there because Josh De Silva thought no? All the way dribbling down to deep cover or something. I said, no, I'm not going to run that.
Well, that is
Crazy.
one thing. And it was nice to see. It looked as if they were having a lot of fun. They were joking out there whilst the England fielding attack didn't look too pleased.
So it is something of a blind spot, I suppose you could say, for Ben Stokes. England have quite frequently. So we'll just wait for Duckett to nudge this away to mid-wicket. It's very deep set and it will be an easy single. And even with the shorter legs, he is able to stroll that. The score moves on to 97, which is a lead of 56. Just the very unfortunate loss of Zach Crawley, who okay, he got a good ball in the first innings. Poor lad. You can hardly count him as too culpable for the dismissal in this innings. So not a great test for him. A fascinating test for us all watching and listening, as that one's dabbed nicely by Pope. That is down towards 3rd man, and they'll take 2.
Well, this is a very, very interesting test match indeed. West Indies, you feel if they can just break this partnership and maybe follow that up with another wicket, and then you're looking at England in this bit of trouble, lead by 58, and if they add another 2 wickets to that, then 58 for 3. This game is very wide open, as
certainly is.
It is wide open, but you do feel as soon as that lead gets to 200, I don't care what the pitch is like, 200 chase in the final innings of a test match is always challenging.
Slapped away by Ollie Pope, but there is a man down at deep backward point. So again, it will just be a single. 41 for him, 53 for Ben Duckett. And the 100, of course, is up for England.
Is there a jingle for?
There are, but I wouldn't bother finding them for that, especially as it's effectively 59.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we don't have a jingle for 100 brackets, effectively 59. And I would hate to hear Mog's reaction if I suggested we create one. I wouldn't. I'd be glad I was over here and he's in Melbourne.
Apparently the Third Man film is from 1949, according to our friend Pirate Badger.
Henry Cotton, am I right? Henry Cotton was in that. As that slapped again. Oh, backward a point, gone all the way. That's a glorious cut, late cut from Ben Duckett's 4 runs. 104 for 1. England extending this lead, extending it at some pace here.
It's going to be interesting to see the fitness of Shamar Joseph in this innings. He had a little niggle in the Lord's Test and the first innings of this. Had to go off, I believe, with cramp.
Well, you know, I mean, you've got a similar issue on both sides in a way, because England have got Mark Wood, who bowled more overs without too much practice this season than he has for a long while. And of course you've got Shamar Joseph for the Windies. That's driven again by Duckett. I think there is going to be a man coming around to cover. Yeah, there is. It's Mikael Louis who does the fielding, and he's still got this massive smile on his face as Shamar. I think you can safely say he's a lad who enjoys his cricket.
And why wouldn't you?
And why wouldn't
playing
you?
international
and
cricket.
We enjoy your messages, which Grubby is going to
lovely. Yes. Easy Ollie says the Duckster doing it for all us short asses. Pokey Bumfinger, I had flashbacks to Tony's Jimmy Anderson jingle retrospective then. That's a memory I was trying to repress. Mog says, would you like a jingle for 100 but effectively 59, Tony?
No, you're all right. It was 57, I think, but no, Mog.
Pirate Badger, I think back on Third Man, says Joseph Cotton. Draw test match.
I said
baiting.
Joseph Cotton, didn't I?
You might have done.
I did say Joseph.
Yeah, well, confirmed in that case.
Brilliant.
And Speedy thinks, I think Speedy is saying that this is going to be a draw.
Ooh,
still
England,
a long way to go.
Don't do many draws, you know. That's very much against the Bazball ethos. Better to lose gloriously than to draw boringly. But this game, to date, Hector, has been anything but boring.
I think we should have a swear jar for use of the B-ball term.
Okay,
as a tenor.
As of now, not the one I just did. Slip and a leg slip still. Jerome Sinclair still going to continue around the wicket. He comes, and that's defended into the onside, backward of square, but they'll take a single anyway.
Well, it was interesting to see in Sinclair's first over. They didn't have a sweeper backward of square, and Duckett did resort to sweeping. I think it was 3 times that over. So they put the leg slip in, but I wonder how effective that'll be.
Who's Jerome Sinclair? He's a footballer, wasn't he?
Jerome Sinclair?
Yes, I got completely wrong. That's Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah.
So I've gone completely...
not Sir Clive Sinclair.
No. In his C5, as that one is nudged, but nudged very effectively. They're going to have to hurry to extra cover. The throw came in. Not sure it was ultimately cleanly taken, and just as well Brathwaite was backing up. And they did get a single. Sinclair was very quick to get behind the stumps. It was Brathwaite, in fact, who put in the throw, and it escaped Sinclair behind the stumps.
Has there been a run out this series?
Kevin
apart
Hodge,
from the Mikael Louis in the first Test match?
Crawley. Unfortunately.
Oh yes, that does count as a run out, doesn't it?
It's in the scorebook.
It is in the. They don't draw pictures in the scorebook because that's nudged towards mid-off, and there is no run. 107 for 1. 66, clickety-click, route, etc. defended by Duckett. What's what?
Just laughing at your bingo calling.
Not my bingo wings.
No, I'd never laugh at them.
107 for 1. 42 for his eminence, my ecclesiastical brother, the Bishop of Rome. And Duckett, though, is onto the back foot. Steers this out to deep extra cover, and again they amble. A very easy single. Runs in some cases, Hector, if I was the West Indies, I'd be a tad worried. 100, a partnership, by the way, of 110 balls. So yes, great pace.
But as you say, easy. That's all it's been for these two. They haven't seemed hurried in any sense. But then again, they are scoring at 100 off 110 balls, but they haven't had to force their shots.
In comes Kevin Sinclair, as that one's whipped away around the corner, down to deep backward square, and it's another strolled single. They could have stopped halfway for a chat as well, they had that much time. It's the end of that Sinclair over, none for 16, he's gone for 8 and over, it's 109 for 168. The lead.
I think what they've done, these two, is sort of take it in turns. When Pope came to the crease, he loaded the strike and scored pretty quickly, didn't he? And Duckett seems to have taken over a bit more of the strike. So good partnership in that regard, and they're both going pretty well. You're a bit worried as West Indies now, because that lead, it's only 68 at the moment, but you're thinking, where's the next wicket coming from? They're already thinking about what can we chase. How are they feeling, the West Indies, at the moment?
Well, as you say, with the fourth innings, anything above 200, you're going to be scared. And if you look at the batting to come from England, they bat all the way down. Chris Wokes at number 8 offers some valuable runs. He can score 50, so I would be worried here. But as I say, a couple quick wickets, and then, as we know with Test match cricket, it can all change.
He's got 100 at Lords, Chris Wokes.
Well, we had a
Test match 100 at Lords.
A fabulous Dominican partnership yesterday. We've got an all Guyanese, I beg your pardon, attack, which Shamar Joseph continues with. It's slapped straight to Caven Hodge, who's at cover, and there's no run. Pope looks a little bit frustrated, but it's just good field placement. Holder is really working on the shine of that ball. What was their statistic from last night? Remind me. 20% plays and leaves was his.
29% of his shots.
29% dodgy shot.
Full shots.
Full shots. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah.
8 edges. David Warner had 35% full shots in the 2019 Ashes, but he made 61.
Yeah. And the other one's got him out. Broad. That one is a bit of an ugly delivery, really, to be honest, from Shamar Joseph. It was wide and low of off stump, and Ollie Pope couldn't really reach it. All he could do is toe end it onto the ground.
Ugly shot as well, isn't it?
There is no run. I mean, the other stat that absolutely struck us today as being fascinated was the leave percentages for Test openers. If we work down, you'll get a sense of where it goes. If you haven't seen it, it's it may or may not surprise you. We'll save it till after this Shamar Joseph delivery, as he comes over the wicket with 2 slips, and it's defended by Pope. Back to him. Abdullah Shafiq has a lowest leave percentage for a Test opener of 17%. This is minimum of 20 innings since 2006, by the way, the stat. Rohit Sharma, he's tying with Shafiq on 17%. Tilak Karatni Dilshan, 15%, and he's tying with David Warner at 15%. The highest Test leave percentage belongs to Benjamin Duque at 2%. Pulled this one, short and pulled by Pope to deep backward square. Fielded by Mikhail Louis. The throw comes in, and they will take. Did they take 3, Hector?
No.
No.
So the lowest leave percentage, Tone?
Is Ben Duckett.
The lowest, yeah, you said the highest.
Oh, sorry, the
lowest.
Top of the table for the lowest.
Yeah,
yes.
Exactly, yeah.
I know what I meant.
By some distance.
But quite right, I said it completely wrong, but it's 2% by a street. Bradmanian leave percentage, you're absolutely right. 110 for 1, 69 the lead, which curiously enough is the combined age of Chris Wokes and Mark Wood. Shamar Joseph round the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who waits, dabs, but there is a man at gully and there's no run. It's Sinclair who's fielding in that spot at the moment.
It's been unfortunate that the West Indies seam attack haven't really made the most of the conditions they've been handed. I know it was better this morning for the England attack, but again a little bit cloudy, a little bit overcast in comparison to the weather that we've had so far this Test match.
Yeah, I suppose it doesn't always guarantee that you're going to get movement through the air, does it?
Lady drinking beer and ice cream. That's a terrible combination. Oh,
an alcoholic float.
An alcoholic float. Well, Shamar Joseph, maybe he was horrified by the combination of beer and ice cream, because he had to pull out of his run. Duckett wasn't ready. Maybe Duckett was looking up going, she's not eating ice cream and drinking a beer, is she? Completely through him. He now, with his banana or lemon coloured bat handle, is ready to face Shamar Joseph, who comes around the wicket, and it's defended by Duckett. So he defends good balls. He just doesn't leave them. Or he does, but only 2% of the time.
Our friend Speedy is bemoaning the lack of...
no ball.
Oh, it's a no ball. Speedy is bemoaning the lack of Yorkers from Joseph at the moment, and is already feeling nervous about this... the destination of the win.
I wouldn't say that. Speedy is a West Indies.
Speedy. I forget which island. Speedy's been with us pretty much the whole day, and we're enjoying your company, Speedy.
We are indeed.
Thank you for being there.
I wouldn't be so negative so soon. You know, things can change. And remember, you do have that healthy first innings lead. That's well defended by Duckett into the offside towards point. No run, and still. Shamar Joseph has got the broadest of smile. He's chuckling away. I don't know what he's saying to Ben Duckett, but it seemed all very sociable and friendly.
It's not full of humour, the smile, is it? It's a little bit of, Jesus Christ, what have I got to do here?
The slightly smiley shark look, is it?
A little bit.
I'm going to get you kind of smile.
We're just seeing an old bit of footage of Nasser Hussain getting LBW to Carl Hooper's off spin, and the ball...
Oh, the ball that never got up at all.
Well, we're seeing it now. I think it got up.
Yes.
It hit him on the toe.
It did.
Having bounced.
It did.
And run along the floor about 8 metres.
It did.
Jesus Christ. No one's playing that.
Anyway, it's 111 for 1. Have you got any messages before Kevin Sinclair continues?
No, I've given up looking at Twitter because we haven't had a message there for ages. So if you are there, let me know on YouTube.
Sinclair over the wicket. Pope plays him off the back foot out towards deep mid wicket, and they jog a single. Yet another one, deep set field. The ones and twos, Hector, are just there to help yourself, really, aren't they?
Well, it is looking quite easy. Just thinking about Sinclair and Bashir, I was a little bit disappointed with Bashir yesterday and early this morning. He just seems to have lost a little bit of the control that he had earlier on, albeit I know it is his first test match, well, first bowling test match in England, but he just seems to lack a little bit of control.
Yeah, I suppose he's, what is he, 20 years old?
He's 24, Kevin Sinclair.
No. Shoaib Bashir.
Oh, Bashir. Yeah.
He's 20. He's not played that many first-class games. He's been picked because he's tall, high release point, overspin, all that sort of stuff. I think it's a lot to ask for him to produce that control and bowl at 2.5 and over or whatever.
Well, with no maidens in 25 overs, it's not what you really need.
He's coming around the wicket. There's a slipper, leg slip, and a forward short leg, and Duckett steps back and guides this out to a wide and very deep set long off, and they'll take a single. And we do have people looking at the studio who are considering the purchase of it as a flat rather than a studio. They keep popping their heads around there. And I kept wondering, who are all these strange people who are popping their head around the door? And now I've realised why.
Equipment not included.
Equipment not included. I hope the estate agent has told you that, as that one is dabbed by Pope down towards third man, fielded by Alzari Joseph, I think, and they will take one more. I'm guessing that the gentleman who's been in and waved twice is the estate agent. So whether he wants to charge us for just having had a walk around, I don't know. Is there a commission involved? We should.
For us?
I don't know. I don't know. 115 for 1 anyway. And the 74 is the lead. Let's see what... well, they're bringing Hector. It looks like they've bought deep mid-wicket into a more conventional, shorter mid-wicket position. Well, that's defended by Ollie Pope out towards cover.
Well, I wondered just how long we have until tea.
Well, I understood that we were having tea at the normal time, which means they should have taken it, but it now looks as though they may not.
How far can they push everything back?
Well, as this one is nudged, it's going to be nudged 2 wide mid-on, and they'll take a single. Well, the other logic would be they'll continue till 4, because I thought this particular trio of us were going to get a 20 minutes curtailed spell.
No, turns out we've got an elongated one.
Well, I relied it on intelligence directly from the ground.
And using that term
it was Mr.
advisedly
it was
and
a
loosely.
Mr. Naylor. Nudged to the man at forward short leg by Ben Duckett, so there is no run. Who said, I'm pretty sure I heard that tea is at 3:40.
Well, that sounds like a terrifically reliable source.
Well, he is there. He is there.
Yeah?
I think they're walking off. Actually, it was near enough. It was just finishing the over that had begun at 3:40.
Oh,
it is tea time.
I'll take it all back, Gaz.
Gary, we have maligned your hearing. Everything else we say about you is true, but there's nothing wrong with your hearing. It was a 3:40 finish. Ben Duckett and Ollie Pope punch gloves as they will head towards their cup of tea and a slice of Battenberg, or whatever it is that they have with it. This session we've had 22 overs, 116 runs, just the one very unfortunate wicket as far as England and particularly Zach Crawley were concerned. And these two have motored England along to a lead of 71 and at 116 for one, lead of 75, I beg your pardon. Ollie Pope on 48 from 62, Ben Duckett on 61 from 68. Crawley, the only wicket to fall, he went for 3 in the most unfortunate manner, effectively run out to a straight drive from Duckett that, was it Seals just got his hand on?
Seals.
Yeah, Jaden Seals just got his hand on. It clipped the stump on the way through. Crawley was a country mile out and he had to go. Grubby.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Speedy, I'd say, has been our top tuber today.
Tuber.
And does remind us that they're in, 6 hours behind GMT or British Summer Time or whatever, 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. here, guys, in my country, says Speedy. George McPherson says, crucial thing for England is batters to be out in the middle for as long as possible, so they have a few wickets in hand for tomorrow. But that's not the way that England play the game. I think England would be happier to get, let's say, 120 for 4 in this final session than 70 for 1. You know, that's just the way. This is the way England play at the moment, whether you like it or you don't. And Speedy just saying West Indies need to build pressure for some overs, which in the face of how England bat might be tricky. But again, we're in the middle of a good test match.
Well, I'll tell you what else we'd like to be in the middle of, and that is our friend
Blancmange.
Brian. Well, I don't. There may well be some blancmange.
It's lovely. Don't knock it.
But we did a delivery courtesy of Brian in Brisbane that has got all sorts of toasted sandwiches
Brian.
And baguettes. And
I absolutely love you, Brian. I don't know what to say.
Goodness knows what. I think some beer. I mean, it's just magnificent. And if we leave Hendo and John out there to their own devices, that we need to get out there, or there'll be none of it left. So, what we should probably do is love you and leave you until the afternoon session, which by my reckoning should start in about 15 minutes from now.
Have we got anything to put on in the meantime?
We will have. I'll just let Hector get out,
okay.
and then I'll go and figure out something. There may be a moment's silence while I fumble.
Well, that's all right. I'll just talk a bit of gibberish.
Which is my usual chat-up line.
What, I'll talk a bit of gibberish?
No, there may be a few moments' silence while I fumble.
I once tried to chat up a Spanish woman in a bar in central London, and for want of something to say, I just pointed to something on the ground which looked like a straw, because it was a straw. And in my best Spanish, I said, "Oh, look, there's a straw," and then she laughed. And then a minute later, she said, "Yeah, what you just said is there's a wank." So that went quite well. Life lessons here on Guerrilla Cricket, as we're in the middle, as we've said, of an excellent test match. England currently going pretty well in the face of a tremendous West Indies fight back this morning with the bat, with number 11 Shamar Joseph playing an absolute gem of an innings and scoring, what did he get, 30 odd, but it included a couple of huge sixes where he heaved Gus Atkinson onto the roof of one of the buildings over the boundary and almost brained some of the patrons underneath as tiles fell off the roof. It was very dramatic. He got 33 excellent, valuable runs for his side off just 27 deliveries. Meanwhile, Josh Da Silva was unbeaten on 82. He likes batting against England. His one test match century has come against England. And that gave West Indies a lead of 41, which England have now wiped out and gone beyond, being as they are 116 for 1. Crawley unfortunately run out at the non-striker's end for just 3. He will not be winning man of the match, so if you had a bet on him, you can safely discard those tickets. Duckett with his second half century for England of the match, 61 from 68 deliveries. Pope at the other end, a brisk 48 from 62. England on 116 for 1. With that lead standing currently at 75 runs. Good test match cricket. And I think Tony's found something for your listening pleasure. What have you found, Tony?
No, not yet, but
okay.
I will do. So you don't feel you have to keep talking, but you can if you wish.
Well, probably just carry on chatting away then. What's been the story of the match? I would say Mark Wood did eventually get a wicket today, having been really luckless yesterday. He finished with figures of 1 for 71 off his 20 overs. He bowled like the wind yesterday. I think there are many of us who were watching those spells yesterday and not really being able to remember a quicker display of fast bowling, certainly in the last sort of decade or so. He absolutely hurtled in. His first over was the quickest ever, I believe, by an England bowler. If you take each delivery in its and add them all together, he was bowling 94, 95, 96 miles an hour in that first over. Carried on that pace into the second over. Reached 97.1 miles an hour on the speed gun later in that spell. It was thrilling stuff. And you can hear when he comes on, there's an audible kind of lift in the buzz in the crowd. So he is still at the age of 34, I think he is now, Mark Wood, really important in the squad for England. Really luckless yesterday, went past the bat 20 odd times, I think. Did get that final wicket today, but the game has moved on. It's a much closer and much better game of cricket, let's be honest, than it was at Lord's, where things came a bit too easily for England. For I think the neutral to be involved. Obviously, as an England fan, you're happy to win a game. This one is much, much closer, and we're enjoying it enormously.
Right. Well, we're going to listen to a bit about the hard men of cricket, which is one of the chat we had in the Bishop and Bear, which was fascinating. Here it comes.
Cricket, nothing's going to be permanently fixed.
I've been saying this for years. The obvious thing is it should have been a 20 over tournament. And if you're going to do that, a load of county aficionados would be really upset. And I've said this before, but it seems to be there's only room for one of these short form tournaments. You either have the blast, and you keep that, and you kind of trim it down, or try and make it so it's played over a shorter period. I mean, the problem with the IPL this year is how long were we doing the IPL? 12 weeks or 10 and a half weeks, or it's interminably long and actually quite tedious, especially towards the back end when you can see where it's going.
All the big names are here. Ooh, who's that?
I think she was in the movie about that really big shark.
No, not her. The florist.
She's automating invoices on the go so she can spend more time on that flower wall.
QuickBooks can save you up to 8 hours a week, so you could bring your vision to life. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire. The Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Now, who do you think of when you think about a hard man? Vinnie Jones? Norman Hunter? Mike Tyson? Well, it's none of those we're going to chat about today. We want to focus on cricket's hard men, the toughest characters from the history of cricket. Our guest on the Barstool of Bravado is Richard Sydenham, sports journalist and author of a book which is all about that very subject, cricket's hard men. Richard, a huge welcome to the Bishop and Bear.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Delighted. What can we get you to drink?
Oh, Banks's Mild.
A Banks's, there we go. We're slap bang in the Midlands. That places you geographically based on your beer selection immediately. Now, my first question for you, actually, was you're a lifelong Aston Villa fan. If I think hardmen, I've got to think Paul McGrath. Did he ever play cricket?
Oh, I don't know about that, but he played football bloody well. But
he sure did.
He was never really a hard man. He was too good. He didn't need to be hard because he thought quicker than the next man. He was quick in pace, and he's just the best Villa player I've ever seen.
On next to no knees.
Sorry?
On next to no knees for most
of them. I guess that made him pretty hard, the fact that he is no knees. Did a bit of cycling on a Friday afternoon and went out and was man of the match every Saturday. Yeah, it was pretty special, really.
Anyway, so we got your Bankses. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And then we'll come on to the book and the idea for it. But just tell us about you.
So I started my journalism career in 1994, which was a good year to start out because I was covering predominantly Aston Villa and Warwickshire for a local paper in Birmingham. Obviously, that became Lara's year, 94.
Yeah.
For a rookie journalist, it was a pretty special time to be covering your local cricket team when, you know, I was talking to Lara pretty much every week. He'd give me a few interviews. All the other guys, I'd call some of them friends now, and they were a really good bunch of guys. There was no press officers in those days, so you could just walk up to a player and ask for an interview, whether it was in the members' bar or just outside the changing rooms. Access was great. Equally, doing the same at the training ground of Aston Villa. Wander up to a player in the car park, they'd give you a phone number, or you just have in fact my first interview was Dwight York in the passenger seat of my Austin Maestro.
Nice.
Which was the theme of the day there. But,
there's a car and sportsman's theme here, Bear.
Yeah.
You and Clive Lloyd.
Well, yeah.
Richard and Dwight York.
That's how it all started, and obviously we are now where we are.
Well, so I mean, I've had a great time, I've got to say, reading the book we're sort of nattering about is Cricket. So hard men, the toughest characters from the history of cricket. There's 22 of them. Did you kind of have in mind that you wanted two teams, or how did the number 22 come about? Just out of interest.
Yeah, it does seem a bit of a random number. I put a point there. Initially, I was looking at 25, and then I just thought it was a few too many, and I wanted to include those other chapters that I'm sure you'll ask me about the mental side of the sport.
Yeah.
So I just thought I don't want to overdo it. So I just thought these 22, to me, I felt like they picked themselves. Obviously, had a few opinions from other people I spoke to, and that those were the 22 that we were left with.
Okay. So, I mean, the first question, and you're right. One of the things that really interested us was the fact that you have two very specific chapters on beating anxiety and depression, and we're beating demons, and then the growing understanding and how it's changed over time of anxiety and depression. And it was quite interesting that to set a context for Hardman. I mean, I've got to be honest. Before I picked up the book, I was thinking in my head. I'm thinking, who are cricket's Norman Hunters, Eddie McCready's, Ron Harris's, Tommy Smith's? Name any. I guess in my head, I'm thinking hard footballers who had that reputation for, let's say, pushing the rules beyond, and yet the selection is often more, I guess, based on mental challenges, facing adversity. There's a lot of things in there that aren't about pushing and breaking rules. It's just about the kind of the fortitude or adversity, and coming through that is often something. But you chose to set a context first of exploring the mental side of the game. What kind of led you down that path?
Well, first of all, I'll just say that you kind of touched on the football aspect. That was probably the one thing that gave me the idea initially. I remember watching, because this was an idea that came about over 10 years ago, and it's took me this long to finally put it down into print because of various other projects in life getting in the way, other books and other things in work-wise. But the inspiration, I remember seeing an advert on TV about Soccer's Hard Men. I think it was either a program or a DVD or something like that, and I just thought it was a little bit cliched as a football DVD, because I've never actually I didn't see Vinnie Jones, for instance, who's the iconic football hard man. I didn't see him as being hard. I don't see biting the journalist's nose or finishing the player's career with a stupid tackle as being hard.
Squeezing Gazza's bollocks.
Exactly. So I could be here all day about some of the cliched so-called hard footballers I disagree with, but being someone who works in cricket as well as football, I just thought, wow, man, that would be a really interesting idea to translate to cricket. And the more I thought about it, the more I asked the questions of myself. What makes a hard man of cricket, like you've just asked me? And I think it's a lot more about mental toughness.
Yeah.
It could be in football. Football is really physical, isn't it? Okay, you need a bit of mental toughness when you're trying to get over an injury or you're playing with a bad ankle or something like that. But when you take the Mike Atherton 185 in Johannesburg,
yeah,
he's not like Mike Tyson there. He's not a physical hard man. That's pure stubbornness and bloody-mindedness, as well as obviously being a damn good batsman. But there's lots of examples of being a hard man in cricket like that, where it takes a lot more than physicality. So I studied that a lot more. Another one of those first 3 chapters in the book is called Finding the Mongrel, the Inner Mongrel.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can be a hard man of cricket without having a good portion of what I first heard the phrase from Mickey Arthur, actually, what he called the mongrel spirit. And I think we all know what he's talking about, that little bit of that bit between your teeth that someone like a Cole Hooper, who was one of the most elegant, graceful batsmen, if he would have had a bit of mongrel spirit, I reckon he might have averaged 45, 46 instead of 33, 34, you know. So it just wasn't in everybody. But all these...
I think you actually mentioned that example. Mickey Arthur's interesting. Mongrel is often something that I always normally think of Aussie mongrel as 2 words that go together in cricket. But he's a South African there who first pointed you towards it, right?
Well, they're two similar things, aren't they?
Did say it as the Australia coach at the time. So
well, yeah.
Yeah. But it was a phrase I hadn't heard, but I think as soon as you hear it, you kind of know what they're talking about. And yeah, I just went into that a bit deeper.
You did, mate. There was one thing, quite early on in the book, there was something that really interested me, is when you were talking about beating demons, and you have something, one example you mentioned, you've got Simon Kerrigan in there, which I think everyone who was there or watched it on telly, it's like watching somebody have a really bad theatrical performance or fluff their lines or sing out of tune, and you just feel bad for them in a way.
Yes.
I remember when I used to be given presentation training in my previous work, I was told no one ever wants to see you fail. And you sort of felt like that. But there was an example. You had a Scott Boswell, the Leicestershire player, I think about 19 wides or something. Completely lost the plot.
Exactly, it's hard to watch. So the reason for including anecdotes like that is not to relive their humiliation, but more about these are things. There were extreme examples, obviously, but these are things that can happen to cricketers. Although it's a team game, ultimately it's 1v1, isn't it? A mini contest in a team game, and if you're that one who's having a nightmare, you really need to show a lot of toughness to get through it. And to be fair to both players, they might not have got through it quickly, but they did get through it eventually. Scott Boswell went through some dark times for 5 years, which he talks about vividly in the book, but now he's a cricket master at a prominent school in England and is a good coach. So it took him a while to work things out, a few years actually, but he got through it. So that's just another example of the kind of toughness that you need to show in cricket. That was a bit of a different kind of example.
Well, you mentioned bowlers, and one of it's kind of obvious in a way, but you made the point. I think that bowlers have more time to think about what can go wrong, because they've they spend their whole time walking backwards and forwards, plenty of opportunity, whereas a batsman somehow surely has the same time, but you seem to feel that bowlers had more. I mean, which I kind of understand,
I guess that fits into the beating the demons chapter, and yeah, I mean, you're right, bowlers have more time to think about their next ball and all that kind of thing. They're almost in charge of their own destiny in terms of what they're going to deliver if they've got good control of their skills. But equally, I think there's as much fuzzy thinking in a batsman's mind as well, particularly if you know a certain bowler's got the wood on you. I think of the example of, I spoke to Dennis Amos when he batted against Dennis Lilly in the 1970s. He said he was walking out thinking,
Hello, we're back. Tech Tony is in the process.
Well, it looks as though we were all set to go.
Fuck.
But the covers are being wheeled out. There's some dark clouds over Trent Bridge. Those big fly swatter floodlights are shining quite brightly, and somehow what seemed like a perfect day, it's such a perfect day, isn't so perfect anymore. The covers are on. Duckett and Ollie Pope have paused on the boundary. The whole West Indies team have paused on the boundary. Umpires Holdstock and Rod Tucker are deep in conversation, but for now we are just going to delay. How long do you think it'll be though, Messers? It doesn't look like it's going to be a long period.
It doesn't look like rain to me. I think it's bad light.
But you wouldn't bring the covers on for bad light, would you? And you equally wouldn't put umbrellas up, and you wouldn't have spots of liquid water on the screen. Other than that, I'm with you.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It doesn't look particularly threatening, doesn't it?
Well, it looks like the West Indies are very, very keen to get on with it because they're all milling around and certainly aren't going back indoors.
Well, you would, wouldn't you?
Well, I guess they absolutely would, as the bowling side want to get England under bad light and more conducive conditions for bowling. Shamar Joseph and Josh Silver still deep in discussion with each other after that hugely entertaining, if somewhat confused, partnership where they rattled up the West Indies to a lead. But Josh De Silva just kept refusing ones or threes. Even though Shamar Joseph has smacked his way towards 30-something with a succession of fabulous shots. But
yes,
we shall
indeed.
see. So what I'm going to do is I will put the podcast back on, and then from there we will wait and see what happens. That's, I think, the plan.
Yeah, indeed.
I don't know where my next run's going to come from. So, although yes, the thinking of a batsman is more spontaneous because the ball's coming down in less than a second, if you're not mentally prepared for it and you don't know what shot you're going to play for a particular ball because you already feel beaten, then that's where batsmen can get themselves in trouble if they've got a real negative mindset. That's where you need a bit of mental toughness to kind of back yourself.
Yeah, well, I think I'm a bowler, and I always prefer being a bowler because you get a second chance. If things go wrong, as you say, you get more chance. Even if you have a bad spell, you can come back and you can get redemption the next time you come in by getting a couple of wickets or bowling a really good spell, and just get your mental state back up there. As like, yeah, I am all right. Whereas with the batsman, you get one chance, you nick off, as you say. And if you start a series like Broad to Warner in a couple of Ashes series in England, by the end of the was it 2019? By the end of 2019, he looked completely shot. I didn't know what he was doing against him.
Right, these things can snowball into a big issue, but that only becomes a big issue if you allow it to. I mean, it did, didn't it, for Graham Gooch in 1989 against Terry Alderman?
Yeah.
He was mentally gone and asked to be left out of a test match to sort his technique out. So, again, he came back in a big way. So that would have taken an element of mental toughness to kind of.
Well, there's definitely a few like that. I mean, I don't think he ever asked to be left out, but Atherton and Glenn McGrath, was it 19 times?
Yeah.
You have, and yet you have Mike Atherton as one of your 22. We will get onto them, but absolutely.
Sometimes I think Alec Bedsoff got out Arthur Morris 18 times. Although Arthur Morris had a lot of success against Bedsoff, I think when they face each other a lot, those stats are a little bit skewed. But yes, I think Atherton definitely would have. I think he admitted himself by 2001, his farewell series, he knew he was just going to get out to McGrath, and you're beaten before you start when you're thinking like that.
I mean, you referenced the David Frith book in the anxiety sort of the section on anxiety and depression. There was the Silence of the Heart, which is a shocking read, and the propensity for cricketers to have a much higher suicide rate than other professions, and it is a theme that many of the 22 players, I think, that are on your list have had some kind of challenge that they've had to manage or overcome. It might be physical. You had Atherton with his back. You had Roy Fredericks and his concrete head, and a number of times he got hit. And poor old John Edrich and illness. So often underlying great achievement is doing it despite another issue in their life, a challenge or something that made it even more against the odds, I suppose. So it's not hard in the sense of
lots of different
bite your legs.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you're right. It's lots of different examples, like the John Edrich one you gave, the example of his leukemia. That was obviously a long time after his retirement. But even when he was playing, he had to carry on playing after the death of his son. And that would take a lot of courage as well. Peter Willey he was told that his knees were shot when he was still a rookie at Northamptonshire, and just through bloody mindedness he got himself fit and came through that and had a good county career and played some key moments for England as well. So you're right, there's a lot of things.
If there was ever a competition for cricket's biggest forearms, he's got to be in the top 5, I reckon.
I think Jonathan Agnew described them as being like tree trunks, which yes.
Well, you do kind of cite it is a range of characteristics, and that's why it was quite interesting to sort of start in a football context, because I grew up in a generation of those players. Horrible pitches, horrible crowds, horrible players. And yet none of the cricketers, it seemed to be so much more multi-dimensional in terms of the way you approach being hard or a hard man in a cricketing context. But you do come up with some quite clear criteria in a way. Never failing to look an opponent in the eye. Defying pain or broken bones, or even spitting out blood in the cause. Character, guts, bravado that inspires teammates.
Yeah.
They're all common things that you kind of had.
You could think of clear examples of all those things with some of the players I've featured. Spitting out blood, Anil Kumble, who was one of the more unlikely candidates in there, because he was such a, off the field, I've interviewed him many times, such a genteel, lovely, harmonious gentleman of a guy, but on the field, a fierce competitor. And there's that famous image that's on the front cover, actually, of his face bandaged to keep his broken jaw in place. He was hit in the mouth by a Mervyn Dillon bouncer, broke his jaw, yet he carried on, spat a bit of blood out and carried on batting. Talk about looking an opponent in the eye. The biggest example I can think of is Steve Waugh.
Oh, right, okay. I was going to go Atherton. I was going Atherton and
Atherton was another one. Atherton was another one, but the example I was thinking of was Curtly Ambrose coming at Steve Waugh in 1995 and Steve just saying a few choice words to Kirtley, standing there and then facing the consequences, hopping around all over the place. But even though Australia was skittled out for not very many, who was not out 60 at the end of the innings? Steve Waugh.
Yeah.
Even Peter Willey said as an umpire, you could just feel.
And we're back again. And the players are coming onto the field after a very brief period of rain. So hopefully we're going to get some play after all. And Grubby is grabbing the mic.
Hello, Messers. Hello, everyone. And hello, John, next to me in the studio here. Well, on, off, on, off. It's like Hawes Draws territory, Messers. But I think we're about to get underway again. The West Indies fielding team, I don't think even went indoors, did they? Just sort of loitered on the boundary, saying, come on, let's get on with it.
Well, was it rain or was it bad light? No.
I think there was
a short shower of rain. Yes.
Yeah. Unusually for me, Messers, you'd be proud of me here. I had a little look at the Nottingham weather this morning, and there was a 20% chance of a shower at 5 o'clock, which is not too far from where we are. Well, it's 4:15.
Yeah, well, there is a big system of rain. Nottingham's just to the east of it, but it may touch on us again in an hour or so.
Yeah.
So
it's been cloudy all day, hasn't it? And but listen, this is one of the variables in Test cricket is the weather and the conditions, and sometimes it works for you and sometimes it works against you. I think you'd have to say that West Indies had very much the worst of it in the Lord's Test match. What cloud cover there was when they were batting and England were bowling. Couple that with being disastrously undercooked, and it led to a fairly inevitable result. Anyway, a much closer game here. It's really good Test match cricket. 75 is the current lead for England on 116 for 1 in their second dig. Some brilliant batting this morning from West Indies, lower order, marshalled by Josh De Silva. Now, who's coming on to bowl? It's going to be this lad for the West Indies.
Oh well, wherever you are.
Coming into bowl to Ollie Pope, who rather watchfully pulls that into the leg side, and a shot of very little authority, but he's going to get himself a single. Gets back underway.
It looks like there might be a trap here. Or did I see two people lurking on the deep square leg boundary there?
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised.
Does he fall for that, Ollie Pope?
Well, if you look at the Ashes last year, England fell for it fairly consistently. So you wouldn't be surprised, would you? He's moved on to 49 now, Pope. Duckett has his second 50 of the game. He's on 61 at the moment, following his 70 odd in the first innings.
It's been a bit of a root type innings, hasn't it? That he doesn't seem 2 minutes ago since he arrived, and he's now nearly on 50.
From Pope, yeah.
Without doing anything particularly spectacular.
He plays
which is a good skill, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. He plays that guy down to third man really well, like Root does. And Kane Williamson, among others.
Scoring 4 and over without sort of really trying.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he's trying, but without being flamboyant.
A ring of fielders on the offside here, some of them in front of square. This is back cut by Duckett and fielded by the wider of the two men behind square at backward point there.
So is a back cut simply a cut that goes backward of square?
I'm sure there's a definition of it. It's just
that yours?
He appeared to wait on it there. He appeared to wait for the ball to go past him before playing the shot, as opposed to playing it sort of level with his own body, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's the official definition. Duckett waits for this next ball from Jayden Seales coming round the wicket to him outside the off stump. Again, he just lays a bat on this, and it's fielded by that same fielder at backward point there, who prevents a run. What's going on in Perth, Messers? Anything interesting?
Well, it's 11:15 at night. It's 10.6 degrees outside, and I'm snug and warm watching you and the cricket and the Formula One racing, after which I'll turn over for the golf. So it's all good.
It's a hard life, isn't it?
What could be better?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Nice glass of red on there.
No, I haven't been drinking much at all of late.
Oh, fair enough.
Drinking by oneself is not so much fun.
Well, I would Not,
who are you
not wholly
supporting?
disagree. And it's another little dab by Duckett there, fielded at backward point. And there's no run.
Who are you supporting in the golf then? An Irishman, hopefully.
Anybody but Americans to a very large extent.
Ditto.
It's sorry,
well, your man with the mullet doesn't seem to be doing very well, so I guess...
I'm not particularly keen on him to be... The person I do like is Jason Day, actually.
He seems like a nice guy.
Great.
Yeah.
Adam Scott, too, actually.
Fine, upstanding young... I was going to say young man, he's not that young anymore, but this is defended by Duckett up to mid-arm, there's no run. I like Cam Smith, if only for his fantastic look.
God, that's like Chris D'Elia posted a photo of himself the other day with a moustache and a mullet. And I thought, God, he'd fit into an Australian rules football team.
He's really gone for it, Chris, isn't he? And some would say he's really succeeded.
Would you ever have considered a mullet, Jez?
After this, as Seals is round the wicket to Duckett, who again a rather indeterminate, sort of jabby, horizontal bat shot that winds up at backward point. There's no run, and that's the end
of
the over.
In my 20s, I had long hair, but it was definitely not a mullet.
But it was long all over. Was it?
Indeed, it was. And I was skinny, so times have changed. No hair, no skinniness.
I don't know if any of our listeners have been party to some of the photos that our very own Nestle boy circulates of himself sometimes when he was a pretty very good tennis player, and he had the kind of John McEnroe curly dark hair going on, and he used to he circulates pictures of himself at tennis tournaments, at Formula One events, at gigs, and I'd just say, Nestle's was quite the catch back in the day. I can hear laughter from next door, I don't know why. Ollie Pope has 49, he's going to face Alzari Joseph, who I'll jingle up in a moment. He clips this one off his legs, he's going to get to his 50. It's going to be fielded on the boundary there, so he goes to exactly 50 runs.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Alzari Joseph. Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, 50 from 64 balls from Pope. Brisk enough, John?
It's looked perfect, hasn't it? Yep. Ditto Duckett, really. They haven't gone berserk. They've just playing proper cricket.
This is just a 4.5, 5 and over without seeming to be forcing the issue.
Well, they look to me as though they're looking to score runs, and if it's a good ball, they don't. And that some batsmen have done the opposite, really, which is they've looked to score nothing from it, but if it's a bad ball, then they'll score from it. If you see the difference.
Yes.
I have spoken to Hendo about this, and we do have differing opinions on Dominic Sibley, but he was everything I didn't like about a batsman, because he just looked to have no intention of trying to score runs unless it was absolutely there on a plate. Whereas these two are the exact opposite to that.
Yeah, he was drafted in when there was a very different strategy and
different
approach.
Mindset. Yeah,
it's like come in and face 100 balls, as opposed to go out there and score some quick runs.
Yeah,
very different.
Yeah,
Duckett is forward in defence. Yeah, and the man runs in from extra cover to do the fielding. An interesting field going on here as well. I think we might see more of this as it's a relatively slow pitch, and I think we might see more of this as the game wears on. In that we saw a sort of ring of fielders, but some of them in front of square on the offside. So some have come out of that slip cordon and come in front of square. We've seen one of those slip fielders. Is it Jason Holder? It's at a fourth slip who's standing quite close. I'll give you more of this when I can see it properly. Round the wicket comes Alzari Joseph, and Duckett aiming a cut there, misses it through to the keeper.
So the new kid on the block, Hector, was saying that we might actually see a 5-day test match for the first time in quite a long time. But do you think they already have a strategy? What we're looking at now? Declare by lunchtime, tea time tomorrow. I know it's counting your chickens, but you have to have some sort of idea as to what you're going to do, don't you?
It's still relatively close, isn't it? So
80 runs ahead. You'd reckon to defend 350, 400 on this wicket.
as Joseph is around the wicket to Duckett. Beats him on the outside edge, playing a push this time, so it's twice on the trot he's beaten him, one way or the other. I suppose England get to the end of today and take stock. I don't think they'll be making too many forward decisions about tomorrow. Still 2 whole days of cricket, weather permitting, to come. That was a real off-cutter there from Joseph.
I mean, England have kind of torn up the rule back, haven't they, on run chases, but for most teams it's probably still the same, isn't it, that 300 in the last innings is statistically hard to get.
Yeah, and regardless of how attacking you want to be, when you've got 2 full days left, the risk of declaring too early is definitely large in your thoughts there. This is a forward push here, straight down the ground by Duckett, and he gets 1. Which I think is part of the reason that England always prefer to chase, and almost regardless of what the pitch looks like at the toss, usually England want to bowl first and therefore be chasing in the 4th innings. And that's how they back themselves to win, because there's absolute clarity of what they need to do. Here, there isn't that.
And fifth innings pitches. I mean, it used to be if you had a Shane Warne or a Muralitha and it was going to be a night, you guarantee you weren't going to get more than 250. But there's nobody fits into that category here, so you've always got a fighting chance, haven't you? On the last day pitch, it's still going to be gettable,
relatively flat.
You could just say it's got flatter.
It might.
Bear in mind too, when you say it's been a long time since we've seen a 5-day test. Almost all the Ashes tests last year were 5 days, I think, John.
Were they?
Weather, Manchester was what it was, but I think all the other tests went to a 5th day.
Okay. I stand corrected.
It's a long time ago, isn't it?
Seemed it.
Joseph's going to come back over to the wicket to the right-handed Pope, who waits and plays the ball now. A full delivery, which he drives back to the bowler. Nicely fielded off his own bowling.
I suppose the point is that a lot of tests have been over in ridiculously short periods of time, haven't they, one way or the other? Recently.
That's true. That's certainly true. It's not just recent. In the WACA, they often got over in 2 or 3 days. Matthew Cullen says, tell me more about multi-dimensional ways to be hard. That relates to the podcast. And Stephen Kelk says, can Tony exorcise the weather demon by you singing Summer Nights again? I don't suggest that. Pirate Badger says, messages, the hippie years, a gorilla special podcast.
Don't give us ideas.
Says, glad the rain break was brief. And Pirate Badger says, you see, 20 to 30 runs from 100 balls sounds like Nirvana to an Ireland fan.
Talking of Sibley, I suppose.
Oh dear.
Jaden Seals is going to continue. Starting a new over, coming round the wicket to Ben Duckett. That gets the ball just outside the off stump and chops down on it, and fielded by the giant that is Jason Holder. Diving away to his right. There's Jason Holder and there's Cam Green, who plays for Australia. Just their wingspan is extraordinary.
That's definitely Duckett's scoring area. Well, I suppose that's the point they're making here, isn't it? That's definitely his scoring area, isn't it?
Well, that's the thing. You can bowl to him on that 5th stump line, knowing that he's going to play at it. If the ball is doing something, then you've always got a bit of a chance. You're always in the game as the fielding team. But when he's in, his eyes in, like at the moment, you can also go.
It's a good technique. It's like playing percentage golf, isn't it? He's more often than not, he's going to get runs. He's going to get out, but
he gets another one here as he just turns it with no timing really into the leg side, but into a gap. Yeah, his eye is certainly in this Test match. We've seen his average has just gone above 40 in Test cricket, which is pretty decent. Particularly in the manner he gets his runs, and regardless really of what Duckett and Crawley's respective averages are, they've very often in the last 2 years got England off to a good start, even if it's only 35 or 40 in double quick time. Gives a bit of a foundation.
No, they're a really good opening combination.
Yeah, I agree. Pope drives this one through cover point to get
I wouldn't like to bowl
single
at them. Well, I wouldn't like to bowl at anybody at the moment. But
if you were to bowl at them, John, how would you do so?
From a distance.
From a distance.
Yeah. I have absolutely no idea. I wouldn't mind bowl. I mean, Crawley, I would have an idea, but left-handers I never used to be able to bowl at. I think awful people.
All left-handers are awful people.
Yeah.
shouldn't be allowed.
Are you left-handed, Jez?
No, I'm not.
No, that's you. Good.
Mind you, you would have liked bowling at me anyhow because I was a rubbish batsman.
Now here comes Seals once more around the wicket to Duckett, who just waits for it and leans on it and guides it down to third man. We've got the first one of these for a little while. It's an interesting little game of cat and mouse here. There's that field that I've been speaking about in the last few overs where they've got kind of split slips, and the third slip is standing way closer even than the wicket keeper. The first slip is back, and then you've got a sort of conventional gully position, so and then you've got another fielder in front of square quite close on the offside. So that indicates to me that the pitch is perhaps a little bit slow and stoppy.
I know hindsight is a wonderful thing, but I would be tempted to put somebody back there for Duckett, because it's not like you're putting a fielder on the boundary for a bad ball. He's hitting decent balls down there before.
Yeah, this one he just dabs to backward point and can't get a run this time. I suppose they're trying to hedge their bets either way. They're trying to get fielders in catching positions, including just in front of square on the offside, knowing that he plays at pretty much everything. And you can't have them everywhere, and they've decided to dispense with the third man. I would agree, though. It looks like it's one of his scoring shots. So if you want to curtail the scoring rate, then yeah, but you can't have them everywhere.
You can't, sadly.
1-2-5 for 1 England, leading by 84 at the moment. Pope has 51. Duckett's moved to 67. Tony's doing a little dance in the room, trying to put me off, but he won't succeed, as this one is tucked into the leg side. Oh my god, he nearly succeeded there. He's going to get a couple of runs here, Duckett, which brings the 25th over to a close. It's 127 for 1, and I think I'm going to leave you for a short time for Hendo and Tony, and I'm going to let Will in.
Oh, okay, I'll do a couple of messages in the meantime.
Am I going?
Sorry, I won't give you any messages. Oh, this is from previously, but I don't know that it got read out. Nico says the only person who leaves a ball less than Ben Duckett is Cinderella. Well, as far as we know, she left 100% of the balls she went there, didn't she? So I'm not sure that's right, Nico. And I shall leave you in the capable hands of the Venerable Bishop and the renewed, shall we say, Hendo. Welcome back to the real world, Hendo. It's great to have you. I'll catch you later.
Yeah, Messi. There you were, and then you were gone. And Will is with us. I don't think I haven't been on with Will. I've seen him on the Gorilla WhatsApp discussions group, but I haven't actually been on.
Sorry.
Being annoying. There's a lot of annoyance on that particular WhatsApp, depending on what sort of mood anyone's in. But there you go.
I was quite irritated just now when I went, oh crap, am I on now? Is there a thing? I'm peeing.
Yeah. Where are you, Will? Where in the world?
I'm down sort of West Country way.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah. Sort of like a little villagey bit on the outside, on the outskirts of Bath.
A Bath? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very nice city.
So, it is. It's weird.
Last
it's
time
like
I went
growing up in a. It's like growing up in a museum, to be honest with
yes,
you.
I can understand that. Yeah. Mind you,
lots of tourists.
Last time I went to Bath was to watch AFC Wimbledon in the National League South in.
Oh wow, that must have been a
City.
Long old time ago then.
Yeah, probably about 2009, something like that. Anyway,
to give you an idea of how much Bath City has changed, I'm now a part owner of Bath City. That's
really?
How much they failed.
So what league Bath City in now?
It's community owned. Same league.
Still in National League South.
Yeah. So we went up to the National League for a season just before the pandemic, and then the pandemic very nearly shut down the club, and we basically did a Wimbledon and bought the club
fan owned, as it were.
Yeah.
So do you still play at the same ground? I can remember it was
Twerton Park. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going there for pre-season in a couple of weeks actually. Because I'm sort of got quite a lot to do with the women's team now.
Oh,
which
right,
is quite
okay.
cool. Yeah, like me and my girlfriend sponsor a couple of the players, which is cool because it makes us feel really fancy because we're like, oh yeah, we own a football team. But actually, it's just kind of buying someone their boots. Now and again, and kind of like, do you know what I mean? Which is great.
I don't know how expensive boots are these days. Probably quite expensive, aren't they?
Really expensive.
Yeah,
well, if you're Lily Simmons, who I sponsor,
right,
they're very expensive. She's got expensive taste, but she's very good.
Well, we're back to cricket because Azari Joseph is going to bowl with not a new ball, but a newish ball, and he's out! First ball with the new ball. Pope has come forward, driven outside edge, taken low in the gully by Sinclair, and England have lost their second wicket, and the change of ball does the trick. 127 for 2. Pope goes for 51.
Here we go. Well, I'll use this one.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And there was no doubt there was some extra movement there, Hendo.
Yeah,
just
a little
bit of swing and movement off the pitch.
That's a shame. I mean, Pope is, as I said, I wasn't terribly impressed with his first innings knock, but I thought that was a very good innings and would have liked to see it go on longer. But unfortunately, that is the way the cookie crumbles in cricket, and he is on his way. And we were just this kind of, Tony, complicates what we were just talking about in the green room, doesn't it? Because now that we've lost, or England have lost Ollie Pope, it brings into focus more the importance of Ben Duckett, and we were mulling over the Ben Duckett fatherhood situation. I don't know if you want to say anything about that.
Well, yeah. So essentially, a scenario where Duckett's in the 90s, the call comes from the hospital. What are his options? Does he stay and try and thrash his way to get to 3 figures? And even then, so that's his first debate. The second one is, what are the rules that apply in that situation? Can he effectively retire hurt to come back? Does he have to retire out? Or can, by pre-agreement between Stokes and Brathwaite, there be a set of circumstances that allow for that with a different set of rules? I genuinely don't know the answer. Do you, Will?
So I have had a little look into this. Apparently, he couldn't just retire hurt.
All that thought.
So he would have to
retire out.
But
sorry, let me just commentate on the ball. Root goes back to his first delivery. We should jingle Rooty up.
We will. He's here.
We'll come back to that.
His voice is
question.
high pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit. So there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Sorry. So you were saying he couldn't retire hurt.
He couldn't retire hurt.
So there's no suggestion that there's been any sort of agreement.
So there are a couple of possibilities. He could just knock himself on the head with his own bat.
That's a good point. Joseph into Root, and that rises on him, and he plays a rather wafty shot outside the off stump. And he played a rather strange shot in the first innings, where he seemed to get into two minds about the shot he wanted to play, and then lobbed up horrible little pull dab to mid-on. But that one flew a little bit.
I mean, England have to be careful here.
Yeah.
It'd be very easy to get into your head that all of a sudden the change of ball has made a completely different set of circumstances. They've lost a wicket off the first ball, and the next one has reared up and looked. It was behaving in a way certainly that the retired ball certainly wasn't.
Joseph in again onto the legs of Root. He's going to get a first run here, just a 1 as he places it wide of mid wicket. He runs round to his right to field. England moved to 128 for 2. The lead is 87. But you haven't seen, Will, anything suggesting that there's been any sort of gentleman's agreement
So that was another thing. There is precedent for the whole gentleman's agreement of, it's your kid, go do the thing, come back. That has happened in the past. I think it happened between South Africa and Australia in the sort of 90s at some point.
We don't know who. Do we know who it involved, or?
I honestly can't remember.
Oh, now, well, he comes round the wicket, Joseph, and Duckett acts as if he is desperate to get to the maternity ward by playing a pull shot straight back over the head of the bowler. Didn't time it, but he'll get a couple. Moves to 71, which was his score when he got out in the first innings. But,
again, I say again, England need to just be a little bit careful. The balls, it's like having it's behaving much more like a new ball than a ball that's 25, 26 overs old, and you don't want to be suddenly losing a cluster of 2, 3, 4 wickets.
I suppose if Duckett got out, that kind of renders everything else.
Well, it does.
Him on the pad, it was swinging in quite late, but probably going down the leg side. They'll get a run as the ball rebounds quite a way towards mid-wicket. And that is the end of the over. A successful one for Azari Joseph, 1 for 33 from 7. England 131 for 2, lead by 90.
Dara's easy, Roots due a score, yes he is. Easy Ollie, he's got to stay and get his ton. He can always have another baby anyway. Well, that's harsh, but you and Hector are of the same school, I can tell you that, Easy Ollie. Ravi Natarajan, that guy sitting next to Tony looks familiar. Explain why he was missing for a long time.
Who says that?
That's Ravi Natarajan. Hattie the Batty says, lovely to have Hando back. Do hope your back gets better soon. Just had a rumble of thunder here near Coventry.
Oh, blimey.
England needs to tread carefully and not lose a clutch of wickets, George. Says George, well, thank you. I think I was saying much the same thing, George. Franco Esposito. Great ball to Lely Papa, who's had a great test. Yes, he has.
Seals into Duckett onto his leg stump, and he flicks that away. I'm not sure whether he actually got bat on that or whether it's leg buys. It's leg buys. It's gone very fine indeed. It's gone for 4.
I thought we had. Here we are.
Leg buys.
I like to tell people about my health problems because I want sympathy. Basically, I had whooping cough, which is a strange thing to get at 61. And
in 2024.
And in 2024. And then I had whooping cough so badly that I fractured part of my spine. Seals in bowls and driven to extra cover. So if you're watching on YouTube, you might notice that I have a very stiff cushion behind me which I'm carrying around to just support the back. And I suppose the one good thing about it is that I've been able to watch a hell of a lot more sport than I normally do because I've not been working, so I've been able to give my full attention to cricket, football, tennis, which are kind of the 3 sports that I love, so that's not all bad. 135 for 2, a wide-ish first slip, a gully, well, 2 gullies I think, but separated by a few yards. This, however, is played square by Duckett. In fact, obviously we know that Duckett is very strong in that little backward of square area, so they've got 2 gullies, one straightish, one much squarer, also a backward point, so they're covering all bases as much as possible for that shot. If anything goes in the air, if Duckett doesn't quite get it right, there will be a chance of a catch. He's batted very well so far, 71 off 87 deliveries, lead is 94. And Seals is in again. He offers that one wide outside the off stump, and I suppose that's the way to play it really, because he throws his hands at it, no real foot movement, but he throws his hands so well that even though it comes off an outside edge, it goes flying over everyone who might be in its way, and it's gone for 4. And it's fair enough. I mean, it was nowhere near a half volley. I think he knew what he was doing. Just
I hate people that can edge it for 4s and stuff.
Oh, I know.
Whenever I leading edge it, it kind of just plops up and kind of goes straight at into Slip's hands or something.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh,
yeah, I know.
I'm done then. Bye.
Indeed. Short comes back in a little bit, and it's cramped for a run, but he still chops it quite nicely and with some power to backward point, but can't get it past him, so there's no run this time. 139 for 2. Duckett has moved past his first innings score. He's now 75 not out. I mean, going back to the gentleman's agreement, I have to say, if I was the West Indies, I wouldn't agree to it. I wouldn't agree to it at all. You know, in a sense, you just say, well, if he wants to be at the berth, then he can't play the Test match. Seals in again, bowled full and squeezed out by Duckett. Backward of square. There is a deep point now, and they take just the one. I mean, do you think I'm being harsh or?
Yeah, I think you are.
You think I'm being harsh?
I see the point of view, but I think you're being a tad harsh. Matthew Cullen, by the way, is also in Bath. Will.
Sorry, Will, you agree with me or you agree with Tony?
I agree with Tony. I think it is really harsh. I think, like, if I was Duckett, I'd just tread on my stumps and go, well, bugger you all. I'm leaving. I'm going to go and have a baby. Screw you all. I'm fertile.
Yeah, and I suppose
that's what I would do.
I suppose
also,
it depends.
I probably wouldn't have played the Test in the first place.
Well, that's my point.
Because I would kind of go, well, I've got a wife/girlfriend. I don't know their marital status.
Fiance, I believe she is.
Fiance. Okay. Well, I've got a fiance that's about to pop. I'm not leaving the home.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that, and you know, I don't think it would be held against him because he's established himself in this side. Onto the back foot he goes, chops it into the covers. Well, I say covers, slightly backward of point, bounces quite nicely into the hands of the fielder there, so there is no run.
I was just going to let you know that Matthew Cullen is also in Bath and played in the Bath City Stadium a few months ago for a charity thing. Absolute shed, but very enjoyable. And George McPherson does mention that it's Twerton Park, I believe, is the name of the ground, which you'd already confirmed.
I think Bristol Rovers played there for a while, didn't they?
I think they did.
Yeah. When Rovers were in the non-league in about.
Oh, that's hit him on the pad, and that surely is out. And Duckett doesn't have to worry about problems with the berth. He's going to review that, but I think he's got very little chance of overturning that. That looked absolutely plumb. Seemed to hit him on the boot right in front as far as I could see, and it wasn't swinging down leg side, I don't think. And so all those various discussions and possibilities go out of the window, but it is also slightly worrying for England.
Effectively it'll be 99 for 3. That's as plumb as you can get.
It's definitely hitting leg, isn't it? I think it's not swinging.
That's gone.
Absolutely.
And
very
I think
low.
The look on his face suggested that he knows it.
Yeah, I think it's a slightly wasted review, to be honest.
And it was low down on a short bloke.
Yeah,
as well.
Exactly.
Which makes it even lower.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, he's gone. I think that's absolutely. I can't see any way that's not out unless he's got an inside edge and he's nowhere near it. He's missed it by a fair way, and is it hit him on the toe? Yeah, it has.
Yeah.
It's so low, it's hit him on the toe. So he may not even be able to limp to the hospital.
I mean, even if
he might need to go and A&E himself. The broken big toe.
I think he's fine, but
you think he's fine?
No, I think he's fine foot-wise. He didn't look like he was in any discomfort, but I don't think he's fine wicket-wise.
No, there seems to be a bit of a delay on the on Hawkeye or ball tracking.
Maybe Hawkeye's been got by crowd, whatever it was called.
CrowdStrike.
CrowdStrike.
Yeah. There was a bit of a delay.
Harry Brook thinks he knows.
There was a bit of a delay with Hodge's LBW decision yesterday, I noticed, and we're being kept waiting. I'm wondering whether we're going to get through tonight, actually, because it looks to me quite dark. Maybe that's not helping England, and should they get the chance to go off, they might. Well, it's not so much they'll accept it because it's the umpire's decision now, isn't it? But they might be quite glad to get off.
Well, I think then they'd be definitely feeling that the world suddenly turned against them. A second ball, a replacement ball that's behaving completely different to the ball it replaced, gets 2 wickets, and then they have to go. And then they have to go off, having played in poor conditions. I think they'll be thinking, hang on. what's going on.
Yeah, but it's not been for very long. I mean, it's only been a couple of overs. I think the light has probably been getting worse gradually. But
something I know it's been pissing it down in Birmingham pretty much all day.
Oh, really?
The weather seems to move east generally, or while I was living there, that was kind of generally the rule of thumb, is that sort of like Nottingham and kind of and Leicester and all of the Midlands to the east.
Yeah, it's hitting leg stump.
Wicket's
Absolutely.
Hitting. He's gone.
And that's the end of Duckett. Again, doesn't get to his century. 270s in this test, but couldn't go on. Second wicket for Azari Joseph.
Willow, weep for me. Willow,
I think Mrs. Duckett owes it to England to make the moment right now. Before he's even got to the shower.
2 for 33 for Joseph, and England are effectively in a one innings match 99 for 3 suddenly.
Which, is you could argue is not actually that bad. But
I wouldn't say that's terrible in a one innings game.
It's not terrible. The factor to think about, of course, is that we've still got 2 full days of it left. So
and I think the point you were making about the balls doing a little bit. I don't think that one did anything much. I think it was just the angle. It was a fairly straight ball which he just played outside, and that can happen. Whether it's got something to do with the light being a little bit indifferent, maybe.
But, I go along with all of that. Let me see. There's a few messages. Jeff Thomas, the gentleman's maternity agreement is a big part of what makes cricket. Okay, well it's now academic, Jeff. But take your point. Okay, new man. It's gonna be, of course, it is this chap.
England have 2 reviews remaining. West Indies still have 3. Now, earlier in the season, I think when Middlesex were playing Yorkshire at Lord's, it was the first time that I've watched a live YouTube stream of cricket on my telly, and I was particularly excited because I wanted Brooke and Root to bat together, and so it did come to pass. But they both got out very, very quickly for not very many. And, if you could have 2 players to watch for a couple of hours, surely the partnership of Brooke and Root would be up there amongst your choices, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think it would. Certainly if you're from Yorkshire.
Joseph in bowls to Brooke, who gets in behind that one. Straight delivery, but defended off the back foot. And there is no run. A little bit of fire in Alzari Joseph's belly. That was up at 87 miles an hour. And
it's been looking like he's been hunting wickets all day.
Yeah.
Interesting that it's come so late.
Yeah. Well, this is, cricket, isn't it? You can go a long time without getting a wicket, and then suddenly a couple fall after a good partnership, and then suddenly 2 players have got to start again. And 2 batsmen, and as I say, the conditions aren't brilliant for batting right now. Short ball, which they tried out Brooke with a few times in the first innings, and he was quite keen to just let the ball go in those circumstances. I think there was the stat was that he'd been got out 5 times in his relatively short Test career to the short ball. But so maybe he's decided that he won't play that shot until he's really well set. 140 for 3. Root has a single. Brooke yet to score. 2 slips and a gully. Man out at deep backward point. Of course, you remember that shot in the first innings. Incredible shot. Off the back foot, where he managed to lift the ball quite deliberately over sort of third man backward point for 6. And they're saying, try it again. Joseph in short, down the leg side, horrible ball. De Silva runs across to take, and there is no run. So it's poised on a knife edge, this game, I have to say. A couple more
Very
wickets quickly, and then England are in deep trouble. And but then you've got, possibly the two most exciting players in the England side. Well, exciting in terms
Stokes and Smith,
and then Stokes to come and Smith. But
right.
at the same
Two in
time,
at the moment. I'm with
yeah,
you.
two in at the moment. Although Stokes shouldn't be underestimated. Well, he's going to play the pull shot now. It's dug in, and he's pulled it away. He's only going to get a couple, I think. Root hurries back to the striker's end and then has to sort of flinch as the ball flashes past his head. At least he got a helmet on. I got done by that many years ago at Bromley. And I was running back for a second run, and I just didn't see the ball coming, and it bounced and just smashed into my forehead and knocked me pretty much unconscious. So you have to be aware where the ball's coming in from.
End of the over, sorry.
142 for 3.
Well, here's an interesting question from Pokey Bumfinger. If a bit fell off Duckett's bat and hit the ball, would it still be LBW? No, because by the same principle of if it hits the wicket, the piece of wood hits the wicket and it's still part of the bat, then he would have played on. He would have been... first.
Yeah, but to be honest, it's not just going to fall off, is it? It's got to be hit.
No, I think it was a hypothetical question. Eileen Baker Wright, by the way, says "Ayo," when I think that must be about the wickets, and therefore assume that Eileen is right behind the West Indies.
Seal starts his 8th over, bowling to Root. Root's onto the back foot, dabs it into the offside, and they set off with the confidence of men who've batted together at Headingley and parts of the country. Probably not that many times, actually, in truth, because they're kind of different generations. But, Root moves to 2, Brooke has 2, England 143 for 3. The lead has gone above 102 now. And West Indies, despite these wickets, go a little bit on the defensive. 2 slips and a gully, and the gully has come finer now. So there's a gap from second slip. Well, when I say second slip, first slip is so wide that second slip is effectively third slip. Seals in again, bowls to Brooke. Brooke drives, doesn't really time it, comes off a thick inside edge up to Brathwaite, the West Indies captain, at mid-on, who's reasonably happy with the last 20 minutes. Certainly more happy than he was at tea time. And England remain 143 for 3.
Sort of more defensively offensive, though. They're they're sort of slowing them up a bit, so that then when you get that kind of chance to kind of switch your field up and
lovely drive by Brooke. It's a stunning shot, but it's hit straight to mid-off, unfortunately for him. Well, I think they.
I have no idea whether I made sense then.
No, I kind of think
made sense in my head.
I think I know what you're trying to say. Is it that? And I think this is where West Indies got it wrong in the first innings. Is that they were too slow to go on the defensive. I know it's difficult when you put a team into bat and you want to get early wickets, but I think they went on the defensive far too late, and that's. It's difficult for a captain, I understand that, but I think it was the wrong decision to put England in, really. Onto the back foot goes Brooke, defends into the offside. There is no run. Is that what you meant? I mean, I think...
I think so, and I think because both Root and Brooks are probably the most battery batters in the England team at the moment, if you let them kind of get into it, then you're going to be sort of knocking against a brick wall for however long. Do you know what I mean?
I do, and I'll sort of give an example of that. Going back to Trent Bridge, funnily enough, Seals is in. Bowls to Brooke, and he gets that one to move away, and it's a slightly timid shot, which you don't always associate with Brooke. He didn't seem to quite know whether to leave it or whether to push at it, and it's gone through to the keeper. There is no run. Last time I was at Trent Bridge, it might have been when I was with John, and probably about possibly 2019. Was that when England played South Africa? No, it must have been 2018. And Root was in absolutely commanding form, and he was striking it everywhere. He's looking absolutely $1 million. Seals comes in, bowls, and this is tucked away off his hip by Brook. He'll get a single to deep square. 144 for 3 at the end of the over. Just to finish that thought, he's playing beautifully, and South Africa then posted a man back at let's get a square, deep square cover, I suppose, and fours that Joe Root was hitting with impunity suddenly dried up and became singles, and he got a little bit frustrated, and I think he was on 70 odd, and he ended up edging one behind, and I think that's good use of the defensive approach. I think when you've got when you've got good players and they're in really good form. So I'm not sure that Root is in great form at the moment. We haven't really seen anything of him in this series, but then that's only 2 innings, isn't it? Anyway, it's going to be Alzori Joseph. I'll come and get some tubes off you in a minute. 2 slips and going. Man at short leg, about 10 yards back. Short down the leg side, and Brook gets his hands well out of the way of that. He's cognizant of perhaps tickling that down the leg side and going in a very frustrating way. And England, of course, have lost Crawley to a frustrating dismissal. The rare run out at the non-striker's end when Seals stooped to a drive from Duckett and flicked it onto the stumps. I don't want to lose another one in those sort of circumstances. Joseph again, he's into his 9th over now. He's in, he bowls to Brook. Brook dabs at that one and then looks a little bit worried the ball might go back onto his stumps, but it actually spun away from the wicket. And there is
I always worry about the bowler when that happens, because you're risking breaking your fingers, which could... Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Like I would never, like I would never ever do that, just because I think, well, what's the point? I don't know. Like, because if you bust sort of 3 of your fingers, then you're done.
Yeah, if you mistime it, absolutely. Yeah, get it on the end of those fingers. Joseph in bowls a short one. Where's that gone? Oh, he's extraordinary shot. He somehow lifted that over the slips, and it's gone down to third man for 4. But he seemed to be in control. It wasn't really an uppercut, was it? Because it wasn't what we normally think of as an uppercut. It was almost on his chest, wasn't it?
Semi-rampy.
Yeah, it is a little bit rampy, I suppose. Yeah, no, it's looking at the replay, it's much clearer that he did sort of open the face, and that's extraordinary timing, isn't it? So he moves to 7. England
wouldn't have seen that shot a few years ago, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Joseph in again. Oh, now where's he going? He's given himself massive amount of room outside leg stump, which seems rather risky to me. He chops it towards gully.
I don't like this.
No, I didn't like that at all. I mean,
he needs to calm down.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like he gets overexcited or he gets too confident, and damn that confidence. But yeah, that was a slightly strange shot.
He's being far too Yorkshire at the moment.
Far too Yorkshire. You can never be far too Yorkshire.
But you can.
No, you can. Absolutely right. He's in again, bowl short onto his hips, but he turns that with again magnificent timing, and the 2 men out there almost collide in the way that Duckett and who was it this morning? Duckett and
Harry Brook.
Harry Brook did,
yeah.
And they sort of bumped heads as they tried to field, but these 2 managed to get it organised, and so
they
get back
have
for
a
2.
concussion test for things like that?
I'm guessing they didn't actually strike each other with incredible power or force. I think they would have known. I mean, there have been some terrible fielding collisions in. Was it Steve Waugh and I'm trying to think who else was involved in that one. Joseph, he's gone right back on that, and he's chopped it away. And that's a marginal shot, that, isn't it? For the benefit it's going to bring. They've got a man down at third man now. So he's not only the potential of being caught at gully, but also the potential, if he does get hold of it quite well, of being caught at third man. Anyway, he's got a single. He's got down the other end. And that is the end of the over.
That's us, I think.
Is that us?
For a little while. We've got Grubby, Messi and Hector coming in. Messi, Michael Walton, and his comment about Yorkshire on YouTube, and whatever you find on Twitter, because I haven't been there at all.
Cheers all, see you in a bit.
Thank you, Tony. Oh, caught on the hop.
Hi again, missus, you alright?
I'm well. Dara Azizi said, I love watching Gower and Botham back together. Yeah, totally different, but both enjoyable in their different ways.
Well, of that era, famously Gower and Gooch didn't get on, did they? But
no.
They shared something like 800 partnerships in Test cricket for England, which is quite extraordinary.
That's not bad for someone you don't get on with.
Yeah, exactly. You always have to do. Hector's with us and he's going to ball by ball.
Well, Seals to begin his 9th over here into Brooke, who clips it off his pads through the mid-wicket region and is going to race away from the outfield. But Shamar Joseph gets around and Brooke will have 2 runs. It seems a good battle, Brooke v Joseph in that last over. He's not going to shy away from the short ball.
He looks like he's just trying to make something happen, Harry Brooks, doesn't he? He was backing away to the leg side and trying to carve it over gully. I think Hendo was getting particularly worried because it looked quite risky, didn't it? Although he got a few runs playing the shot.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him duck many of those balls. He is the type to go after anything and everything after all, and I haven't seen much defence in his Test career so far.
It's working for him.
Seals bustles in again to Brooke over the wicket, and Brooke swipes at it to cover for no run.
He's still averaging, what, late 50s or something?
Yeah, I think almost maybe
60?
Maybe in the 60s, yeah.
Extraordinary stuff. I mean, what a breath of fresh air he is.
Really is. He seems to embody the, well, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, the baseball.
You can say it if you want. I'm not a particular fan, but
well,
that's just because
10 quid in the jar.
10 quid.
Oh, really?
Tony tried to wriggle out of earlier on.
Well, more conventional field for Seals. 2 slips in the gully. In again to Brooke. Shorter and just kept low on him. Brooke did well to duck his hands down and nudge the ball into the onside for a single. Is that a sign of the pitch maybe breaking up a little bit?
I don't know. It's been a slowish pitch, hasn't it? And as it does wear on, we're at the end of the 3rd day now and into days 4 and 5. You might expect a little bit more uneven bounce and the pitch to be a little bit more difficult, which doesn't bode well if you're West Indies and you've got to chase something in that 4th innings.
No, not at all. Well, then that just goes back to the toss and the defensive call to put England into bat.
Really defensive. I thought exactly the same thing. It's what England used to do in the later stages of Joe Root's captaincy.
Absolutely. Seals in again, and this time just defended, glanced into the offside by Root for no run. Well, yeah, the call surprised me because again it was the perfect conditions to bat. But I suppose if you're coming off the back of that Lord's Test, you don't really want to be skittled. Well,
that's the thing. It's a decision made on a bit of fear about your batting lineup, as opposed to thinking we're going to get ahead of the game here. It's defensive. It's exactly what you said, Hector. It's I think it's a decision made for the wrong reason.
I also think
it might still work for them, by the way.
It was sensible. I really do.
Well, I don't know. It shows a lack of confidence in a young middle order, especially.
and a justifiable lack of confidence, I'd say.
Seals in again and a shout for LBW, but looks like Root gets some bat on it. Out away to the boundary, down to fine leg for 4.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Didn't hit the ball, did it? It was leg bys.
Leg bys.
Yeah.
I mean, in the circumstances, they've scored 457 runs, which is the most any team has made in England since India were at the Oval in their last series. And, they've now got some confidence that they can actually do it. I think it's turned out well for them. Even
It might still turn out okay, but I still think it was a very defensive. By the way, that was 4 runs for Joe Root. Off the bat.
I don't argue about that.
Seals again and flicked away. Root scampering out to deep square. Wanted to, but Brooke says no. End of the over. England 159 for 3, lead by 118.
Dave Wood says my dream batters to watch for a session will be Chris Tavares and Jonathan Trott. Yeah,
I used to love watching. Weirdly, I used to like watching both of them.
Yeah,
Trotty was entertaining. He was always entertaining. He's such an intense character.
Yorkshire need to dig deep here and build a partnership, says Michael Walton. Pirate Badgeful says wickets are like buses, said in wizened tones. These two need to make up for their first innings performance, says George McPherson. You're a tough taskmaster, George. David Smart says, as a father of 4, I'd have loved to be able to take weeks off around the date of the birth. Duckett was just at work, the same as all of us, waiting to hear if there was any movement. All the commentators should rally around the West Indies and bring back the glory days. Let's get started, says Glenn Thompson.
Well,
Matthew Cullen says 800 partnerships. If they played 400 tests each and batted together in every innings, are we sure? I think he said 100 partnerships rather than
I see, yes.
An interesting call here from the captain, Bratha. He brings on Holder to replace Joseph in for his first ball, and Root advances down the track and drives that out to deep cover for a single.
Yep, it is this man who's coming to bowl.
Jason Holder. It's an interesting call because Alzari Joseph, the over before, seemed to be onto something with Brooke at least.
I agree. You'd give him one more, wouldn't you, thinking that you've got a chance of snaffling him in the gully area in particular. Maybe they're thinking the metronomic Holder might just force an error.
Well, he looks in a little bit of discomfort as he turns at the top of his mark, and again uses height. And now this time Brooke advances down the track and absolutely slaps it down the ground. Mid-off had no chance. That'll be 4 more.
Disdainful from Brooke.
Gorgeous. Yeah.
Well, both the batsmen, first 2 deliveries, both shuffling down the wicket. That suggests they're trying to maybe kill the extra bounce that Holder gets. But that is a perfect shot down the ground.
He's supposed to be hard to get away, Holder. And you go, no, just coming down the track and whacking you.
Just 4 overs from him again. This time defended by Brooke for no run.
He's some talent.
What total would the West Indies look at with a realistic chance of chasing down on this wicket?
250.
I
think they're in the game. Anything more than that starts to look a bit difficult.
Yeah.
So, all results still in play, just about.
But as they say, it's a funny game.
Holder again, and Brooke chucks his hands at the wide-dish delivery, and Gully gives chase. That'll be a single.
But this is where the old Stokey Cullum management team, it's far more difficult to have the clarity that you have when you're chasing in the 4th innings than it is when you're batting third and trying to set a total.
Of course,
it's impossible, isn't it, to have that degree of clarity.
You've also got to look at how England bowl to the tail. We've seen in recent series they haven't actually. The tail can get a fair few runs on the board, so potentially anything's possible. Holder in again, straighter this time, and just flicked by Root to deep mid-wicket. That he'll take another single.
It's good from Root, isn't it? You know that Brooke is the busier at the crease and the more aggressive, and you think, I'm just going to turn it over to you, and you can dictate, you can drive.
Well, this late in the evening, not a bad idea. Will there be a Nighthawk later on, or we'll
who is the designated Nighthawk now that Broady's retired? Do we know?
Can't be Bashir.
Well,
probably Woody.
Yeah, I would have thought Wood.
Well, Atkinson potentially. He can bat.
And Woody got some very useful lower order runs in very quick order at some points in the Ashes last year, didn't he?
Yeah, he can really hit it when he wants to.
Holder, one delivery to go. Mid-wicket comes in fair bit closer, as well as there being a deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. Holder in for the last delivery of his over shorter. And just hits Harry Brook on the waist. No run, end of the over.
So Dara Aziz has said, finally a good win for Kent. Like the England football team, they are hard to keep supporting, and I'm from Canterbury, born and bred. I was just thinking in relation to the change of ball. It was reminiscent in a way of what happened at the Oval in the Ashes last year when England changed the ball. Australia lost a couple of wickets quite quickly and basically shat themselves, I thought. Because they thought that the ball was doing all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, that got in their
where
heads
they
for
had
sure.
been going well. Yeah, where had been going really well up till then. There was suddenly a completely different team, but England seem to have got through this now.
Did you watch the test on Amazon Prime whenever it came?
I did indeed, yeah.
I liked it because Smith was the only one to actually defend England in that situation. That was a nice surprise. I actually quite like him now.
Don't start liking him. The bear will have you killed.
Anyone's allowed to like anyone.
Well, I prefer him to Pat Cummins now. They've both completely switched, my opinion, after watching him.
I love Pat Cummins. I think he's a fantastic cricketer and a fantastic person.
Yeah, he pretends to be a nice guy.
Joseph in to start us over, and Root clips it out to deep backward, square leg coming round. Wants two, and they have to be quick, and they will be quick. Good running. Root moves into double figures. 10 from the 10 deliveries. And Shamal Joseph, this is the first over of a spell. Just come on.
Oh yeah, I could jingle him up as well. Where is he? There he is.
Jesus, Mary and shame our Joseph. Who's this coming up out in the mists? Is it a warrior of times gone by? By Christ, it's a West Indian quick.
I'd say the accent in that jingle starts off all right and then tails off a bit.
Left alone by Root. Well, England lead by 127, 168 for 3 is their real score. Brook and Root in now. Two relatively new batsmen. Root seems to be taking, although he is almost scoring at a run ball, seems to be the more conservative of the two. Brook quite frantic so far in his innings. Will he look to calm down, or will he just carry on?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was that lovely moment in the Ashes last year where he'd been playing in a similar fashion to this, and he'd scored a few and he'd hit a few boundaries, and then he just sort of holed out, absolutely clothed it to kind of deep extra, and they closed up on Jeffrey Boycott in the stand, putting his hand over his eyes. I love that moment.
Root just backs out of that delivery. Someone walking behind the bowler's arm. Oh, one of the stewards left the door open.
Oh, jeez.
In a high-vis jacket. Thanks for coming. Right next to the Stuart Broadend plaque.
As Joseph resets and comes in, wraps Root on the pad. Root looked for a single there, but declined by Brook. It'll be interesting to see whether, if Stokes comes in next and the wicket does fall before the close of play, how he copes. He did play pretty composed innings in the first, but whether he'll look to counter, just to attack like Brook is now, or he'll just settle in and ride this.
I think if that does happen, Hector, that we might see one of those slow starts from Stokesy, as he does quite frequently actually. I think he'll just be quite circumspect. Still 2 days left, and we might see him like 2 off 20 at the end of the day, and then he'll look to go again tomorrow.
Root again, batting out of his crease and leaves it alone. Root's doing this quite a lot now, where he starts a fair bit out of his crease and then just shuffles back in. I'm not sure if that's relatively new or what it achieves.
Yeah, I think he'll sometimes look to do that, particularly if there is some movement through the air and late movement through the air, just to try and smother that before it happens, and maybe seeing a little bit of reverse, you might say. I don't know. It's difficult to imagine there's genuine reverse because it's now overcast and the outfield's lush, so not typically the conditions you'd associate with it.
Joseph in again, left alone again, and the floodlights are on, and it looks increasingly, well, it's getting darker and darker out there. Will we have a full final session, or will
I don't know. Maybe he might bring on spinners. Certainly, when there was the break earlier for that light shower we had an hour or two ago, the West Indies seemed the keener of the two sides to get on with it. Didn't even bother going in; they just hung around on the boundary edge. So, guess they're behind in the series. If anything, they need to force it.
Another wicket or two here would put them in a good position going into day 4. Root just dabs it down into the onside and will run through for a single. These two run very well together. Of course, they bat together at Yorkshire, and they've had many good partnerships, so their communication is good. They're both quick between the wickets. End of the over. England 169 for 3, lead by 128.
Just on the weather front, I've just been looking at the radar. There's some light rain just passing over Leicester and heading towards Nottingham. We're right on the edge of it, but I think there's a reasonable chance that we'll get a little bit of rain in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, they're very close, aren't they, Nottingham and Leicester?
Yeah. Sorry, back to YouTube. Leah says, all 4 results still possible. Trace a bullet. Stays hit. Oh, I'd love a commentary stint by Shastri on GC Radio. Him plastered and the bear stoned should be comedy gold.
Holder just bowled the first delivery, defender by Root of his over. Evenly poised this test match, could go either way. Winviz predicting England firmly in the driving seat, but then again, it's test match cricket, anything can happen in just a few overs.
And it's Winviz.
And it is Winviz.
A fickle mistress.
Holder in again for a second delivery. Root advances down, gets the shorter ball and just rolls his wrists and sends the ball down to fine leg that runs around. He'll just take one. These two are looking to use their feet, especially against Jason Holder, just getting down to the length of the ball, try and kill that extra bounce.
I mean, that's the sort of shot that wouldn't be possible if you had another 10 kilometres an hour of pace.
Yeah, or even the same bowler on a different pitch.
Yeah.
Which is why it was strange they took off Alzara Joseph. Maybe he was just a bit tired. But
yeah. How long was his spell? Was it that long? Didn't feel like it was on that long.
Holder bustles in again, shorter again, and Brooke almost went for it, but ends up just ducking underneath it, drops his hands a little. 79 miles an hour from Holder. He's not the quickest, but as we say, his height allows him to generate a lot of bounce.
Yeah, even if he bowls on a length, it can hit the bat quite hard if you're coming forward to it. It does get that extra bounce.
Just pops up.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually quite... I thought it was a bit tennis bally when I saw it live, but it sort of hurried. Even though it was only 79 miles an hour, it seemed to hurry Brooke a little bit.
3 deliveries to come of his over, and again shorter again, and that's just again wrapped Brooke. 81 miles an hour, just above his waistline there.
Just a friendly rib tickler.
Yeah, I think it was a little below his waistline, if anything.
I believe. Yeah, well, I wasn't sure.
Oh, a punch to the solar plexus there.
He seems to get hit quite a lot.
Right on the waistline, really. Yeah.
Brooke seems to be hit quite a lot in cricket.
I suppose because he's often coming at the bowler as well. You're going to run the risk.
You wouldn't
like
him
wearing one or two.
Holder in again and defended, looking for one, but Root declines.
It always reminds me of Kevin Peterson facing Glenn McGrath in 05. Was it a one day or anyway? I can't remember, but he kept advancing down the pitch, and McGrath didn't like it. And McGrath wasn't express pace, was he? But he dug one in.
Nah.
And he got Peterson right in the ribs, and I think broke at least one of his ribs. I'll teach you, KP.
Fair enough. Scott Harrison makes a good point. He says one thing T20 has had an impact on tail enders who now know how to swing a bat. 8 down, 40 odd needed. You never know these days if some tail ender goes into T20 slog mode.
Left alone
I
by
think
Brook.
that's actually very true. Which may explain why Jimmy never changed, because he didn't play T20.
He must have played a few games of T20.
Oh, he probably did. Yeah. But he wasn't in the groove of T20, as it were.
No, he's not a T20 native.
He's one of our leading wicket takers in one-day matches, I think.
I think, I think until recently he might have been. Was he the leading wicket taker?
Yeah, I think so.
Long time ago. Is it Adil Rashid now? I don't even know that.
Sure, I think he's definitely T20. Number 1 in the world at the moment. Shamar Joseph will continue bowling his 8th over. England lead by 129. 170 for 3. Root faces up on 12. Shamar Joseph comes in over the wicket. 2 slips in the gully. Straighter and defended nicely. I remember last year, I think it was in the 100, when Alex Hales got hidden the balls 3 times in a row by someone like Marchand de Lange or somebody bowls in the 90s.
Damn, no wonder he retired, Hales.
It's still Jimmy Anderson.
It is still Jimmy. That is incredible.
Second is Darren Goff on 234, and third is Adil Rashid on 199. So he's miles ahead. Nobody will ever overtake that.
That is strange.
Joseph. And he hasn't played an ODI in 9 years.
Defended by Root into the offside. How long did he play for then? Was that
from 2002 to 2015? He played 194 matches, which is also more than almost anybody except Paul Collingwood, who played 197 in the bowlers column anyhow.
So so Collingwood is probably the Well, no, Owen Morgan's probably got a few more caps than that, hasn't he?
He probably has.
Overall,
yeah.
you're only looking at the bowlers, aren't you, at the moment?
It's just a list of most wickets for England in ODI. So none of the batters are there.
Leading edge by Root, but in the end, no harm done. He'll take a single out to deep backward point.
But when you think back in the day, like Wasim Akram and who else? Mahela Jayawardene. There's a lot of. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Owen Morgan played 225.
Yeah, but some of the guys I was mentioning, I think, played like 400 ODIs. Ridiculous.
Yeah, crazy.
I can't see Joss Butler staying around for too long. He just seems like one of those that just gets pretty affected by a bad run of results.
He's a sensitive boy.
Yeah.
I think
and
he'd be
man.
much better if he was allowed to play without having to be captain, to be honest.
Yeah, agreed.
Shamar Joseph in again, just hops on the edge of the crease, loses the line a little bit and just flicked by Brook down to fine leg for a single. Who would come in as the next white ball captain then?
Brook's got to be in the box seat, hasn't he?
What do we know about him as a captain, though? This is what England, not just England, a lot of teams do. They go, well, who's the best player? The best player is not always your best captain. In fact, very rarely is it your best captain, I would say.
Yeah. But you've got to pick someone who's likely to be in the team.
Yeah, well, there was the period last year in the Test setup when Stokes wasn't bowling and his batting was kind of okay, where he was worth his place just as captain.
Joseph in again, and left alone by Root. And also that's why in this Test team, someone like Ollie Pope as vice captain is quite good, because he does captain occasionally for Surrey when Rory Burns isn't there, and he captained when Chris Jordan was at the World Cup in the white ball stuff. So he has experience, whereas someone like Brook, I don't know if he has much for Yorkshire.
I think he's starting to captain the Trent Rockets in the 16.4 over competition, isn't he?
Yeah, but I was worried when we made Stokes captain, because he's kind of arguably our best player, our most valuable player, and I thought, oh, that's not this again. 'Cause remember back to Andrew Flintoff and all that after this ball.
Joseph passes in. Root just uses his feet again, defends out to mid-off.
But then it turns out that he and McCullum had a plan that they really believed in, and they got everyone to believe in it and buy into it and stuck to it and executed it on the field. And I know we're still on that path, but in terms of having a plan, sticking to it and carrying it out, incredibly good, and being true to it. So there we are, pleasantly surprised.
And Holder will continue. The lead is now 131. Joe Root in with Harry Brick 13-19 each. Ben Duckett 76 from 92. Ollie Pope 51 from 67. And Zach Crawley very unfortunately run out off a beautiful cover straight drive by Ben Duckett. Jaden Seals got his fingers to it, and Crawley ran out for 3 after that. Alzari Joseph, the only bowler with wickets, he has 2 to his name so far, as Holder will begin his 7th over. He's bowled 6 so far for 25 runs. In again, and just dabbed down into the offside cover region, and again these two running really well. There was a cover in there, but Root was quickly out of his crease, and in the end a comfortable single.
And I think England have run between the wickets generally really well the last few years as well. When Johnny Bairstow's been in the side, he's, for a big lad, he's surprisingly quick. Pope's quick, and they all have quite a good understanding.
That is true, and Root is one that exemplifies that.
Yeah.
Holder in again. Fuller this time, and just flicked to mid-wicket by Root. They don't have a first slip, but they do have a second. They've got a second slip in the gully. No first slip. I wonder what that's about. Maybe they're trying to force a big drive or something. Seems strange to the eye.
He bowled a big sort of floaty Yorker type delivery there, Holder, which if you're not really watchful as a batsman it can get you,
especially if you're expecting some short stuff.
Yeah, and he's so tall it might come from above the sight screen.
And again, and there is the short stuff. Root plays that perfectly, just rolls his wrists again straight into the ground for a single out to deep square leg. These two just seeming a little bit calmer now, well, especially Root, just taking the sting out of this West Indies attack after that over by Alzari Joseph that slightly troubled Brooke.
Yeah, it's a bit more cagey, isn't it, the last 15 minutes or so? Not a flurry of boundaries. Bit calmer in terms of how both these players are batting. Brooke was pretty frenetic for a time, but has settled down a little bit. And just a little bit of a holding pattern.
Yeah, it's almost as if these two just playing till the close of play, maybe expecting bad light in the next few minutes. Holder this time slightly wider of off stump, timed perfectly by Brooke. Out to deep cover, who shuffles around Shamar Joseph, but again great running from the two batsmen. They'll get back for 2. Lead moves to 135, and Joseph again seems to be in some discomfort out of the cover point boundary. He's holding his shoulder.
No. He's in the wars, isn't he?
As he did yesterday, had his golden chain between his teeth. It's not a good sign for the West Indies. Ask the question, why would you pick him after the niggles he had?
I think they must have assessed the injury and thought he was okay to go. If there's any sort of muscle problem, then it's a big risk to pick him for this game. But we don't know. We're not inside the camp.
Well, the replacement would be Jeremiah Louis, Mikhail Louis' brother, who came in for Kemar Root, who picked up a knee injury at Surrey. He uncapped so far, but I believe he's had some success in the first class.
Oh, he didn't like that. He threw that in and then grimaced. Have a change very soon, aren't we?
So Leah says, I'll have you know that Jimmy Red Bull specialist Anderson is indeed a T20 World Cup champion in the 2010 team. I don't think you're right there, Leah. He played his last T20 international in 2009. Don't think he was in the World Cup team.
Holder again shorter and defended into the onside by Brooke for no run.
And Dara Azizi says Devon Malcolm started the trend of bowlers slogging, basically, with his blistering 29 against the Aussies.
Yeah, God, I remember that.
Holder ready for his final delivery of the 7th over before the change. England 176 for 3 as Brooke faces up. Holder bustles in from the top of his run up, in over the wicket to Brooke. Fuller and clipped down the leg side through the mid-wicket region, and that'll be a boundary timed perfectly. Oh, will it? That's a good chase out there by, looks like the captain, Craig Brathwaite. They'll run through for 3. End of the over, England 179 for 3. That'll be a change.
So Hendo's coming on to socials. Have you got your cans on, Hendo?
I think I'm doing socials.
No, I'm sort of resting in the summary chair.
Oh, fair enough.
Just like the money was resting in my account.
summary execution.
Okay, well, the next tube is others. Dara's
Yeah, I've got it.
about-
I've got it, mate.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Okay, catch you later.
Nice one. Thanks, Messers. Well, the game continues to be intriguing, I think. The England lead is building steadily, but not rocketing into the distance as far as West Indies are concerned.
Well, this session to me
Yeah.
seems to have been very much all about a change of ball. 26 over, 127 for one, and things were looking pretty tidy for England. Second that ball got changed, Pope was caught in the gully, wasn't he? By Sinclair off Joseph. Not long later, Duckett was LBW to Joseph. And 3 down, West Indies were right back in it.
Yeah.
They still very much are. If ever it was the classic add 2 to the score, we're right in that sort of territory right now, aren't we?
As we bid farewell to Hector.
Yeah, Hector.
Sterling work today.
Another assured performance.
Excellent work
by the youngster.
I've been longing to. I won't do it because he's gone now. Well, I'll do it now because he's gone. But I was gonna.
Well,
I've been longing to say Hector's house to him.
I haven't even dared ask, but I have wondered if he's heard of Hector's house.
Well, I suspect not. I suspect not, as you know, he's only 18, and Hector's house probably finished in about 1973.
So, yeah, missed it by about 40 years. 40 odd years.
Well, that's, I mean, he might have
He was a
known
dog,
it by
wasn't he?
rep. He was a dog.
He was a dog, yeah.
I'm a big grumpy old Hector.
I loved Hector's house.
I did as well.
We've got a few tubes.
Oh, excellent.
Dara Azizi saying good performance from the England under-19 team. Well done, Rocky Flintoff.
Oh, right.
He got a maiden international century, Rocky, didn't he? The other day.
They were stuffing Sri Lanka. As far, Sri Lanka had to follow on, I think.
Time for another change of ball, says Dara. By way of follow-up, Speedy. Hello, Speedy. Oh, 1 second after this one. I think
No,
we
this
stop-
is.
Oh, this is earlier on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Speedy says West Indies should hold on until tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we can get them out in the morning. Leah says, "Oh, there's a Denley in the under-19 team. You better believe
It is the son of.
there will be
Joe.
memes."
I think he's the nephew, isn't he? I don't think he's the son of Joe.
Oh, I thought it was his son.
I think he's his nephew.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's Jaden, isn't it? Jaden Denley, I think.
Don't know.
Well,
They have played together in the Kent side.
Oh, maybe it's not his son then.
In
I know
the same
it's
way that
definitely a family.
Ida Gudjonsson and his dad both played for Iceland at the same time.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did they really?
Yes, they
Good
did.
Lord, I didn't realise that.
Crazy, isn't it? I think he's only about 18 years older than his son.
Talking of Iceland, I'll just cut you off.
It's all right.
I would, and I know you've had him on a podcast, but I have to say that Kit Harris's book on the Iceland cricket team is absolutely fantastic.
It is good. That's why we had him on.
Yeah,
I'd read it and it was a fantastic read.
I mean, when he goes to the IPL, that's just absolute comedy gold.
Well, that and the discovery of cricket and
Oh yeah, all of it. I
a
mean,
very well backed up argument for the fact that cricket possibly was discovered first of all in Iceland. Not to mention,
And I liked it when we were at his book launch, which coincided with the Night Watchman quiz.
Yes, it did.
And he
of
was
course
interviewed by Dan, I think.
Yeah.
And during which time he put this theory forward.
Yeah.
And then Dan might have said something like, "Well, we don't know that's true" or something. And he said, "Well, you give me an alternative theory then." he's really worked this out and has got a really strong theory about it. And because no one else has a rival theory, then that makes him.
Well, look,
that puts him on the gold medal podium.
I'm genuinely
until knocked off.
I'm genuinely quite a modest chap, and I don't like to blow my own trumpet. But
I'm fucking brilliant.
It was,
but you wrote it.
No, but it was fairly obvious at that interview that Dan hadn't read the book. And by the time we had Cato on in the Bishop and Bear, I very much had read the book.
Very good, Tone. I'd expect nothing less from you.
Well, I think the Bear and I have an unwritten agreement that when we get authors on, I'm the one who reads the book. And the Bear says, "Oh, do we have to get another fucking author on?"
How surprising that you should divvy up the labour that way. I mean, I never would have guessed that would be the case.
I am the one who has to go and do the homework. It has to be said.
I have to say, maybe that I just like that sort of idiosyncratic kind of cricket book.
Yeah.
Yes. But
you've written a couple.
Well, yeah, but not. I don't think not as thoroughly as him. He's done a lot of research as well, which I think is really good. And there's also the sort of questions that he's asked of people, and spent time with these guys.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it's the best cricket book that I've read in many a.
Well, and don't forget, we have commentated for Iceland.
Oh, we have,
in
yes,
the beautiful bushy park.
And that gets a mention.
Park.
That gets a mention.
And as you rightly say, it does. Right, Shamar Jones is going to continue. He's bowling to Harry Brook, who defends as 2 slips go down. There's a momentary flutter of excitement for Shamar, but it looks solid enough in defence by Brook to me. 138 is the lead. 179 for 3 on the scorecard, but it's the 138 that will matter most to both England and the West Indies, so it's effectively 138 for 3.
I should say, if you don't know the name...
Oh, you want a 3-person? Do you know? Okay, I'll do it.
Someone is telling us that.
Let me do it at the end of the over.
Pokey Bumfinger, of course.
Mr. B.
Just about the camera.
Yeah, I'll sort that at the end of the over, as that's defended back to Joseph by Harry Brook, who, in the time-honoured tradition of a duff shot, has a look at his bat, as if that was entirely to blame. Although, to be fair, he might have been looking at the bottom of his bat, because that's where the ball came from, to be fair, on that occasion. And there was a dot ball. I wonder if I can reach over and...
Well, I was going to press the screen that says 3-person.
Oh, you can do. No, well, if you can do that, that's all you need to do.
It's never as straightforward as that, is it?
No, it is pretty much straightforward. I'll tell you exactly what you need to do. Bit of live on-air tuition. That's sweetly cut away by Brook, but there's a man down at deep point. It looks like Mikael Louis to me. Is it Mikael Louis? Yes, it is. He turns around and he has a big number 80 on his back.
I just feel that's a slightly extravagant shot. I mean, he played it pretty well, but it's an extravagant shot when you've got a man back on the boundary. I mean, if you haven't, then you've got 4 runs. But when I don't know.
Well, it was a single.
There was no one close in. There was no one at a conventional point position.
The thing is, though, that Brook hits it so hard, he could easily sort of hit it at 10 feet into the hands of the man at deep backward point, because he's just such a powerful timer of the ball.
We're going to wait for... Ooh. Oh, that's wide and going wider, and Joe Root was a little bit surprised by how wide it was. His arms and bat reached, but his feet were planted, and that always looks incredibly ugly, Hendo. When
it does look ugly, but actually when it's that wide, you can't really move your feet to get over to it, because you don't really have time. You're trying to lay a bat on it. That said, I mean, probably should have just left it alone.
If you can't get across to it, maybe leave it.
Yeah.
So we stay on 139 for 3 after that wide ball thrown across Joe Root by Shamar Joseph, the hero of Brisbane. Rooty batting, well, good foot outside of his crease. Should there be any swing, he's going to make sure he minimises the danger of what it might cause. In comes Joseph. It's a good ball on a good length, and it's defended into the offside by Joe Root to cover.
I've got a question.
Is no run.
When was the last time we saw Joe Root play the reverse ramp in a test?
Well, do you know, I
got him out, didn't it?
Well, I can't remember seeing it in this series so far.
No, but I mean, he's not really scored any runs yet, has he? What did he get in the Lord's Test? I've forgotten.
Bear with me, and I will let you know.
But I mean, it's a great shot, but at the same time, having done it really successfully for a little while, he then did get out to it a couple of times.
Looks like he's put it away.
I'll just probably bring it out now that you've said that.
In comes Shamar Joseph, chain round his neck, a dangling, and there it was again, wide and swinging, and once more Root's feet are planted and the bat is dangled, and it's through to Josh De Silva, who only half fields it. And I can tell you, he got 68.
He did got 68.
Which he wasn't at all about off 114. He was bowled by Gutikesh Moti. You're right. You need to go for the 3-person shot for the studio, but you need to get rid of zoom. So on the zoom level, you need to go clear layer on the zoom level.
Technical things going on here.
You press on that. That's it. Clear layer. Click. What's he doing? Clear layer. No. The zoom level. Zoom where it says zoom. Okay, I'll do it in a second, because otherwise we might create something I can't undo. So maybe just leave it for a second.
Like crowd strike.
What? I thought you said crab. I thought we were back to crab.
No, not
crowd strike, not crab strike.
Crowd strike.
You don't want a crab strike.
Don't want a crab strike.
Which is the zoom one? Which one says zoom after it? Yeah. So okay. So if you've got clear layer, so now press your arrow underneath the right hand, big picture. The big picture on the right.
I should say. I mean, you don't have to say this on air, because I can chat while you're.
Okay.
Whistling away to the whistling away,
whispering away, whistling in the dark.
There's a change of bowling.
It is. It's going to be Kevin Sinclair.
Excellent.
Bit of off spin back into the attack. Is it Kevin Sinclair if he takes a wicket who somersaults?
Yep.
Defended on the back foot by Brooke. Oh, well, in moving over to try and fix that, I stood on the connector and I seem to have much better hearing in my ear now. Extraordinary. That's how to do it. Technically speaking, you just tread on the equipment. That one's defended towards a vacant gully area, and they will be able to take a single. Oh, you have? He's sorted it out. Oh, well done, Grubby. There we go. You don't need me after all that. Now all we have to master is studio setup, studio takedown, and all other things. But we've got you on that bit. Young Hector, young agile mind of Hector, he's got it straight away. That one's defended into the onside to short square leg.
Yeah, but I was worried about Ruti there. He was going down to play something a little bit more adventurous and then changed his mind.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Looking to sweep, wasn't he?
He was going to play the reverse, wasn't he? Yeah, I think so. And there it is.
He's done it now. He's played it nicely, actually. But he won't get 4 for it. Because I believe that's Jaden Seals who comes galloping around from backward. It would be backward point, wasn't it? If it was a reverse sweep.
He played that a bit like Jimmy Anderson. Reverse sweep. I can give no higher compliment.
The Burnley Lara. It's still, genuinely, it's almost like a bereavement. I mean, clearly not. But you do slightly feel that, you still expect him to be there, don't you? As that one is defended into the onside. Oh, Roots set off, sent back by Harry Brooke, who says, "No, Rooty lad.
Yeah,
back in your hutch, son."
I was thinking this when we saw Jimmy on the balcony earlier today and in the last couple of days, thinking, is it going through his head? I'm never going to be out there again.
Yeah.
I suspect in that way it takes like a while. Onto the back foot goes Brooke, defends nicely to mid wicket. There's no run. 182 for 341 the lead. 38 overs completed, and I think Grubby, are you?
Yeah,
our king of socials.
Yep. So Shoaib is with us. These England bowlers are not wicket takers.
These are not England bowlers.
Well, no, that's just what Shoaib is saying, though.
Oh, okay.
Scrimshaws follows that up with Carl Jacob. I do enjoy when you reminisce of cricket and cricketers of yesteryear, recalling incidents and names of the late 60s and early 70s. Yeah, we quite like that. Apparently there was a Vaughan in the England under-19 team as well.
Yes, that's Michael Vaughan's son, yeah.
It
is.
Okay.
It is.
And Dara says, thoughts on Wood's performance? Was he unlucky or did he just lack penetration? I think he was hellish unlucky, wasn't he, yesterday?
Certainly yesterday.
Is there some sort of crazy master plan to recreate the Test team of 2005?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Yeah, maybe.
Just
mind you, that means we've got to get an Ashley Giles son in.
A junior wheelie bin.
Yes.
In comes Joseph, left alone.
The Prince of Spain.
The Prince
of Spain. He's the King of Spain. No, he was. Oh, the Prince of Spain. Yes. I'm with you. Yes, sorry. Yes, of course. Duh.
For a man who has an incredibly long series of dad jokes, it's extraordinary that you took so long to get that.
Do you know which film the King of Spain appears in?
Probably a few films.
No. He appears in the Shakespeare film that was made by the Horrible Histories crew, and they unfurl a flag that says King of Spain on it, because at least 3 of them are all cricket fans.
I do like Horrible Histories. It's excellent.
Yeah. I love it because it's beautifully judged humour that's great for kids. And all that swings away, and Rooty has another little prod. Not surprisingly, Shamar Joseph puts his hands upon his head, and he's watching the replay of that because he knows that was a good delivery.
I think my favourite thing I've ever seen on Horrible Histories is, I think the actor's called Matthew Bainton.
Yes.
Dino from Gavin and Stacey, you might know him from. And he plays Charles Dickens singing a song about his life in the style of Morrissey from the Smiths.
Oh, jeez.
Well, he plays a character not dissimilar to that. He's a poet, isn't he, in Ghosts?
Yes. Yeah, that's all the same.
Which has hints of Morrissey about that character.
Yes.
In comes Shamar Joseph. That's driven through extra cover by Rooty. For a moment, I thought he'd been stopped at cover. It hadn't. It's an elegant drive by Root. It's added 4 to his score. It's added 4 to England's, and the lead now 145.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And I think that will
just evaded cover though, Hendy.
I did, but I mean, it wasn't a chance for a catch or
No,
anything.
no.
But I think that hopefully that will just get Joe Root going. He's been a bit frustrated with himself. I think he's sort of shaking his head when he's played and missed. But that was a glorious
In
shot.
comes Shamar Joseph. Rooty comes 1/2 pace forward to meet it and push it into the onside to mid-wicket. And they take a single. Harry Brook will be back on strike. We are 4 balls into the 39th over. And England will be at... we're just reaching that point where you start to think you want these two there in the morning.
Oh yeah, from an England point of view, absolutely.
Well, yes, very
but
much
then
from an England
2 wickets is still, what, 45 minutes to go. I was saying, Grubby was posted that to me on Twitter the other night.
I saw that. Yep, I saw that. In comes Shamar Joseph. That's full. It's very edgy from Rooty. I think.
No, it's Brook.
Brook, I beg your pardon. You're right. I don't think that was catchable.
I don't think so.
It bounced, but it just evaded slip, and they will take a single. But once again, for the second time this over, Shamar Joseph will look at that and think, he will think.
Yeah, he's not bowled badly, has he?
Let's have a look. Yeah, just cut away a little bit. It was edge, it was short and wide of Sinclair, who's at slip there.
He's got a really good flick of the wrist, hasn't he, Shamar Joseph?
Well, he's not a big, tall, fast bowler. He's whippy. In the manner of, I liken
Mark
him
Wood?
in a way, possibly a little bit of Mark Wood, who's not playing, who should be were he fit for the West Indies. Surrey.
Kemar Roach.
Oh,
Kemar Roach,
yeah.
And there is definite shades, I think, of Kemar Roach.
A little bit, yeah. Although I think Kemar tends to jump a lot wider on the crease.
Yeah.
And he angles it in a little bit more, I would say.
He's going to be in again from the Stuart Broad end. And it's defended nicely by Harry Brook out to short cover. And there is no run. 83 miles an hour. Not express. But he's been testing this England pair. 148 is the lead. The umpires definitely having a look around at the light. Hendo.
Yeah, they're not happy, are they?
No.
What do you reckon?
I don't think it'll be too long. If anything, it looks a bit brighter than it was earlier. So I was a little bit surprised to see them come together again.
Are looking shining pretty brightly to me.
I mean, normally you see it on the sort of helmets. You can see it just a sort of deeper shine on the helmets when it's really bad. And I can't see that at the moment. But the more they look at it, ultimately they're gonna call it off, aren't they?
It's one of those things when you started to notice something, or if you're driving along and you think, should I put my lights on?
Yeah.
That's the moment you put your lights on.
Yeah.
And I think we're sort of in that territory. Anyway, a spinner's coming on. So.
No, he's been on for a little while.
Oh yeah, I know, but
He's coming on again. It's the same one. Continuing, it is Sinclair, slip and a forward short leg. Oh, sorry, yes, a slip and a forward short leg. Dabbed past the slip, and they'll take a single. There was a moment there which was almost like a spaghetti western between the two umpires, as they zoomed in on the eyes of Holdstock and then Rod Tucker. Yes,
that lovely sound effect.
It wasn't Lee Van Cleef and Clint Eastwood, but it was Rod Tucker and Adrian Holdstock, with a view to what are they thinking about the light. That's pushed through a little bit by Sinclair, defended competently by Brook out to mid-wicket, no run.
I guess
190 for 3.
Ideally, Brook wants to get down and hit over the top, but he's bowling a little bit too flat for that at the moment. Not giving him the time.
Well, the sun's starting to come out in Sydenham. It's looking a very sort of balmy and pleasant evening. That's dabbed. It was well bowled, but just dabbed by Brook again.
Arm ball?
That was a genuine arm ball, wasn't it?
It was a genuine arm ball.
Almost an away swinger, wasn't it?
It seemed to go quite late though. It didn't sort of go from the hand, which a lot of arm balls do, and just keep pushing that way. It did seem to be quite late.
That's thrown up. Well, that's it's well outside of leg.
Brook's not even bothered to run. He knows he's not played a shot at that.
No, he didn't play a shot at that. He sort of walked towards it. It was outside of his crease. Umpire Holdstock Rod Tucker quite rightly says you can't have anything for that. I don't think he wanted anything for it. I think he realised you can't claim a shot when your bat's sort of dangling out of one hand.
No, he self-excluded
from
that run, didn't he?
He did.
I would have claimed that myself as I was batting.
In trots Kevin Sinclair. Once again, Brooke plays him off the back foot. Back to Sinclair, who's lively. Good body language from the West Indians. Has been all through this innings. That first day, some of their fielding was a bit lax. They dropped 2 catches, but then, of course, England dropped a really crucial catch during that West Indies innings. That's played off the back foot by Brooke, just tickled towards point, and they can come back for 2 because there isn't a short point. And I think Seals it is who has to run around from third man. So 2 more to that England score. 40 overs complete, the lead 151, 192 for 3, Grubbs.
Yeah, so Leah and Pokey Bumfinger continue to have a chat on the tunes. In fact, Leah says Jimmy was the last player to retire that was there when I started to get into cricket in the early 2000s. I mean, probably by some distance, I'd say.
Yes.
I mean, bearing in mind he was playing in a team that involved Alex Stewart, among others. So he's a real generation spanner, isn't he? I mean, I meant he's spanner generation.
He's a spanner for the ages.
It sounded a little bit more offensive than
we do know what you mean. Spanner. And Dara Azizi says, is Root's partner expecting a child? He's playing as if the birth is imminent and he needs to be there.
Yes,
maybe he's the birth partner for Duckett. He's going as his mate.
That'd be taking the piss, wouldn't it?
Well, does he hold Duckett's hand while Duckett's holding his missus's hand?
Possibly.
And there's a chain all the way back to Trent Bridge.
Share the gas and air between them.
Maybe Duckett dresses up as a baby and holds Joe Root's hand as they walk into the maternity ward. That'd be funny. I'd pay to watch that.
Well, that's also a mental image I'm going to find very, very hard to shake.
A lovely bonnet and a massive pacifier in his gob.
Right. To alleviate us of that thought, Jason Holder is in short and Root ducks.
Change of bowling, is it not?
It is. It's Jason Holder.
Instead of Shamar Joseph.
Josh De Silva took it and pirouetted in the best Strictly Come Dancing fashion, although he's not being beaten up by his dance partner.
I was going to say he didn't kick anyone, did he?
Jason Holder.
Personally, I'd cheer if Strictly was banned.
Oh, my other half would be utterly distraught.
Well, I know, my other half's also. But
in comes Jason Holder, down the arse, through to De Silva, no run.
I think it's fine not to ban things that other people like.
Yeah, but who said like?
You don't have to watch them.
Well, I kind of do, because it's on.
Read a book in a different room.
No, I haven't got many rooms. I haven't got any other rooms that are nice.
So you don't go to the ballroom to watch the dancing then?
Do you live in Cluedo? You take that secret tunnel
to the library,
to the conservatory.
Yeah, I'd like to have a library.
It goes from the kitchen to the.
Well, it's a good question, though.
I think it does. One of them goes to the kitchen. Oh, that's big shout from Holder. Now,
I think that's a good shout.
I think it's way too high. I think Jason Holder thinks it's way too high, judging by his body language.
Well, they've got 3, haven't they? I think they might as well have a go at that one.
It's Joe Root.
De Silva agrees with you, Tone, that it's high.
Yeah.
I think he might also be outside the line just.
Well, other than that, it's got everything going for it.
Well,
and the time has ticked down.
It's unlikely to be smashing into the stumps.
I'd like to see that again.
Well, you're about to, Hendo. Here it is. Talk us through it.
Oh yeah, it's higher than I thought. It's and he didn't get. He pulled the front leg back, didn't he? So it wasn't as advanced as initially his first step was.
They didn't review in the end. Holder is going to be in. It's a good ball. Left by Root confidently. There's a periscopic leave through to De Silva, no run.
I suppose when you've got a team of England's batting strength, certainly on paper, that you don't really want to waste a review unless you're absolutely certain.
No, but I also kind of agree with Grubby. It's Root. He can do an awful lot of damage.
Absolutely.
It's a wicket tonight. You haven't used any of your reviews yet. Oh, you've got 3 left. You might as well take one.
I wasn't advocating them taking the review.
Fuller by Holder, but nicely worked away towards the mid wicket. Fielded though by Brathwaite, who's stationed there. They should, I would imagine, have taken a single. They did. So Harry Brook will be back on strike. He's on 31 from 45. Joe Root, you look up and he's on 22 from 39. 193 for 3, which sounds great, but you got to remember that's 152 because England started 41 behind, and it wasn't that long before they lost their first wicket. Again, it was Crawley, although very different circumstances to his first innings dismissal. Left alone nicely by Brook, taken shin height to his right by Josh De Silva.
Thing about scaffolders, you look up and they're having a cup of tea up there.
I have to say, I mean, they've built these incredibly big houses right opposite me. It took them about 2 years to do. Are they going off?
I don't think so.
Oh no, just taking his cap. And yesterday, the bloke who built them, I guess, must be the big man. They haven't sold any of them. They were originally going for 1.9 million. But yesterday, this bloke was on the roof, a really steeply sloped roof, trying to slide down a sort of block of concrete in the middle of it to just scrub it a little bit with a cloth.
Sinclair to continue. Bunted into the ground and beats, and well, that's the first bit of possibly sloppy fielding we've seen for a while, probably since the first England innings. It really should have been fielded at mid-on by Hodge. We'll have a look and see how close that was to him. On the bat, no, it went through him.
Should have done better, shouldn't he?
Scottish goalkeeping at its worst. Up onto his toes goes Harry Brook, cuts towards cover. They jog another single. So 154, 195 for 3.
I was sitting there in my pants, and he could see right into my, because they built these things right into my pants.
He's got X-ray vision. That's driven through cover and extra cover. That's exquisite from Joe Root. Hendo purrs. Hold the thought about his pants. 4 runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Right, back at Hendo's underwear.
Yeah, back to my underwear. And I was getting a bit annoyed because I've realised now that the sort of third floor of these houses can see right into my lounge. And, because I've not been very well, I've been sort of sitting...
not bothering to dress.
not bothering to dress
properly.
I was convinced this bloke was going to fall off and I would have to,
In comes Sinclair. Onto the back foot goes Root. Wristy flick. Backward a point. They'll take another single back to Hendo's pants.
Yeah, but it's not so much my pants, but not so much my... But actually I just thought, why is someone risking their life
to look at your pants?
Well, maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was. Maybe the fact that he was scrubbing a little mark on something was just a ruse, so he could see me.
Sinclair it's down leg side. It's worked away round the corner to backward square. Was that Grubby chuckling somewhere in the back?
That was messy.
Chuckling. Okay.
Well, the thing is, I get quite upset about it, and my partner says, he can't see you. I said, of course he can see me. And she said,
he wasn't up there the next day with a great big telescope, was he?
He'd need a very big one.
Stuck on the leg again. Left alone. Well, it was an attempted swish. When I lived in Paris, in Rue Nicolas, in the 16e, obviously very narrow little Parisian streets. We had a duplex apartment on about the 3rd or 4th floor. So we looked across and just downwards towards the apartment opposite, where the lady who occupied that apartment habitually would do her ironing completely in the buff.
Really?
Absolutely.
Complètement nu.
Complètement sans les vêtements.
That's the kind of story you hear but never believe.
No, I promise you.
That's Paris for you.
And even more weird.
Are you guys going to bugger off, or are you?
Yeah, I'm going to bugger off. Yeah.
Even more weirdly.
Sorry, I was caught in Hendo's pants. Bye, everyone.
Who hasn't been? Right, I'm going to leave you as well for now.
The nude French, you dirty bastard.
Someone's going to have to go and do. I'll do this. Yeah, Tony's going to run over to the jingles, and I will stay where I am. Oh, do I have to move across? That means I've got to spray the thing again. Well, I'll wait till you. I'll wait till you've arrived.
I'm just intrigued as to why you think anybody would want to climb up to the roof of a building to look at your undies.
I'm very immodest.
I also can't imagine doing ironing in the buff, because, what about the steam? Surely that's dangerous. That's injury waiting to happen.
I got a solution for that. Don't iron. I haven't ironed in 9 years now. and I haven't missed anything as a result.
Well, the very few times that I've ironed, I mean, actually, my trousers and shirts come out looking worse than when I started. So, I tend not to iron, and I haven't needed to really because I haven't hardly been out of the house. Oh, he's chopped away at that one, has Brooke, and he's got a little bit lucky. It's leapt off the shoulder over the top of first slip. A lot of people are clapping that, but it wasn't really a particularly good shot, but it has brought in 4 runs. I'm wondering whether I did him a bit of a disservice there, and whether he did deliberately chop that over the slips. It's an incredibly skillful shot if he did, or maybe he just thought, I'll hit it so hard, I'll flash hard, and that normally does the trick. Holder in again, bowls to Brooke. Brooks onto the front foot and defending as if his life depends on it, and there is no run. But kind of, when you say, irrespective of pants talk, initially
more pants talk.
I was initially uncomfortable the fact that he'd see me sitting there in my pants, but I then became increasingly uncomfortable about the fact that he was about to fall 3 stories to an inevitable death. And
can you imagine if the last thing he saw?
Well, exactly.
As he passed through a window.
Pushed firmly up to mid-on by Brooke, fielded by Brathwaite.
There's something very Tony Hancock about all this.
Can you imagine if that? The thing where the last thing you see is imprinted on your eyes.
Mm.
Can you imagine if that's the last thing you see, and that's what's imprinted on your eyes for the rest of eternity?
Hendo sat on a sofa in his underwear.
Oh,
I think
taken to eternity by a tumbling roofer.
I think that would be. I think that would be like heaven, wouldn't it? That is the true Christian heaven. Hendo in his pants, left alone outside the off stump by Brooke, just 77 miles an hour. Holder is no great pace, but he does bring the ball down from a great height. The grubster is off. It's been great to be back on with the grubster. In fact, I have to say, I've thoroughly enjoyed being back, and I wasn't sure that I would, just because I kind of lost a little bit of what's the word? I mean, apart from my health, I kind of just lost a bit of momentum, I'd say.
It's fine.
But you've been in excellent humour all day, and we thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, that's nice, and it's made me feel like I perhaps should get back a bit more. But this is nicely driven square by Brooke. He'll take the single out to deep backward point, and he will keep the strike. England 206 for 3. The leader's 165. And do we have any tubes?
Just one very quick production note.
Matthew Callan says, "Where is the pawn bot? We need the pawn bot."
Oh yeah, he's been notable by his absence or her absence. I don't know.
Yes. Chris Acquire says, looking through the chat, I'm wondering whether those calling England mediocre have gone. Matthew Callan says, Stranger scrubs his big telescope vigorously while risking life to see Hendo in his pants. Click here. Hendo reminds me of my grandma complaining about the activities of neighbours several doors down. She claimed she had to climb on a chair to draw the curtains, and that was how she could see them.
Well, Messi, there's a perversion for everything, and also outside my house, they're laying new cables for new Wi-Fi, and they're supposed to be only 8 weeks, and it's now been at least 12, and like the whole road in front of me for about 50 yards is just up, and it's very annoying.
That's just such an English thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
It just goes on forever.
Yep. Yeah. Sinclair round the wicket, bowling his off breaks to Brooke, who neatly clips this away out to deep mid wicket and takes a single. It just looks like the crowd is thinning out a little bit as we move to the end of the day. Not the end of days, but the end of the day. Sinclair in again, and Root brings out the reverse sweep. It ends up being a full toss, and he controls it well out to deep backward point. It'll again just be a single. Root moves to 29. Brooke has 39. England 208 for 3. The lead is 167. Sinclair figures of none for 36 from he's into his 7th over now. Tajanareen Chandrapool, what happened to him? He's disappeared off the scene. Driven with a lot of bottom hand that time from Brook up to long on, and again a single. He goes into the 40s.
As I understand it, basically he stopped making runs.
Well, that would be an impediment, I suppose,
yeah.
For an opening batsman. I've told you my story about trying to interview Tajanarine Chandrapal in Antigua in 2013 when he was only 16, and I literally could not get a word out of him. He was so shy. Sinclair bowls and pushed back to the bowler, who tries to snatch at the ball and then perhaps throw it back down towards the stumps, but makes a mess of it and looks rather foolish for having tried. 209 for 3. There's a slip and a leg gully, and this is nowhere near either, as Root sends it on the ground comfortably and slowly to deep mid wicket. Louis does the fielding, and they take another single. So rotating the strike rather nicely, these two. 210 for 3.
I quite liked Sinclair's bowling, actually.
Well, certainly he did quite a good job in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah.
But they seem to be picking him off a little bit more easily. There doesn't seem to be any turn for him. They're going to get 2 more, as Alzari Joseph has to make some ground to his right at long on. Brook comes back for that second. He goes to 42. England at the end of that over, the 44th, are 212 for 3. The lead 171. Messi.
David Durrell, known on Twitter as Josie Oak, says we've had Messi in his underpants. Now we have Tales of Hendo in his underpants. This is not making
good radio.
This is not makings of a good OnlyFans channel. I don't know about that. He says, I recommend One Step Pants, by the way. Very comfortable and supportive for the older man with things that are now dropping.
What are One Step Pants? I don't know what those are. What was the story about your pants then, Messi?
Oh, I got sprung one day.
You got sprung?
I had to walk away from the camera during a broadcast to feed the goose, which was yakking.
And that's not a euphemism.
I was only wearing, on my bottom half, I was still in my underpants. And I thought the camera wouldn't catch it, but it did. So it was somewhat embarrassing.
Yes, we've heard all about that.
The goose has died of embarrassment in the meantime.
The goose. In comes Alzari Joseph. He's taken over from Jason Holder, so another change in the attack.
Does feeding the goose mean something different in Perth?
No. I have a goose and about 24 ducks that hang around here, and they get fed every day. And if they don't get fed, they get very, very stroppy. Well, the goose does in particular.
Well, you don't want to be in your pants when they get stroppy, do you?
No. Scary.
Root takes another single there, out to backward point, 213 for 3. He's now in 31. And England's lead mounting as... they were on 99 ahead when these two came together. It's important that they... I thought, it was kind of important they got to a lead of 150 without losing another wicket. Well, they got to a lead of 172 without losing that wicket. Of course, there's still time for the West Indies to pick up 1 or 2 this evening. Which keep them
we'll probably go till 20-7 or so, I'd say.
This one jumps on Brook and wraps him sort of kind of painfully up around about the hip, and then just drops down to the pitch. There's not been any.
Yeah, we lost time for the resumption after tea. Was it after tea? I can't remember.
What? A little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Oh, was there? I missed that.
10 minutes, was it?
About 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see whether that happens or not. I didn't realise they didn't. Oh yes, that's right. They were hanging around, weren't they, on the outfield? Yeah. There was a little bit around. Joseph in bowl short and pulled by Root a little bit aerially, but he's found the gap between mid wicket and mid on.
Very nice shot.
It's Brook, I think, actually, not Root, and he's picked up 4 runs, 46 to one of the 2 Yorkshiremen out there.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
That's a good shot, reminiscent of one that Hodge played yesterday in the evening session off, I think, Stokes. Really good, one well in front of square. And so Brook is just a boundary away from another 50, and Joseph is in, and he's given a terrible amount of room. I mean, I really don't understand that shot at all. He backed away and then just threw the hands at it, at the ball, and well, it just went over the top of the stumps. But you know, you're batting so well, and then just laughed, yeah. And Root's laughing as well, but it wouldn't have been a laughing matter had he got out. Really, I don't think. I think I was saying to Tony, I just feel that Brook is in danger of not quite fulfilling his talent by playing in this manner the whole time. Anyway, Joseph in again, short, and he pulls that one. That's a much better shot, although straight to the man at deep square. Shamar Joseph is there, and they just go through for one.
I don't know, it feels like he thinks he's a maverick, but it just makes him look a bit skittish.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. I mean, you're playing so well. You know, why throw it away at this stage of the day as well? You know, you're trying to make something happen, but really, how many more runs are you going to get tonight? And does it really matter? I mean, why not just make sure, as Tony I think was saying, make sure that we're there tomorrow morning. Anyway, yeah. And hopefully the sun will be out. Root swivels and pulls that to deep square, behind square in fact. And they go through for one. Root will keep the strike. He's on 32. Messi.
Matthew Cullen speaks, I think, on behalf of us all when he says, just lovely to have you back, Hender. George McPherson says, what a response from England after Pope and Duckett fell earlier. These two should each get 50. It would help with the lead and the partnership. And somebody, I can't remember what your name is. Was it Serenity? I can't remember. Says, because I can't read the script, says Harry Brook is a special talent.
He is.
And Tony Bishop says, I know we can't see Hendo currently. Alas, with his dicky back, he can't do controls, and with two people on Zoom, there is no way to get our second and third studio seats on
just
camera.
A ghostly voice in the ether.
He is wearing shorts, however, so you are.
Yeah, no, I'm not in my pants.
Your pants six,
yeah, I have actually I have bothered to put the shorts on today. Another change in the bowling. Jaden Seals is going to come back on. 9 overs, none for 48. And it's going to be jingled up.
Oh well, wherever you are, Seals Jaden's gonna get ya, no matter how far. See the blow watching it, shed upon my head. Seals Jaden wants you for dead.
I do have to say, I mean, to add to my maladies, that having used my voice so much today in comparison with the most recent few months, I've got a pretty sore throat. But then I tend to get that quite a lot when doing Gorilla. That one keeps a little bit low. Do you get a sore throat, Tony? Not really. No, because he's just got such great. I don't know what's the word. Little flappy bits at the back of his throat. I think little flappy bits.
He's in talking training. That's what it is. He just keeps going and going and going, and so his throat gets used to the work.
Yeah, could be that. I missed a ball there, I think. Anyway, I don't think anything was scored from it. Root remains on 32.
No, you didn't.
Oh, did I not?
They've just been faffing around.
Okay, and here comes Seals again into Root. Root leaves this one. A little bit of nibble away off the pitch, so well judged by Joe Root. What is the time now? 15:15.
Yeah, 17 minutes past.
So we think we may have, 20 minutes or so, maybe?
Yeah.
15 minutes.
Oh, we'll have to keep an eye on my GPL picks.
Oh, right. How many entries of the GPL did we have today?
5, I think, which were all mine.
I completely forgot to mention the GPL. How's the GPL been going? Have we had any big...
It's on 93 quid.
Oh, good. That's nice. I like a big pot.
My picks are 323, 333, right up to 373. So... and thus far, I think there's been 326 runs scored, something like that.
So what's the next one that you're looking at?
333, 343, 353, 363.
Oh, I see. Right, you've gone all the way through, so you've got a good chance. It's 219 for 3 at the moment. England, Brook 47, Root 32.
The West Indies scored 106 today, so it's just a matter of adding that on.
It's been a great day of cricket, actually. Really entertaining.
Yeah.
This whole Test match has been.
It has, yeah, absolutely. Seals in bowls. Oh, he's had a little poke at that, and Josh De Silva throws it in the air, but I think he knew that there was nothing on that, but just playing with the crowd perhaps a little bit, or just thinking, oh, that was close. That's decent delivery from Seals. I've been a little bit disappointed. I think he was the best West Indian bowler at Lords, wasn't he? Although I didn't see a great deal of that match. Well, there wasn't a lot to see, was there? It was over in no time. I haven't really been very impressed with him in this match. Although when I've seen him bowling in the West Indies, I thought he looked a real talent. Man comes in square, but in a catching position on the offside. And he's in again, bowls to Root, who turns that neatly off his legs. I thought he was going to get a single there. But some sharp movement from, I think, Louis at mid-wicket cuts that off. And Seals smiles broadly. And England remain 219 for 3. Sorry, Will?
I was just going to say, I think he's been bowling a lot of the overs in the periods where it's really favoured the batting side in this test. I think that's been quite a lot of it, but
yeah, he just couldn't get his line at all on the first morning, could he? This is a better ball, probing around the off stump. Root defends it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Was that a maiden? I think it was. 219 for 3. The lead is 178. Messi.
More fan mail. I don't know if this was read out, but
Super Chat.
Oh,
who played the super chat then?
Super Chat.
How did you do that? I didn't see you touch the. Did you do that off your phone?
The porn bot is with us.
Hey!
Just says, Hendo gets sore throat from Gorilla, who sent us $9.99 US. Thank you very much to the porn bot, who also says on Twitter that did Hendo invite Dagner in Chanderpaul into a hot tub? No. David says, we've all had the misfortune of seeing Messi in his undies. Are you guys surreptitiously making a gorilla calendar? Yeah, I can't imagine it being a huge seller. Calendar boys.
Yeah. Joseph into Brook. Brook drives pleasantly. Is there a man back there? No, there isn't. And that's 4 runs. And Brook goes to 50. 51 from 62 deliveries.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
This time, Brook swivels to pull. Doesn't really time it. Gets it out to deep square leg. They take a single. Wise words there from Perko, channeling his inner Ringo Starr. Was it? I think it was a Ringo Starr, wasn't it?
Don't start. It was Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, Fleetwood Mac. Sorry, I'm thinking of Sweet 16 or something. Anyway, yeah. Don't stop.
Chuck Berry.
Sweet 16's the Furies.
But there was
No,
You're
the
16,
Beatles
you're
recorded
beautiful in your mind. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
It wasn't.
224
I
for
don't think
3.
the Beatles wrote it.
Oh, really? Okay. Worked to mid-wicket by Root. There is no run. Well, it wasn't a Beatles song, was it? It was just a Ringo Starr song, I think. A solo effort. But it may well have been, I don't know, the history of that particular ditty. Sounds like the kind of thing that Neil Sedaka would have done. But anyway, Harry Brook.
I think there were a lot of covers of it back in the 60s.
I think it was either might have been Carole King.
Really?
Or Neil Sedaka. Yeah.
Yeah, weren't they were kind of mates, weren't they?
Yeah.
This is played out to the offside by Root. It was a good length delivery, probing around off stump, just outside. And there is no run. 224 for 3. The lead has now moved to 183. So effectively in what is now a one innings match, England are 183 for 3. Fred Flintstone is there today with is it Betty? Oh, Wilma. That's it. Betty was Barnaby's wife or Barnaby's wife. I can't remember. Joseph into Root. Root with the angle turns that to mid wicket, but won't get a run. Root's been stranded on 32 for a little while, but I don't suppose he'll be too bothered. England just need to ensure these two can see out the day's play, and then they will figure that they're in a pretty strong position, I would think, if they manage to do that.
I did Ringo to service. He did actually write that, supposedly.
Oh, really? There you go.
Yes.
How strange. And we got it as a jingle, haven't we? Anyway.
Yes, as a 6 jingle.
6 jingle,
one
yeah.
of my favourites.
Down the leg side. Oh, yeah, I always like that tune. Going to get a single out to deep square. Root finally gets off 32. And England move at the end of that over to 225 for 3. Joseph has finished 11 overs now, 2 for 55. Messi.
Hattie has a lovely story. Hattie the baddie. She says, my grandmother once met the postman at the door in a dressing gown and said, please excuse my state of undress. I'm waiting for the milkman.
Hey!
What she meant was that she didn't want to go back upstairs and miss the milkman.
Well, funnily enough, I was reading a piece in The Guardian yesterday about sexploitation movies of the 70s, and I think Annie is good friends with Robin Asquith, who starred in things like Confessions of a Window Cleaner and stuff. And then there's quite an interesting article in the Guardian on the Guardian website about there's a documentary based around that, and it was talking as Seal starts a new over, defended up to mid on. Robin Asquith was sort of heavily featured in the piece and talking about, how unglamorous it was, sort of freezing your bollocks off, pretending to have sex in a golf bunker in the middle of February.
Oh God!
And but it was also, the sort of staples of British sort of slightly saucy comedy, smutty humour in those days, and in which sort of milkmen and plumbers and various other trades took centre stage a little bit. So it's quite a fun article about a documentary that's coming up. 225 for 3, and I think the umps are coming together, are they? Hang on.
Oh, well, I'll
Louis.
tell Scott Harrison's story. Well, they're talking to...
Yeah, talking to Louis about something. I'm not sure why that was umpire... I've forgotten the name of the umpire. Rod Tucker having a word there. He was at mid-wicket, the fielder, so I don't know what that was all about.
Has he been shouting at Joe Root or something?
I don't know. Seals into Root, who looks as if he's going to try and defend that, and then just seemed to hold the bat inside the line, but there was a kind of... It seemed to go under the bat, and I think there was a little bit of a danger that he might have just got a little toe end on that if he wasn't careful, but he does survive.
Is it just me, or is this really uncomfortable watching? It makes you very anxious. This whole England middle order makes me more anxious than sort of previous incarnations.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
they've always been anxious. Well, I suppose you never had expectations of them before.
Yeah, they're going to get a single.
No, I mean, like...
Well, I do you think it's because there is, there is such talent available there?
Yeah, they're incredibly talented. They are the most talented middle order England's probably had, certainly in my lifetime, has ever had. But they make you incredibly anxious watching them. Whereas if you sort of had someone like, I don't know, like if it was Ian Bell or something instead of Harry Brook, I think I'd be less stressed.
Well, I mean, I loved watching Ian Bell, I have to say. Oh, no, that's jabbed. It's kept low, it's jabbed down, and it's gone through the legs of the man at slip. And they're going to get back for a second. Brook moves to 54. Seals look particularly peeved at that piece of misfortune, which affected his figures a little bit.
I would suggest, Will, that is in part just a result of England embracing risk as a legitimate part of their cricket.
I think that's right, Messi. I think, because the talent that Harry Brook has. Every time Harry Brook goes to the middle, I want to watch him. Because you just don't know what he'll come up with.
It's not a criticism at all. It's
No.
just a kind of it would be better for my blood pressure. But,
Yeah, I mean,
that's just me,
Is it one of those strange things? As Seals comes in again, bowls to Brook. Brook defends on the back foot, dropping the ball out into the offside. I don't know, Tony, do you, when you're watching Watford, one thing I find when I'm watching AFC Wimbledon is, I don't know whether it's just they, not had a very good time of it the last few years, but I actually get more nervous when we go 1-0 up than I do at 0-0.
Yep.
Because you've got more to lose then, haven't you?
And it's so nice of Gareth Southgate to make me think I'm watching Watford.
Yeah,
I've been appreciating that.
I did feel that exactly the same feeling while watching England at times.
Your nerves would also relate to the number of injury time goals against you.
Oh yeah, God! I mean, at one point, as this is pulled down to long leg for a single by Brook. At one point we were just specialists in losing from winning positions.
Who's your keeper at the moment?
We haven't really got one.
Well, that might explain the losses.
I thought Tony was about to play a jingle there, but are you about to play?
Super chat.
Ooh! What's the super
Warren
chat?
Davies.
Yes.
Sends us $4.99 US, almost a fiver for the Ian Bell jingle.
Oh! I don't think Tony's going to be able to find that, are you? Oh, he is. He's very willing at this late stage in the day.
Bell.
There's so many classic jingles that never get an airing these days. Sammit.
That's too long for most things.
It is, but it's a classic, isn't it?
Scott Harrison says, when I lived in Las Palmas, 3 mates would go for games of snooker in the British club. To convince me to make up the numbers, they told me that a woman in the apartment office opposite was appearing naked. Obviously, when I turned up, she stopped appearing. Not sure if it was true. The days before cameras on phones, would anyone dare appear naked these days in the apartment window? Well, I mean, there's always a story about Bear doing naked star jumps in Michael Caine's flat when he was a uni student, which is strange credibility, but I actually believe it.
It's Ian Bell.
And here is Ian Bell.
It's Ian Bell. It's Ian Bell. It's Ian
Does it not go into the... It goes into the other...
Yes.
Bell.
There it is. Joseph Alzari into Brook. Brook, he shaped to pull that. It got a little bit big on him, so he kind of controlled the shot. He didn't pull out of it, but he just controlled it up to mid-on along the ground.
What's the length on that jingle, Tony?
Looks like it's 44 seconds. No, it's a bit more than that. Wait. It will go on for a bit, so talk over it.
Brooks on 55, Root has 34, and England are 229 for 3. The lead is 188. That's, of course, the voice of James Sherwood. This is pulled by Brook out to deep square. They'll take another single.
I was always disappointed that you didn't take me up on my offer of a Peterson jingle back in the day, which was basically me just shouting "Prick!"
Shouting what?
Prick!
Prick! Oh, right, yeah, fair point. I don't know.
That was ages ago. That was 2013, though, I think.
Blimey, I didn't know you'd been listening that long.
Oh, I've been around a long old time. Like,
He's older than he looks.
Joseph round the wicket, bowls short to Root. Root thinks about the hook shot again, pulls out of it, which I think was a wise thing to do, because I'm not sure he'd have been in control of that had he gone through with the shot. 230 for 3. It's funny how,
I did my GCSEs while listening to the sofa.
Oh right, so you're I didn't realise you were a sofa listener as well.
Oh yeah, I I've been around since about 2010.
This time, Root does pull it. He was almost in position to play that shot, wasn't he, before it came? It wasn't a particularly good short ball. He's going to take a single out to deep mid wicket. 231 for 3. It's interesting to see the evolution of sofa stroke guerrilla cricket and who's still involved and who's been here from the start, really.
It's a weird one. It's kind of been just sort of the noise of my adolescence, really.
It's like I suppose it's like a sort of a favourite pop band, hopefully, or rock band. Joseph, that's what I like to feel. This is pulled by Brook, and so exactly the same fielder on the deep mid wicket boundary, and they take another one.
The thing is, it's got better every year too. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it?
I do think, though, it's funny. The strange thing is, I always worry that the listenership may be going down because I think Test Match Special have, sorted out their gremlins, and a lot of people can now get them abroad in various ways. I'm not going to tell you how in case you go off and do it. I'll come back to that. It's Joseph is in short again, pulled again. Has that been stopped at square leg? Yes, it has. Yes. Jason Holder has wrapped his enormous right paw around it, and there is no run. The lead's 191, 232 for 3. What was I saying? Someone remind me, because I've forgotten already.
I was saying how it's got better every year despite this.
Oh yeah, I was going to say, I worry about listenership going down, but then I think part of the reason is because a lot of our listeners have sort of morphed into performers.
That's true.
Messi, Mog.
I don't think of us as performers.
Well, absolutely. Your staff.
It's performance art, Messi.
I just think it is as good therapy for me. That's all.
Well, yeah.
If this is your level of therapy, then Christ, I don't know. Want to know what you
do normally
for psychiatrists in Oz.
Yeah, perhaps there's something about their standard. Slip is running in. It's Holder he's come from sort of mid-on to plug that gap. Otherwise, there would have been no one in the slip cordon. It's not a slip cordon. There's a slip in a gully and a shortish man square of the wicket on the offside, and that's brilliantly played by Brook. He just waits for that to come on, dabs it away through the gap between slip and gully, and picks up 4 more runs.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I think it's time that we got people under some sort of contract at Gorilla, because I'm pretty sure that from what I've heard of Hector today, and thoroughly nice bloke he seems, but very young. In comes Seals. But also when he's played it again, an even better shot, because it seemed to jump on him, but he really controlled that superbly down to third man and 4 more. 100 partnership. It's a sort of.
If Hector's listening, we should just let him know that is the third man theme.
Yes, absolutely.
He left the building early. It's past his bedtime.
I guess the other thing is that I mean, if he hasn't heard of Hector's House, he probably hasn't heard of the Third Man film, but he might have done.
How have you not heard? How has he not heard of Hector's House?
Well, we don't know that he hasn't. We just suggested that he might not have after he'd gone.
It's glorious.
They're going to take a single as that is pushed up to mid-on. And Brook now to 65 from 71. That last shot was absolutely delicious. I can't really think of any other cricketer that could play that. It's just something all of his own. It really is. The touch required for that is superb. And Seals was desperately upset. I mean, I I don't think he's trying to suggest that was an edge. He's just annoyed, perhaps, with himself. He's coming in again. The lead is now 200. Root, it is Root, goes back, and he tries to do something similar, but he actually gets it to the man at the fairly fine gully.
What that shot reminded me of was when you're giving players slip catching practice.
It is a bit like that, isn't it? Yeah.
Deliberately playing it to them, and he was deliberately playing it to where second slip wasn't.
Yeah.
You know,
and actually, if you've ever tried to do that, I mean, you can be quite a good player, but actually, giving slip practice like that is a real skill. Because most people it's thrown at them and they just miss it. So it shows how much touch you have to have. Now, second slip has come in, but Root goes back to this one and just jabs it wide of the gully, and they'll run through for another single. 242 for 3. And I was going to go on about Hector and say, amazing at the age of 18 to come in and do that. I mean, because I think to myself at 18, I had the level of knowledge that he has, but I would never have had the confidence to come in somewhere like here and sit with scary people like Tony and the Bear.
He needs to improve his knowledge of translated 1970s French children's programs, though. If he's going to make a career.
Was that Hector's House French?
Yes.
Now has he got an edge through there? No, it kept a little bit low, and then Brooke ended up sort of crouching to try and get a bat on that, and it's gone through to Josh DeSille. There is no run. 50 overs completed. Awesome. England 242 for 3. Are we going to get one more over?
By my reckoning, by the way, Hector would have been born about 2006. And
Jesus.
Hector's House last aired on British TV round about 1977 or 78.
Oh, really? That late? I was surprised it was that late, actually.
I'm sorry, I've missed quite a lot of messages. I'll start with one from Grubby, who says, as the cat said to Lister on Red Dwarf, I would go with Betty, but I'd be thinking of Wilma.
Yeah, fair point.
Dear. Chris Acquire says, no sex please were British, remade as no pants please were gorilla.
Well, no, there were pants involved. I wouldn't sit there completely.
No Pants was Joe Denley, wasn't it? Isn't that
I
his
think
nickname
No
for some
Pants.
reason that we possibly don't want to know?
I think Sarah Spitfire, if anyone remembers Spitfire Sarah, who was a lovely woman who was on the sofa and did make the very rare appearance on Gorilla. And at one point she was like official photographer for Kent. She did tell one or two interesting secrets about Joe Denley, which I will not divulge. But that must have been one of them.
Our friend in Thailand is surprised that you are anxious at 225 for 3 with West Indies batting in the fourth innings. You shouldn't be anxious.
I'm not particularly anxious, as Root plays a reverse sweep to Craig Brathwaite, who's obviously just come on to finish up the day. His first over is bowling round the wicket. Hardly worth a jingle, is it? Here he comes around the wicket. It's sort of Joe Rooty style, and Brooke just prods that out on the onside.
Mark Zip says your nervousness is just classic England fan PTSD.
PTSD, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Brathwaite's got a slip and a leg slip, and that's a beautiful late cut. A slightly dangerous shot because the slip might have moved across to take that, but beautifully controlled by Brooke, who is looking absolutely wonderful at the moment. He's moved really rapidly in the last few minutes on to 70.
Oh, I don't want any more runs.
Oh, good point.
It's on 353 right now, which is one of my picks.
Well, you got 3 balls. 3 balls. Will Messi win the GPL, the Gorilla Prediction League, which is a game of incredible skill? Messi has won it once or twice. He brought a second slip in now. Cut off that shot. Brathwaite in, and watchfully onto the front foot goes Brooke. And that's wise. Come on, Brookie. We don't want to lose more money to Messi Jez. More
I've
geese.
never won with Root at the crease. He always manages to fuck
really?
it up for me somewhere. Yeah.
Because he's from Yorkshire.
Yeah, well.
And again, and Brooke defends, and it looks like Messi Jez is going to be a richer man this evening. by
As long as it
£93.
is the last over, we're not.
Oh yeah, good point. I think it is. The very fact that Brathwaite's come on suggests it to me. Yeah. Oh no! And he bowls a horrible leg side full toss. What a bastard! He obviously we got an earpiece to Craig Brathwaite, and we did point out that that Messages was about to rob us of 93 quid. So Brooke picks up another single, 71. Messages is unfortunately deprived
out by one run again
of 93. And England finished the day leading by 207. Tony wants to play a jingle.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Oh, good.
What's the super chat, Tony?
It's from Hombre Nuevo. He says, Pound 99. Missed you on Guerrilla Cricket today, Hendo. Sadly missed most of today. Oh, lovely to know you finally got to be with us, Hombre Nuevo, to witness my humiliation in the GPL yet again.
It's always good to have someone.
He just says, unlucky Messi.
It's always good to have someone on air when they lose the GPL. I find that greatly satisfying and rewarding. And so we did get through to the end of play. They looked at times in that final session as if play would be interrupted or curtailed too early, but that's been a really pretty good effort from England, isn't it? And the West Indies end the day looking a little bit dishevelled, a little bit lacking in belief. I mean, when they took those 2 quick wickets after the change of ball, got rid of Pope, and then got rid of, who was the other guy? I've completely forgotten who's in this England team. Duckett.
Duckett.
Yeah. 99 for 3, the lead effectively. But now England have taken it past 200, and with 7 wickets in hand,
wow,
and incredible batting still potentially to come, you'd have to say England were strong favourites, would you not?
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
Messi and Tony, do you want to add to that at all?
My mind was elsewhere. Stephen Salm has just upgraded their Patreon membership to Studio Silver guest membership, which is quite fantastic. So if you're listening, Stephen, hugely appreciated, and thank you very, very much indeed.
Actually,
there is a poll on Twitter which has been posted by Grubby, which says today's show is entitled either Noise of My Adolescence or Glimpse of Hendo's Underpants. So
pick.
You can vote on
pick
that.
Your favourite. Absolutely. Well, funnily enough, Patreon again there. When there was a mention of it, and I was going to put out a plea. I do know that in the past that if I really got down on my knees and beseeched you to either up your Patreon contribution or become a Patreon contributor, that has sometimes brought results, and we probably need it more than ever now, don't we? Because we have to move out of this flat.
Yes.
And to be honest, if we can't find another studio that we can afford, then that will sadly be the end of Guerrilla Cricket. And nobody really wants that, do they? Do they?
No.
I don't think so. I mean, what will we do for the rest of our lives?
This has been half of my life as well.
Exactly.
We'd be a danger to society out on the streets. So keep the world safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the world is going to hell in a handcart anyway. So you need an element of sanity provided by Guerrilla Cricket. So I mean, if you're in America and you're considering donating £45 million a month to Donald Trump, why not give it to Guerrilla Cricket instead?
I do.
That just tide us over for a couple of years anyway. So there we go. Anyway, Tony is keen that we wrap up, because he's got to drive me home and he's got to deal with all the equipment. It's been a fantastic day of cricket. The West Indies entertained us after England took early wickets. Brilliant last wicket partnership between Josh Da Silva and Shamar Joseph. Joseph played one of the shots of the summer, as far as I'm concerned, off Gus Atkinson. Absolutely hammered a pull shot into the crowd. Anyway, it's put England in a very strong position, this latest partnership between the two Yorkshiremen, Harry Brook and Joe Root. and it sets up the game for even more fun and frolics tomorrow. Now I've got the bug. I mean, not a bug, but I've got the bug now. I'm back, baby, as Joey said in one episode of Friends. I think it was, and if I can haul my sorry physical body to this place in the next few days of this test or the next test, and then I'll be doing my best.
Your audience demands it, Hendo.
Yeah, well, I kind of, I do it for the money. Give us some money. Give us some money, and I will definitely do it. I will haul myself over hot coals to get here.
I do know that the ECB are putting up the rights to do comms on the DPL at the moment.
What is the DPL? What's the DPL?
Disability Premier League.
Which
I have an in on.
Where's that taking place? Is that all around the country or
all over the place?
Yeah. Okay.
I know Edgbaston is one of the major grounds because it's where all the England boys train. Or they did when I was doing all of that.
Oh, you were involved in that?
It does, but that's embarrassment. But
he
yes,
played for England.
Yes.
He played for England.
Oh, really? Brilliant. Okay.
A long time ago, yes.
Did
I did actually. I tried to get Gorilla involved in it back in the day. I
don't remember that.
I emailed Norcross and the ECB about it.
Emailing Norcross, you might as well throw a bloody turd against the wall.
Which, in hindsight, I realised was a waste of fucking time. But sort of 16-year-old me was like, "Oh, I know someone."
Yeah, absolutely. It's worth a try, isn't it?
Well, we better go. Tony needs to go.
Well, Tony's got to come back and play the closing jingle. But I will say that the DPL is Dan Whiting involved in that at all? I think I've seen him talking about it quite a bit.
And
who else?
Ian Still, I think the director of disability cricket at the ECB.
Okay.
And I know a couple of the county people as well, just because. So I played for Somerset for a while, and I'm still involved there. And I played for Warwickshire while I was at uni and stuff.
So we've got a genuine.
I've got a little bit of, I've genuinely got like a bit of kind of stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Well,
it might be worth a go anyway.
Well, we'll have a look at that. That's the end of proceedings for today. Do join us tomorrow on YouTube or on our website for more exciting Test cricket, we hope. But until then, it's goodbye from Tony. It's goodbye from Messi.
Goodbye.
It's goodbye from Will.
Bye.
And it's goodbye from me. Good night.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act.